goodness me. Well, that was fucking annoying. Yet again. I can't hear me. Can you hear me? I can't hear me. Oh, now I can hear me. Yeah, you can. All right. Well, we had a bit of a problem with the other setup yet again. Pissing me about. I've not even touched it. Not touched it at all. Since the last time we done the live stream with the panel through StreamYard. Not touched it whatsoever. I go on it today and it's all fucked up again. Unbelievable. Fucking believable, which means that there won't be any panel today, I'm afraid. I do apologise. I quite enjoyed it last time. But no, not this time. This is really pissing me off, this whole fucking setup. But there we go. Fuck's sake. Right. Oh, let me get comfortable. So tonight it will be Skype phoning only, I'm afraid. I really could do you know what I could do with being able to afford somebody in to set this up for me properly, but this is a pain in the arse. Absolute pain in the arse. But there we go. Anyway. Let me set my microphone up properly there. Let me have a sip of my coffee. How the devil are you all anyway? Everybody good? Roger, how you feeling, my friend? Yeah, Roger Whittington thought he would try and beat me. Obviously, I had 3 strokes, didn't I, last year? Roger has decided to go one better and go for 4. I hope you don't mind me saying that, Roger. However, I will say that mine were one after the other. So you haven't quite beat that record yet, but you know, 4 in the day. I'll give you that. No worries, Roger. No problem. As I say, guys, I do apologise for the fact we can't do the panel. It is annoying because I'd really like to have done that this week and sort of do 1 week phone-in, 1 week panel, 1 week phone-in. You know, do it that way. But there we go. So what was I going to say then? I was going to say something then and I fucking forgot it. Absolutely typical. Oh yes. So for any of you that signed up to policeabusingpowers.co.uk, so for those of you that are watching that don't know, the other day I set up a mailing list. Excuse me. What this mailing list is for is solely to let you know when videos are uploaded or when a live stream is due. Okay, because I know so many people on this channel don't get notifications from YouTube. So I've set up a mailing list which you can all join if you want to. As I say, absolutely guarantee from me that you will only receive emails relating to when a video goes live. Or when my live stream is going to be, and that's it. And with that, I've signed up myself so that I get an email when I know that everybody else gets an email, so I know that it's working. And I've had an email so far within 60 seconds of my videos going up, which tells me that there's a new video on the channel. So if you want to get on that so you get notifications of when the videos are up, then you can go to policeabusingpowers.co.uk and you can follow the link on there to the email sign up page. But please note that when you sign up, okay, you will get an email which asks you to click a link or copy and paste the link into a browser. If you don't do that, then your subscription to the list is not confirmed, therefore you don't get any emails. You have to confirm that first, okay? So so please be aware that that is an option for everybody. Thank you, Madame Lost Souls Paranormal. No worries, Mark, no problem. Hello, Bobby. Josie, have you had an email for every video, just to confirm? YouTube most certainly are. Hiya, one Peter Pope. Court rulings and the common law. How you doing, TC? So if anyone's watching this that is signed up to the email list, can you just let me know if you've had an email for every video that I've put out? I know I have, which should be enough to know that everybody else has. But if you can just let me know, then I would appreciate that. Every email. Brilliant, Roger. Thank you, Josie. Much appreciated. Cheers, Bobby. Sweet as a nut. Okay. Okay, Molly, no worries. You know, there's no... You don't have to sign up to the list, obviously. It's just there in case people want to be notified of the video when it goes live, rather than waiting for YouTube to either not send one, or sometimes I get one days later. I've had notifications for people's videos days after they've uploaded it, which is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. So doing it my way through the email list, you'll actually get one. You'll actually get an email almost straight away. So the worst thing about the StreamYard setup, getting with a panel, is the fact that I've just purchased, I've just brought, because it said, as I went on there, it said you've nearly reached your monthly limit. So I had to pay $20 to increase my limit, and I can't use it. What a pain in the arse. Typical. Happy birthday, Brian. 57 on Friday. Congratulations. Have to have the panel next Sunday. Roger, I will spend some time this week trying to figure out what the hell's wrong with it this time. I just can't I can't go a week without something fucking up on me, can I? On painkiller? What you on painkillers for, Molly? What have you done to yourself? Oh, toothache. That's no good. 1 Peter Pope, PAP, what is the fundamentals of common law? Can you give us an understanding so we can learn to understand? Common law is what you would is judge made law. What I mean by that is it's law that it's where a judge has decided on something. Yeah. I mean, obviously you've got your no harm, loss or damage, but common law is basically where a judge has made a decision on something already, and judges after that are supposed to respect, judges' decisions prior to making their decision. I mean, one person to ask about that, I suppose, to see if he would do a video, would be court rulings and the common law. I mean, that'd be a pretty good actual video for his channel when he's trying to grow his channel as well. So if he does a video on that, then obviously I can mirror it on mine and send people over to his channel. So if he puts a video together with regards to the fundamentals, oh, you've done. Oh, look, court rulings has already done one. He's already done one. Look. So you say black belt barrister is the person to ask. The thing with barristers and solicitors, okay, their first priority is to the Crown, okay. Then it's to the court. Then it's to us, okay. So although some judges will give advice, as in like general advice on stuff, like black belt barrister does, he'll give general advice on stuff, but he won't give advice on specific situations unless you pay him. Obviously he'll give general advice because that's, general advice isn't, you're not tied to it, okay. But a judge, solicitors or barristers or any kind of brief, their priority isn't to you first, it's to the Crown and to the court. Ukraine war facts. Oh, he's Crinkle a war pundit now. What we're doing here? Let's see if I can find his YouTube link. Channel. Right, court rulings and common laws YouTube channel is there. I've just posted it into the comments for you. So give it a click and go and subscribe. Crinkle hasn't done a live for a while. Oh well. So I'm going to open the phone lines in a few minutes, okay? Because I know you don't want to just put up with me. Now I'm hoping, fingers crossed. Well, my fat sausage fingers don't cross properly. There we go. Fingers crossed that it works properly. But we shall see when we open the lines. Hey up, Lucifer. Smudge has been fed, and I think he's pissed off out. As long as he doesn't bring another pigeon in, I'm all right. Roger, you know I have a problem with your phone number. What's the last 3 digits? Tell me the last 3 digits to your phone number, Roger, and I'll get you on first. I just need to know because it will pop up with phone numbers. Is he asleep in his litter tray? He's a retard. I couldn't believe he was doing that. $583. Roger, okay. I actually have a pad next to me now. I actually have a pad of paper to write notes down on to try and stop me from forgetting. Right. Close that. Let me close that. And oh yeah, actually, before I do, I just want to say that Tina has. I've got to move that camera because it's getting on my nerves. Tina, who you all know, who comes on, she speaks. Well, she has done for the last few weeks. I'm hoping she doesn't mind me saying this, but I'm sure you'll all join me in wishing her well. She's in hospital at the moment. Not been feeling so well lately. I believe she's having trouble regulating her body temperature at the moment. So she's popped herself off to the hospital, and I found out today through crafts and stuff, or crafts and other stuff. I can't remember your YouTube name now, but yeah, she contacted me and let me know that Tina was needed to get hold of me to let me know that she wouldn't be on tonight because she's popped herself off to the hospital. But again, I'm sure you'll all join me in wishing her well. Right. Okay, Roger. Roger, give us a ring, Roger. And let's hope that this is working properly. TTV, if it's recent, chuck it over to my email address, policeabusingpowers at gmail.com. Then that number, Roger. Sorry, I thought you had the number. I thought you had the number saved or something. My apologies. 01515289590, Roger. And let's hope that, as I say, let's hope that this works and everyone can hear you, because I will really not be happy if this is ballsed up as well. Okay, I can't hear it ringing. Let me see if I can hear you now. Hello, Roger.
Hello, mate. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can't hear you. Bear with me. Bear with me. Settings. Settings. Audio and visual. Audio. That's right. That's... No, that's why. What are we on here? We're on speakers, real tech, high definition, speakers, real tech. There we go. Hello, Roger. Hello. Right, let me just check if everyone can hear you. Can everyone... Ah, right. It was me. I had the wrong setting on Skype. How are you, my friend? Anything for a day off work? Right, hold on, one second. Right, some people are saying they can hear you and not me, and can hear me and not you. Right, oh my goodness me. Right, let me try it through a different. Right, try. Just talk for a moment, Roger. Sorry, just see if I can hear you. No, they can't hear you, but they can hear me. Right, but just now they could hear you, but not me. Oh, this is an absolute joke. This is, honest to God. So after 3 years, you'd think I'd be in a position to be able to get somebody in to settle this shite up for me, but no. Right, my microphone's right. That's don't want voice meter. That's that default communications device. I can't hear you, but I think other people can hear you. Yeah, I've got no sound coming through that at all. Output device there. Again, I can't hear me. If I put it back on speakers, I can hear you, but I don't think they can hear me. Right, can you not hear me, Roger? Right, okay. Oh my goodness me, let me try this. Advanced audio properties. No, right, hold on a minute, folks. Let me try and sort this out. This is what I mean, right? I haven't touched a thing, not touched a single thing in here since we was on last. And yet it stops working. It's ridiculous. I think somebody's doing something. Oh, fuck's sake. Right. Speakers, real tech, high definition audio. Right. Can anyone hear me or Roger? Can say something for a minute, Roger. Sorry. Okay. I can't. It's saying they can't hear you still. I don't think it's you, Roger. No, it's not you. It's not you. What the hell's going on here? Right. Okay. Right, speak.
Yep. Anybody
Okay.
there?
Speak.
Anybody there? 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Testing. Anybody there?
Speak.
Anybody there?
Got ya.
Yeah.
Got ya. I think. Just guys, can you let me know if you can hear us both? Yeah. All good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
Looking
my
like they
god.
can.
My apologies. Well, that's enough to give you a stroke going through this. I tell you.
Oh, I don't know. It's putting my blood pressure up.
I can't bloody win, can I? Go on.
What I was going to say was I had the 3 on Friday, and the last one was in front of Heather, so obviously that was it, into hospital,
Yeah.
no messing. But you know me, never to miss an opportunity. I started questioning some of the staff while I was in there.
All right, okay.
Now, the first thing they did when I laid on the bloody trolley, without even asking,
Trying to stick a thing up your nose.
tried to ram the thing down my throat. I explained to them, no, thank you very much. You ain't coming near me with that bloody thing. And then I had a woman nurse come in, a woman of colour, I will say, but she was no worse than any of the others. Mm-hmm. She come in, tried the same without even asking. I said, I've told you, you can go away with that. And she started getting really indignant and getting argumentative about it. And I just said, look, I'm not having it. I explained why. And she got all in a huff, and I said, just go away. I don't want you near me. Send another nurse in.
Right.
And then about an hour later, a male nurse come in, tried the same. And again, I said no. And he said, in that case, then they want you up on the stroke ward, but we'll have to put you in a red area, which is obviously COVID.
Yeah.
And I said, right, well, tell the consultant then if he wants to see me in that capacity, I'll be sat outside in the car park. He can come and speak to me out there.
Right. Right. One second, Roger. Richard, he's not being racist at all. He said that he will say it was a woman of colour, but she was no better than the rest of them, is what he said. He didn't pick on somebody because of her colour. He was just explaining that it was a woman of colour that came in to see him.
Not at all. I mean, the head nurse that came in to see me first was a woman of colour, and she was absolutely brilliant. No problem with her at all.
Yeah.
But then they got me up on the ward, and they actually got me a side room on a regular ward so I could be on my own. They came round, mind you, they didn't even offer me food for over 12 hours.
Really?
They came round, the consultant was like, yep, you can go at dinner time, it's not a problem. We've got some pills for you to take home. So 4 hours later, I decide to ask where my pills are. I said, because I'm waiting here, I've got to get home, time's getting on. And with that, the girl opened the cupboard and pulled the bag out.
Yeah.
And I asked one of them, I said, how long have they been there? When did they come up? She said, about 2.5 hours ago.
Right.
Because I literally said, if my pills ain't here in 10 minutes, I'm walking out the door without them. And then all of a sudden, they miraculously appear, But the brainwashing that they put the NHS staff through is unbelievable, mate. I mean, I've checked the figures for months now. I've been putting videos out about the figures, the real figures. One nurse, a male nurse, white, for that person that calls me a racist then, he was white, was going on about some figures. He said, well, that's conspiracy theory that you're talking about. I said, really? I said, well, there's proof of it.
Should have asked him.
And he said,
should have said to him, "Will you go and get me the figures now? Then show me."
no, I told him. I said, he asked me where I got my figures from. I said, well, believe it or not, ask your bosses, because it was their bloody website I got them from and the government. And he didn't have an answer for it.
Yeah.
You know? But anyway, I'll leave you on. I just wanted to come on and give that bit of insight and thank everybody for their words of concern last night. Scott Andrew Home, and the rest of them there, Graham Nutt, Mark Thompson. They're brilliant, mate. It really cheered me up, them coming in.
Cool. Well, listen.
It was, and yourself.
Don't give the missus a hard time. All right. Don't get her running around doing everything for you. Don't be stressing her out with it.
I never do, mate. She's an absolute diamond. Absolute diamond. And I've got to ring the doctors tomorrow to sort out aftercare as well with the clinic up our local hospital. And but it's basically, they've just said it's going to be a lot of lifestyle changes, because the problem isn't just the blood clots. What's causing it? 10 years ago, I had a bypass, as you know, down to my leg, because my arteries were hardening up and thickening up. Well, now that disease has gone all the way up. I've got it in my neck and in the brain, and the bit in the brain that's causing the problem is too deep to be operable.
Right, okay.
So it's got to be managed in other ways now.
Right, okay. So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You just said obviously it was clot rather than a bleed, which is good because it's easier to deal with for the hospital. I mean, have you been left with any, I don't mean to be nosy or anything. Have you been left with any sort of visual signs that you've had a stroke?
I did while I was having them. Slurred speech and the loss of feeling down the right-hand side. My right arm I couldn't even lift.
Oh, yours was on the right side. Okay.
Yeah, the actual problem is on the left side, which controls the right side. But I did have yesterday slightly fuzzy vision, but that seems to have sorted itself out a bit today.
Since you sobered up, you mean? No.
Yeah. But I've already cut out the fags, and it's got to be done. It's got to be done.
Right,
it's hit home hard. The first one didn't, but the following three and then ending up in there, it really has.
Right.
So
it's frightening. Is it your first? I'll take it. It's your first stroke.
No, the before, when I had the blood clot, that was just very, very severe headaches, like thunderclap headache,
right,
and then I'd throw up. And I left that for bloody weeks, probably a month.
Yeah. And
finally went to the doctor, and she took one look at me, and she was going to order an ambulance there and then from the surgery.
Right. Well, do you remember? I think it was in my first year on here. Do you remember the video that I put out where I was doing a video and I just ended up hitting the table? Well,
yeah.
I was talking to Donna, she's got a channel on her, Grot Bag she was called. She's something else now. I was talking to her after my stroke, and she said to me, well, maybe what happened to you then was a stroke. And I never thought about it until she said it. I mean, that particular day I was sitting there and my head, everything just started going dizzy, and I sort of turned to the left.
Yeah.
And then I'll tell you what it felt like. It felt like somebody was pulling me down. That's what it didn't feel like I just went. It felt like somebody was actually pulling on me, and I was trying to hold myself up. And as I went, I couldn't move. And as I went, I knew I was going, and I looked to where I was going. I could see the table coming closer, but I couldn't do nothing about it. I couldn't move, couldn't put my arms up to stop myself or anything, and I just ended up cracking my head on the table and bouncing off onto the floor. But even she said that, you know, Donna said, like, maybe that was a stroke, because they did say that they found evidence of a previous one.
Yeah,
so
it could well have been, mate, because last Friday when I went over, I'd felt a bit weird for 5 minutes. I went to say to Heather that I was going to go up and lay down on the bed for an hour or two.
Yeah.
And as I gave her a kiss to turn round, she said my speech just went.
Right.
And I didn't keel over, I folded up.
Okay.
And I smacked my head on the doorpost and what have you. So, yeah, it could well have been, mate. It could well have been.
Right.
Because you lose control of, you know, your muscles and that, and you're just dead weight. You can't hold yourself up.
Yeah.
And that's what happened to me last Friday.
Well, I for one, I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you.
And I'm sure everyone in the chat agrees with me on that as well. I know there's a lot of people in there saying that, you know, they wish you better and all the rest of it. So,
yeah, Mickey Mouse there. Mickey, yeah, I didn't say it on here, but I did tell him. Tuesday I had a tetanus jab.
Right.
But, you know, whether that had anything to do with it bringing it on, I don't know.
Unusual. Well, I mean, I'm not a medical expert by any sense of the word, but it seems unusual that a tetanus might bring it on.
Yeah.
But then again, as I say, I don't know. You know, I've got no medical inclination to understand any medical stuff.
Yeah.
So
I know some of it from when I went through it before. I'm going to do a video. I've actually got a disc here of all my scans and x-rays from the original blood clot 10 years ago.
Oh, right, okay.
I actually got that off because I worked at the hospital. So I went down and said, look, can I get a disc? And she said, well, yeah, you can get them. You've got to pay a tenner and we put them on for you.
Right.
But you have to sign an agreement that you won't use any of the information on it against the hospital, you know, like a confidentiality thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But I was happy to do that at the time because I just wanted the pictures. I did a Christmas card run with a picture of my brain, you know, just sort of saying, look, I have got one.
Yeah.
It was, and I've still got that, but you can clearly see on there where the original blood clot was because the vein at the back of my head is about 4 times the diameter of everything else.
Right.
And that's where the blockage was.
Okay. I've frozen. I've bloody frozen.
Yep.
Right, hang on a minute, guys. I don't know if you can still hear me or not. Let me try.
Well, what I'll do, Dan, I'll sign off for now, look, and you can get somebody else on, and because I'm not going to be on all night tonight, obviously. I want to get some sleep. So.
Right. I just cannot win, can I, with this bloody thing?
And I don't know what's going to happen this end if I refresh it.
No, it's me. I've frozen everywhere. I've frozen on OBS. I've frozen on YouTube. Right. Oh, this is a pain in the arse.
I thought I had problems with tech, and all I got is a laptop and 2 screens.
Right. For some reason, it's just not even. It's just not even coming back.
Someone's saying they can still hear us both.
Right. Okay.
Do you want to build a snowman? Who's that? Oh.
My cam link has looks like my cam link's gone Pete Tong. I don't know why that's on there. Let me get rid of that. Hang on.
I was going to say, you're moving in the background there.
All right, I'll have to use my other camera. I'll have to use my shitty one. Right, hang on. Let me turn my other camera off up here. What a pain in the arse. Right, we'll have to use this one, and I'll have to just put up with being blurry.
going fuzzy.
Yeah, if you've refreshed it, the reason it's okay now is I've just gone back onto my other camera, which is my webcam, which is shit. Hence me being fuzzy. Anyway, Roger, respect to Psycho's missus as well. I hope
she's
okay.
an absolute diamond, mate.
Obviously, that would have frightened her as well. So I hope that she's okay as well now.
Yeah. She was very upset at the time, but she's settled down a bit now.
Yeah.
But I'll say good night, mate. You can get somebody else on. I'm sure there's somebody else wants to ring in.
No worries.
But before I go, guys, thank you very much for all your concern and the messages and the emails. It really sort of helped me mentally there, sort of coping with it, I suppose you'd say.
Yeah.
And my respect for that to all you guys in the community.
All right, buddy, no worries.
All right, mate. You take it easy.
Yeah.
I'll be back in the chat for a while.
No worries. Listen, if you start getting tired, get yourself off to bed. You need your rest after a stroke.
Yeah, I've already had a bit of a kip this afternoon just so I could make it through the first part of tonight.
No. So, to be honest, I was up at 8 o'clock. No, I was up at about 5 o'clock this morning. First of all, with a cat rubbing its arse in my face, wanting feeding. So I fed him. Sat up, had a coffee, then I thought, oh no, I need to go back to sleep. Went back to sleep about 8 o'clock, woke up about 10ish, and then went back to sleep about 11, half 11, and woke up at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. So I've slept loads today. I've just been absolutely wiped out today.
Yeah, well, I didn't get any in the hospital, obviously. So, but all right, mate, I'll back off now. You can get someone else in that.
All right, mate. You take it easy.
I will. You take care of yourself as well, mate.
Will do. Speak to you soon.
Okay, buddy. Take care. Bye, everybody.
Hello, good evening and welcome.
Now then, is that Dan the man?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Not bad. How's it hanging, fella?
Good. Slightly to the left, but yeah, all good.
Well, it's better than it dangling straight down the middle. If it was down the middle, it'd be a micro sausage.
It's more of a Cumberland curl.
Well, I don't know so much about that, fella. I don't know so much about that. I see you've been putting up a fair few videos of sex offenders and the old paedophiles.
Oh, there's fucking too many of them in there. Absolutely too many. I mean, if I'd have done the misconduct video that I'd done, where there's about 7 or 8 videos in, like 7 or 8 stories in. If I'd have done them all individually, I'd never have the time to put them out all day in a single day. It's ridiculous. I mean,
have you ever wondered why it's so difficult to prosecute them?
Go on.
Well, I've actually put the Supreme Court judgment up on my channel. It's a really long video. Now, the reason why I put it up in its entirety is because people need to actually understand the reason why it's so difficult to prosecute them. And as you know, a Supreme Court is the highest court in the land. No one's going to overrule it.
Yeah.
Well, it was to do with a bloke and a girl under 14. He was found guilty in the lower courts.
Right.
He appealed it to he appealed it to the Court of Appeal. They found him guilty. He appealed it to the Supreme Court, quashed the conviction.
Okay.
And if you actually look at the judgment, I'll try and summarise it up as simple as I can. When you're looking at the judgment, basically, why they quashed it was because they go by the letter of the law.
Yeah.
Right? So basically what it was is because he didn't, how can I put this, sexually attack her, he offered her, I'm finding it difficult to say the words because obviously I don't want to get your channel shut down right like that.
Right.
He offered, he invited her, shall we say, to take part in that kind of behaviour.
Right.
Now, basically, because he invited her, and the law, there is actually no law that states that would be a criminal offence.
Right.
And this is actually chopping it down to its very, very bare minimum. If people are interested, unfortunately, it's just over an hour long, the judgment. Like I said, I put it up in its entirety because it's better to actually hear exactly what's said word for word in the judgment.
Yeah, yeah.
But basically, because he didn't actually physically attack her, he invited her, and there is no law on it. Supreme Court's ruled that it's not unlawful, and it's not a criminal offence. So basically, to put it in context, all these paedophiles that are sending messages to little kids on the internet, can't be prosecuted.
Well, that's
it's screwed up, and
a bit of a sickening thought.
Well, it is, and like I said, if people are interested, it's actually called what did I call it? Sex offenders and why it's so hard to prosecute them. Like I said, it is the entire judgment in its entirety.
Right.
And it really is sickening to hear what gets said in there and what's gone on in that judgment is quite hard to swallow, to be honest with you. But it makes it very clear why it's so fucking goddamn hard to prosecute any of them.
Okay, well, I'll have a look at that video myself at some point this week.
To answer your other person's question, I have actually did one on common law. Doesn't just cover the common law, it covers every kind of law, what it is, how it works, and everything else. Right. And just a quick question for yourself and everyone in the audience.
Go on.
Who would like me to put the judgment up of Wayne Couzens? Because I have that.
Yeah, it'd be quite interesting, actually. It's obviously a high profile case like that is something we've spoken a lot about on the channel over the past year. So, yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that.
Well, for you to understand, it's the judgment, but it's not a judgment as in what you would probably think, and it's the judge just summing up. So at the end of the case, it's summing up. That because obviously it's never been a challenged or anything else in the other court. That is the only kind of judgment that is there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got that. And just one last thing, Dan.
Go on.
Josie Wales left a comment on my video asking if I could put a judgment up for physical disabilities.
Okay.
I see she's in the audience. So what I would say is that judgment actually covered physical disabilities because the lad had epilepsy. But I have just put one up, again from a Supreme Court, to do with neglecting the police. Now, again, I've summarised it. Again, Dan, it might be worth you looking at because I think you're going through something similar.
Right.
The only time a police officer can be held accountable is if he actually causes that injury, personally causes that injury. He can't be held accountable for an omission, if that makes any sense to you.
Right. What, for like an existing? So if
basically, if the police personally, so basically, let's just say you're crossing the road and a police car's chasing someone, and that police car hits you. Right. That's the only kind of time that they can actually be held responsible. So let's just say the same situation, you're crossing the road and the police car's coming, but you run and trip over the curb, then they can't be held responsible for it.
Oh, yeah.
Because they didn't actually cause that injury, you caused that yourself. Well, this one is to do with a 76-year-old woman that was actually knocked over in the street by two police officers struggling with someone else. And the lower courts are all like no. But it went up to the Supreme Court, and it's a landmark judgment, this. And I mean, when I say landmark, I mean it's a landmark judgment. Supreme Court made it very, very clear that you can sue the police as long as it's not as long as they've physically caused that injury.
So they've got to be directly responsible.
Yes, for that injury. Directly responsible. Yes.
Right. Okay.
So, and I'm trying to summarise it up for Josie because the comment that she'd left on my video was, what happens if the police arrest somebody and take them to the ground and they've got to end up with a broken hip or something like that.
Right. Are you listening, Josie, sweetheart? Hey. By the way, Josie's a bloke.
Oh, right. Well, it's a unisex name, isn't it? It's a unisex name. I swear to God, I'm sorry, fella. I thought you might have been a female.
It's a gender fluid name.
But yeah, there you go. So that makes like I say, it makes it very difficult to prosecute sex offenders and paedophiles. So what do you make of that?
Right. No, that's it's a bit concerning. Well, it's very concerning. Yeah, I think we all agree on what should happen. Well, most of us agree on what should happen to people like that anyway. It doesn't.
What I say to that, Dan, is it's really simple. It only consists of two things, and that's a tree and a length of rope.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I think.
I think a length of rope is too good for them. I think it needs to be fucking cheese wire.
Or what I normally say, don't waste taxpayers' money. Use your own neckties. If you ain't got that, use your own shoelaces.
Yeah. Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah. The guy, I think I actually have the judgment. Actually, it was a video I was watching of yours a few weeks ago. It was about a police officer found guilty of paedophilia.
Right.
I think, if I aren't mistaken, I have to go back and check your video. But if I aren't mistaken, I think I may have that judgment.
Okay.
So if I have, what I'll do is I'll throw it over to you, and you can actually do a video to correspond to the video you've originally made.
Right. Cool.
If that's what you want. But yeah, so can I just ask who would like to see the judgment of Wayne Couzens? Because obviously it takes a long time to do these bloody videos, as you know.
Right. Does anyone want TC to do a video on the judgment of Wayne Couzens? I know he's a disgusting piece of shite, but it would be. I certainly would be interested in hearing what the judge had to say about him afterwards.
I was fantasizing about Josie Williams, not anywhere.
There you go. You're getting quite a few yeses there.
What I will say to you, though, is it makes very, very grim reading.
Right.
So if you're going to be triggered, I wouldn't watch the video.
We don't have. Well, we have one or two snowflakes on this channel, but we don't have many. Most people are pretty made of sterner stuff on this channel, which you have to be. The amount of stuff I put out that, well, I think if somebody had to, I think if a normal person, because I'm not normal, see, I think if a normal person had to read what I read so many times on a daily basis, it'd probably send them over the edge. It can be sickening sometimes. Even I have to take a break sometimes reading some of the stuff that I have to read. But,
well, that makes two of us. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm actually getting thumbs down on my channel. And I'll tell you, the videos that's getting thumbs down is the ones where the convictions have been quashed for assault on police officers.
Right.
So that says one thing to me. It's a copper on YouTube.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. I've just stuck his channel link in the comments again, guys. So if you haven't already and you want to go check out his channel and subscribe, then feel free.
What I will say, ladies and gentlemen, is I've actually got it's quite a human-sounding voice. AI just read everything out because it's so difficult reading hundreds and thousands of judgments day in and day out like I do.
Yeah.
So I just find it easier doing that because for me to explain this for a little bit better for everyone, including yourself, Dan, is if you actually look at a Court of Appeal or a Supreme Court judgment, they are really difficult to understand.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you go and look on the Black Belt Barrister's website, YouTube channel, he even says sometimes he has to read a judgment 2, 3 or 4 times over to actually understand it. So you can imagine, I don't want to make a video after reading a judgment 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and then actually try and speak it out as well.
Yeah.
So I'm getting better at it. Bearing in mind, I'm new to it. I am new to it.
No worries. Just keep going. Listen, everybody has to start somewhere. Do you know what I mean? And the more you do, the better you get. You know, even I'm shit at doing this. I could be doing so much better than I do. I just don't have the time to do it, to learn it. You know, I've joined like, what's it called? I can't remember what it's called. I've joined some of these websites where you pay and go through the course. Okay, like Udemy or something, I think it's called. To learn how to use some of the stuff that I've got properly, rather than just the way that I use it, which is really basically. Do you know what I mean? But I just haven't got the time to sit down and go through all the training and stuff like that. It's just it's a mad one. I should have done it all whilst I was off from having the stroke. But my time was spent falling asleep.
Like it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's like me. I mean, I can give you my login details for the legal database.
Yeah.
And after about an hour or so going through that and trying to find which court rulings and which court judgments you're interested in, then once you actually click on them and read them, you're exhausted.
Yeah.
It really is exhausting. I saw someone earlier ask about if you could do a video, or somebody could do a video about racial abuse. I don't know if the person's still in the chat.
Right.
I don't really have a couple of judgments I can actually put up for that person that they might find of help and interest. And what I will say before I go is, if anybody who actually watches my videos finds that they're in a situation similar, as Josie Wales asked if I could do a video on a certain thing or a judgment, then I will do my best to locate that judgment and do the video for them.
Yeah. Cool.
So there you go. Right, brilliant. Thanks, Dan. One last thing I will say is, well, I didn't want to do it because I wanted to ask your permission first. Is it okay on some of the police assaults that get overturned? Is it okay for me to link your channel and state, for more information on police abusing the powers, you can go?
But by all means, you don't need to ask my permission for doing that.
Well, obviously, it's just common courtesy. I'm just that kind of person.
Well, now I've told you don't need to ask permission anymore.
Right, no worries. Right, cheers, Dan.
All right, mate.
Right, take care. And thank you for those that do subscribe, and thank you to those that do actually watch the videos.
Sweet
much
as.
appreciated. Thank you very much.
All right, my man.
Cheers, man. Bye-bye.
Take it easy. Ta, mate. Ta. Hello. Good evening.
Hello, Danny. You all right?
Who's that?
You all right, mate? It's Ian.
Hello, mate. How you
Brought
doing?
it. Yeah, not too bad. I just wanted to phone up to say thanks for giving Brian here buzz Tuesday.
The other night. Yeah.
Yeah, about old whatever Wankins his name was.
But Bilbo Faggins, wasn't it?
Yeah. What a tosser.
Yeah, I won't have that. I know some people can handle themselves, do you know what I mean? And I won't get involved in stuff where people can handle themselves. But Bryony, she's, she's. I hate saying it because I don't want to embarrass her or nothing like that. But I know she puts her own videos out and stuff. But she's what I would class as highly vulnerable. And for him to jump on and start being a dick the way he was. But I appreciate you letting me know about that as well.
Oh, it was. I bet you'll get her. Because I was thinking, who's got her number? I thought, hey, I know you spoke to her. But I just don't get it. I mean, everyone who knows her or knows of her knows exactly what she's been through in the past, because she makes no secret of it, and exactly what she's going through now. And I think all the time she is doing her videos, her live stream, she isn't in that dark place.
Yeah, no, it's the same as me. I've got to be honest. When I feel shitty, I jump on a live stream, and I'm so busy especially when you start responding to comments and stuff like that, and you're busy talking to people rather than
Yeah.
thinking about the shit that's going on in your life. And that's why I enjoy it. And I think you're right. I think while she's on the live stream, you notice that she does laugh occasionally while she's on the live stream as well, which has got to be a good thing. But
I was a bit, because her last one she done, I think she's only got about a week left where she is now, and then she ain't got a clue what she's going to do because her money runs out or something. So, because the last one, so she was getting really quite upset, agitated, and she could only fund about another week,
right,
and then that's it. So if she can't, then God knows what she's going to do, whether she's out on the streets or what. But
well,
yeah,
I know she's got Tina's details.
Yeah, she said something about Tina. Yeah,
but she's not, as far as I know, she's not contacted Tina yet, or she may have contacted her but not got back in contact with her since. But I know that Tina will be able to give us some assistance. It's just, I understand where she's coming from. Sometimes you just think to yourself, oh, nobody can help me, even if even if somebody might be able to, you convince yourself that nobody can, and then you give up. And I've been there myself, so I'll get where she's coming from. But I hope that she contacts her. I think Tina will be able to help her and get her sorted out in that respect.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, did you get that other email I sent Friday? Because I accidentally come across a pedo.
Ah, yes, that email. Yes, I have seen it.
I really didn't know what to do about that one.
Right. Well, we'd need to talk privately about that. And the reason being is because we need to make sure that nothing has been done that could be classed as unlawful by yourself. I mean, so we won't speak about it on here. And I'm not suggesting you have done anything, by the way, but we need to make sure. We'll have to discuss that first before we talk about it sort of openly on here. What I'll do is, so far tomorrow, I've only got, I think, three stories to do for tomorrow. Which if there's not many to do tomorrow, that'll give me time to give you a ring.
Right?
If you don't mind if you don't mind having a chat on the phone tomorrow.
Yeah, you got my number, haven't you? Or should I just email it?
Yeah, chuck it over an email. I'll stick it in my phone. I'll give you a text first tomorrow anyway. But I'll text you and then we'll sort out when we can speak on the phone.
Yeah, it all came about accident. I thought okay, but anyway, can't go into that. But yeah, anyway, they know. You know that business where they're doing me under Section 5 for what happened at the surgery.
Right.
Well, you know what they're I don't know what they call it. The thing that the CPS and that are actually going on. They're going on not the fact that like fuck or fucking was used. They're going on the fact that potentially children could have heard. Potentially children could have heard, but they didn't. Children didn't hear. No, because I got my solicitors and I said to them, have they got any statements from? Because there's a school over the other side of the road and over the footpath. And I said, have they got statements from the school teacher, parents? Well, no. And I said, well, how can you? Because potentially a bloody jumbo jet could land on my house tonight. Yeah. Potentially, we can all turn into murderers. You can't arrest somebody. You listen. The law is quite clear. You can only be you can only get done for something that you've done. Okay, so to say potentially, I mean, you've got conspiracy, but that's less potentially. That's actually discussing doing something illegal. But you can't do somebody. That's not a potential. That's if you're discussing doing something and you've got all of the you're planning it all out and everything. That's more of a plan to do something. If you just say something in public, they can't say potentially somebody could have heard you. It's I don't think you'll have too much of an issue with that, to be honest. No, I mean, I just don't know why they're fucking doing it. I mean, at the end of the day, talk about wasting. I thought courts and that were supposed to not waste public funds. in stupid. Because normally it's done by something minor like this, and first time thing is normally done with a community something order.
Yeah, community resolution order.
Yeah, and this they've got it. I think it's because the person that arrested me at the thing, I know him, and I've butthurt him so many times in the past with his attitude.
Right.
I think maybe that's probably it's probably why he probably went down this route, maybe, but who fucking knows?
Right. I don't think it's talking about a breach of the peace. I think it's talking more of public order.
Yeah, using threatening words and something that could cause in the sight and hearing of.
Yeah, but the law actually says it has. Hang on, let me bring it up. So, is it definitely Section 5?
Oh, hang on, hold on. Well, hang on. I'm just getting a little bit of paper. Hang on a minute. Oh shit! There's a bloody piece of rubbish they give you to be in flaming court. Where it is? Yeah, it says here. I'll read it out. It says here. Use threatening or abusive words or behaviour
or disorderly behaviour or displays
within the hearing or sight of a person likely to be cause harassment, alarm, distress hereby. Section 5 brackets 1 and bracket 6 of the Public Order Act 1986.
Right. Okay. There's nothing in that legislation that says it has to be done in the presence of somebody who is likely. So it has to be done in the presence of somebody. So if they're saying they're saying potentially children, then it has to be done in the presence of children who are likely to be upset by it. If there was no children around and if there's no complaints, then I can't see why they would be even entertained by a court over that.
Yeah, and I remember, I can't remember what it is, but I don't know, I remember reading, because sometimes when something, you just remember something, you think, oh, I saw that, but I ain't got a clue where the hell I saw it.
Yeah.
I read something all about this. It was about Section 5 and whatever, and they say using threatening words, especially words to cause alarm and distress. Something about that actually them words have to have actually really offended them or upset them.
What, the police?
No, if member of the public. It's like, how do I put it? It's like, for instance, say if you get someone that, these, in other countries, they have places that there's medical staff there that people can go and actually inject in a safe environment.
Right.
The ones where they can go in and then get the needle, they can sit in a booth and they can actually inject because it's safer because there is medical staff there just in case there's an OD or what have you.
Right, yeah.
And it made me think, well, it's a bit like, say, for instance, one of the workers there contacted the police and said, oh, I was upset because I saw someone injecting in front of me and they OD'd. Well, you say, well, they can't be upset because that's the work. How can I be upset about it?
Yeah. But it's the same. This is what a lot of people get misunderstood. I know this is slightly different to your main point, but with regards to mentioning somebody in that setting, in a hospital, like a medical setting, a lot of people say, oh, the police can't be offended. That's not actually true. And I keep trying to explain this to people, but I see it so often. Go, oh, the police, you can't be offended, cop. They can. It's just that because they are faced with that kind of language on a daily basis as part of their jobs. This is what the court ruling said. Their level of alarm and distress must be far higher than a normal member of the public. And when it comes to a normal member of the public, if you say the word fuck, most members of the public have heard that 1 billion times, okay, and don't give a shit about it. Do you know what I mean? But they'll still use that and go, oh, they were likely to be. No, they fucking weren't. These are adults that have heard it all their life and probably use it on a daily basis. So, go on. I
mean, I'm again taking everything from me because I'm no way am I going to admit I want it to go to trial or whatever the hell they do because I want to bring because when it does that, then the staff, the GP. And the police and the coppers are all gonna have to be there. Yeah, I'm gonna cause them. I'm gonna if I'm gonna get done for at the end of the day, I'm gonna get my money's worth out of it. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna fucking get money's worth out of it. And anyway, it's only a fine. I mean, that's all it is a fine, isn't it? I mean, Section 5, it's just finable.
Pretty much, yeah.
I thought I forgot what I was going to fucking say. Now I'm as bad as you now, mate. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh fuck. Anyway, I forgot what I was going to say now, buddy. But nah, it's Oh yeah, sorry. What I was going to say. Yeah. So I'm going to take and I've got a list of 200 films going back to 1974. Now they're big blockbusters. You've got stuff like Pulp Fiction, all of them on there, up to 2021.
Right.
And how many times words like fuck or fucking was used, and how often?
Yeah.
And Iron Man and all this Spider-Man, it's ingrained in our society. So really and truly, an adult, like you said, cannot get offended by it because because I bet someone who has watched Pulp Fiction, an adult that's watched Pulp Fiction, we all know there's drugs in there. I wonder how many people have actually phoned the police and said I was offended by it.
Yeah.
None.
But this is something that needs to go. This is something that needs to go to a trial. As you've said, somebody needs to get it to a trial and get a case law out of it, and to say, look, hang on a minute. Somebody needs to go and say, hang on a minute, judge. Surely you've been watching the telly after 9 o'clock, even before 9 o'clock. In some cases, but surely you've watched the telly after 9 o'clock. And he'll go, yeah. And they go, right. So the words are used quite frequently in TV programs or films or comedy shows. Do you know what I mean? So you can't tell me that somebody genuinely feels upset because I've used the word bollocks.
Yeah, no. I mean, I was just thinking, what the hell could I... Because they haven't actually... The old Bill had been so quiet about it. And I was thinking, and of course, I thought, surely it couldn't have been the GP, because I actually did turn around and say to the GP when he was walking out, I haven't forgot you tried to murder me, mum, you murdering bastard.
Right.
At the end of the day, I see it as we have to deal with our mistakes. They fucking bury theirs.
Yeah.
And it's one of them things, and I'm just hoping that I'm just waiting for it to go down there now on the 16th, and I'll let you know what happened, because I'm for bollocks to them. Yeah,
do definitely let us know. I won't be impressed if it doesn't get thrown out, to be honest.
Yeah, I can't see anything other than that, to be honest. But anyway, so yeah. So if you give us send an email if you want to give us a ring, and because I didn't realise about that. But
yeah, no worries. Yeah, give me an email. We'll have with your phone number. I'll give you a ring tomorrow, and we'll have a chat. Again, chances are you haven't done anything that might upset any potential action, shall we say? But
no, because I knew exactly how old he was.
Right.
And yeah, so.
But it could. And again, just to be careful here, but you'll understand. It could be taken in a context where maybe you've said something that could incite a particular reaction. That's what we need to be careful of.
Oh, right. Because it was one of them things that I'm not going into it. It was one of the things that I was on this thing for a totally different reason, not the reason that people think that people go on these adult chat sites.
Right.
Where the thing where you chat and then it's instantly up. And it was something not what people think. It was just something totally different. And it just ended like that. And of course, I'm not one of these. What do you call them? Paedophile hunters. Have you heard of them?
Yeah.
I'm not one of them. And it was just and. I thought, hey, this is one of them. And I thought, you fucking bastard, like. And it went on from there, and I was doing everything I can to try and get me... And yeah, but anyway, we'll chat over that. Oh, hello, Smudge.
There he is.
Yeah. Anyway, buddy, I'll let you go and let someone else get on. And, yeah, we can chat about it tomorrow. And, yeah, because like I say, I don't know the best thing to do. I mean, I know what I want to do. And I think everyone on there probably also knows what they'd want to do. But life isn't as easy as that, is it?
No, as I say, we just need to be careful. There's been, I mean, I watch a lot of videos of those kind of videos on Facebook, and you do have to be careful in order for something to stick. You've got to be careful of what you say to them, if that makes sense. But again, we'll leave it there, and we'll talk about it tomorrow, if that's all right.
Yeah, no, that'll be great. All right, and Dan, I just wanted to really thank you for giving old Brian a ring, because I'm sure he was getting well stressed out about it. So
no problem at all.
All right, then, buddy. I'll let someone else get on, all right, mate?
All right, mate. Thanks for letting me know as well, by the way.
That's all right.
If you hadn't let me know, I wouldn't have gone over. So.
No, that's all right. I'll speak to you tomorrow, Dan, mate.
All right, friend. No worries.
Cheers.
Take
Bye.
it easy. Bye, mate. Bye, bye, bye. Hello. Good evening, and welcome.
Hello, old mugger.
Who's that? Dean?
Minister.
Oh, hello, mate. Sorry, my apologies.
I don't want to apologise, mate.
How's things?
No, yeah.
Oh, like that, is it?
Yeah, it is like that. Yeah. Bit helpful, but never mind. I ain't got a screen in front of me because I'm using the phone to ring you. So
Right, okay.
sorry, I can't answer any the things. But I want to talk about, as you know, my problem with being banned on this platform.
On here?
Yeah, not on yours. No, not on.
No, I mean on YouTube. I mean.
Yeah, and for saying what the last caller was talking, swearing, and all that.
Right.
You say that in a comment, you're banned. You get your comment struck. You get, I don't know how many it is, comment struck, and then all of a sudden you get these pop-ups come up and saying, like, basically, there's a lot of pussies out there. Are you sure you really want to post this? You know what I mean? And try and sort of like edge you one way or t'other, and to rewrite your comment. So you use weak platitudes rather than saying what I think.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Teaching you how to think.
Yes, and it's really pissing me off.
Yeah, I've had it a few times. I mean, most of the stuff I do in video format, and the punishment I get for that is getting it not monetized. But I have written a few comments where I've had a little pop up saying, "Oh, are you sure you want to upset this snowflake?" I'm like, yes, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, and as well. I mean, you know. I mean, you know my name on air, and you know my real name, and so do several others. And like it is getting just beyond the bloody joke now. You know what I mean? Where you can't say the simplest thing because you'll offend someone.
Yeah.
And when you're on a site, like First Amendment order site or something like that, it's all like-minded people.
Yeah.
They're not very easily offended.
No.
Like the other geezer were saying with the old Bill being offended and what have you, they're not easily offended.
No. Well, if they are, they shouldn't be in the job. Simple as that.
Exactly, yeah. But you get these prats at Silicon Valley, and you know what I mean? And I mean, they don't even understand that the British slang word for cigarette is fag.
Yeah.
So when I'm talking to Roger and I'm saying, cool, you having a fag? I want to have a fag now. Them comments get, struck and what have you, And then, like, I can't even press his bell to get his notifications. So I have to hunt for him every day to find his videos.
Yeah.
I mean, I get everybody else except Rogers, and that pisses me off a bit because he's like one of the few people I actually speak to.
Right.
No,
it's all. Even Spencer's just put there. It's cognitive behavioural thinking, or therapy, cognitive behavioural therapy. But this is what it is in a way. Cognitive behavioural therapy is where you go through something and you reteach yourself to think about something differently. okay,
Yep.
in order for a different result. Well, what this is doing is it's teaching people. Eventually, people will go, oh fuck it, if I type this, I'm going to get another pop up, and it's, you know, I mean, I can't be asked fucking explaining myself, and then they'll start writing things differently and speaking differently. Look, if you don't listen, the way I see it is everybody talks differently. Everybody has a different way of talking. I swear a lot, okay, and that's just the way that I am. It's not because of it's not because of how I was brought up. It's not because of my parents didn't care about me. It's not because of, you know, lots of different things. It's just the way that I am. And oh fucking hell, I've gone blurry again. And if people can't understand that everybody's different and everybody will react and speak and act differently to each other, then there's a fucking issue. Do you know what I mean? It's the same as it's the same as, you know, we're forced to have to understand everybody's sexuality, all 99,000 different types. Everybody's religion, everybody's, you know, racial background, everybody's everything. We're forced to, you know, take on board, but yet they completely forget about people's, you know, not identity, I suppose. Well, maybe it is identity.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, because it's the way that you are, isn't it? It is a part of you.
That's how you're brought up, isn't it?
So I would class that as a protected characteristic. You know what I mean? The way that you are should, you know, because that's what they say, isn't it? If you're gay, or you decide to be trans or lesbian or you know, gender fluid or whatever, that is who you perceive yourself to be.
Well, that's it. I mean, I don't care what people are. You know, just don't cram it down my throat. You know, that's the way I look at it. You know what I mean? I'll accept all sorts. Don't cram. I mean, I used to go when I was younger. I don't go to the gym. I used to go with this gay geezer and my brother-in-law.
Right.
And he was never like onto me because I weren't gay. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I had nothing against him or whatever. So I fucking got nothing against anybody. Well, apart from fucking nonsense and the 99% of the British police out there. But you know, I don't care what any fucker do. Just leave me alone. Do you know what I mean? I can't be dealing with your bullshit, basically. And it's these, like I say, these prats at Silicon Valley who ain't done a day in work in their life, ain't never seen dirt under their fingernails, never stood up and gone, oh, fuck, my back hurt, you know, and they're sitting there and going, no, you're not saying that. Cancel, you know what I mean? And that's just really pissing me off. And that's, well, it's just I'm getting less mobile now. You know, my knees are totally fucked, so the doctor reckons my back is now on the same. And so this is like one of the few fucking things I can do because I can't move around. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I watch a lot of YouTube and that and shit. And I'm just getting squeezed further and further and further and further out. You know what I mean? It's just, well, you know, it's doing with my head. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just can't be doing with it. Like that. I can be a bit fucking soft in places. I don't mind admitting that. You know what I mean? Not at all. But that's what pushed me to it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that screws with me head. Anyway, that's all I've got to say, mate. But it's so nice talking to you because that's like talking to my Uncle Kent, who I'm named after. That's my middle name. My mother's from Green Eyes, so it's just like talking to my relatives, talking to you. Anyway, mate, I'll let you go.
No worries.
Somebody else, all right?
All right, my friend. You look after yourself.
Yeah, and you, mate, especially. All right, ta-da, buddy.
Speak to you soon. Ta, mate.
Yeah, ta-da, mate.
Hello.
Evening, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm not so bad. Who's this?
It's Rich. I've called you a couple of times before.
Hello, Rich. I
do apologise
if I do ask who you are every time you phone up. It's because obviously I get quite a lot of calls and stuff, but obviously I know people mainly by their usernames rather than their actual names. So, so my apologies if it sounds a bit rude of me.
No, not at all. Not at all. Don't say it that way.
How's things with you anyway? All good?
All right. And yourself?
Not so bad. Yeah, keeping busy as we do.
Yeah, it's good to see you back, like I said before. But like I said, it's just an anecdote from the past. I was talking about your last call. He was bob on again. But what I want to say is, I'll tell you a story about how I got stopped by the police because I had the same car as a known drug dealer in the area.
Okay. Not the name.
Yeah.
Not the same number plate though. I would presume.
No.
Okay.
Exactly. Not the same. So it's the same car. Now this was an unmarked car with uniform police in this. I'm going back 20 years now.
Right.
But how they pulled us over. It was me and two of my friends in the car. We were going out for a night out. We were mid-20s, whatever. They pulled us over. Said that you've got the same car as a known drug dealer. That's how it came out. They tore the car apart. They did everything, and one of the coppers went round the back of a hedge and came back with a piece of cling film, with a roll of cling film, making out that we were drug dealers, saying, "Oh, look at what I found. They must have discarded this." We were completely innocent. It was just a matter of three lads out in a car, going out for a drive, a drink, whatever, going out something to eat because we're all muckers and we come back together, sort of thing. And they said, "Oh, you've got the same car as a known drug dealer. That's how. Why are you ripping us apart? That's the excuse they gave. That you've got the same." What I'm saying is that I can smell cannabis. The same thing that people are saying about. We're with three white lads in a car, and they're going they're saying that people are being persecuted for their race, the whatever, the creed, what. And for me, it's just.
Yeah, sorry, I'm listening. Just get my phone off the charger. Do you know what?
It didn't need an excuse. We were treated. None of us have got any criminal backgrounds. The car wasn't known. It was a totally legitimate car in my name, etc., etc. But that was the excuse they gave.
Right.
Was that I've got the same car as a known drug dealer in the area. Now, how can they justify? If you pursued it, where would you get? That's my argument now. If that happened today.
Today, obviously they've got the technology, haven't they, these days to determine who if the car is the right car. Now, it's difficult to say where it would go because I've not heard of like a similar story yet. So it's not something I've looked into, but it's hard to say where it might go. But I don't think these days, you'd have much of an issue. Putting a complaint in about it. Again, they need. I mean, it is a little story for you. Okay, I was talking. I won't say who it was because you might be watching, but it's not a regular person in the comments. It's just somebody that I know. Got stopped a couple of months back by the police. He'd been out playing pool, and he was on his way home, and he police car went past him, turned around, came back up behind him, pulled him over. Now they started flashing him as he was going across a junction, like traffic lights junction. So he couldn't stop there. He had to go through the junction and find a stop. So he said to me, because he couldn't stop there and he started moving forward, they put the sirens on, okay, which there was no need to do because he'd already seen him in the mirror and he was moving on to pull over. Anyway, long story short, I'm not gonna bore you with all the ins and outs of it. But long story short, they've stopped him. Coppers come straight to the window, hand through the window and handcuffed him before saying anything to him. Okay, so he's put one handcuff on his right wrist through the window. Said, right, I'm stopping you. We're going to have a search if you can't, all the rest of it. Anyway, they're saying to him that he looked off his face. Okay.
Right.
Now, bearing in mind, again, they've got tools these days to determine whether somebody is off their face whilst they're driving or not. But
not on heroin though.
They've no, but there's you've got sobriety tests like they do in America. They still use them because they are worth doing, I think. But yeah, they've got these options of things that they can use. So anyway, they've pulled him over, got him out, handcuffed him up, searched the car inside and out, pulled it to pieces, couldn't find anything. Copper goes to him, he's saying to the copper, why have you got me in handcuffs? You don't need me in handcuffs. And the copper's going, I've got PTSD because of situations he's been in before. Okay, so
that law applies to PTSD, not the actual events that are occurring.
Well,
at the time.
This is what I said to him. The copper shouldn't, if he's got PTSD, he shouldn't be out there on the streets. Okay,
no, he shouldn't.
No. So this cop was going, I've got PTSD, and I've had to handcuff you for to make sure you don't attack me or this, that, and the other. Anyway, we've gone. They said, right, we're taking you back to a station, right? Because we're gonna strip search you. Okay. Now he had nothing on him. Okay. They searched him at the roadside. He had nothing. They searched his vehicle. He had nothing. This was all based on what the police say, the fact that he looked off his face. They didn't breathalyze him. They didn't drug swab him.
Yeah.
But they took him to the police station. It wasn't even a proper police station. If you get taken in for anything, you go to the custody suite, right? This was a police station without cells, so there was no custody suite. So they took him back to this police station, took him in a room, ended up strip searching him in a room, with no. There's nothing now. There's no custody record. There's no nothing. No custody sergeant authorised the detention or the search. I'll fucking start losing myself now because I've been talking so long. Oh my god.
Yeah, go on. Go in the custody suite.
No
records, nothing.
What happens? My brain goes every now and again, and it's just gone.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I'm just trying to jog you because that's what I do sometimes. I'm just thinking.
That's it. Because you were saying about how would it pan out?
How would it pan out now? How would it pan out now these days? Yeah.
For him, and I've said to him, I've told him that he needs to speak to a brief because even if they've got no body cam footage, the very least needs to be made is a complaint so that they're aware that this copper is going around saying he's got PTSD while he's out on the streets. I mean, that's dangerous to give anybody, giving them weapons while they're out on the street and they've got PTSD is massive risks to members of the public. And for them to take him into it wasn't even it was like a satellite police station, if you like.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a proper one with cells or anything.
A town
like
hall or something like that, where they have a desk, don't they?
Yeah,
that's what they've done now. They've shot a lot of police stations, and they've just got a desk in a town hall or a community centre or whatever it is.
And they shouldn't have done it. And I've told him he needs to put speak to a brief about it. But it's again, they've got the option, they've got the tools nowadays to identify lots of things. They can identify who you are. They can identify who your car is, or where your car's from, or who it belongs to, where it's been. They can identify whether you piss. They can identify whether you're on drugs. Yes, the drug swipe doesn't work on certain drugs, but again, you've got sobriety tests to work out if somebody's fit to drive.
It always puts it's always in their favour. What I'm saying is, it's always in their favour. It's in our favour if you're on the wrong side of someone that is off the face on whatever that's driving a car.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is when they say, it's the copper's intuition or whatever, they pull somebody over and they find something like that, that's fine. But when they don't find something like that,
yeah, and
you're still trying to justify their actions, that's my issue.
Yeah, no, they do absolutely. It's always
and they take it like the analogy you were giving, the one-line analogy, the actual story you're telling about somebody that's been treated like that and taking it all that way because they can't admit they're wrong. Yeah. That's my issue. And why can't they just hold their hands up and say, I'm sorry, we got it wrong? And people have a lot more respect for them. I would.
100%. And I've said this before. If a copper pulls you over, right, and says, right, let's use the old line. You look like the person we're looking for. Okay.
Yeah.
You match the description. Okay. Do I now? Right. Okay. So do what you got to do. Right. Afterwards, they don't go. Listen, I'm sorry. sorry we stopped you, you know, and then I mean they might go, yeah, sorry about that, lad, off you go, but it's not meaningful, okay. You know, and that I mean that's a bit of a shitty example to use, to being stopped and asked, you know, saying you look like somebody, because let's say you get stopped in a car, right? You know, I believe you've been drinking. Okay, do you now? Let's do a breath test, right? Okay, so that's come back false. Let's do a drugs test. As you say, they look for a reason to justify
looking for anything,
it.
aren't they? Anything.
And if they can't find something, instead of going, listen, do apologise, okay, that this is my reason for stopping you, which is what they never do. They go, this is the reason why I thought you may have been drunk, okay, and this is why I've had to stop you, to make sure that you're not. But, you know, apologies, fair play to you, you're absolutely fine. I apologise for wasting your time. Have a good night. If there were more that were like that, then I think we would have a bit more respect for people.
I've got no respect for them, because, like I say, I just think they're just out. They say about the paperwork, some things aren't worth the paperwork. I think they crave paperwork.
Yeah.
And to just keep them out from actually doing something.
Well, there was a time during the old COVID malarkey. There was a bit where they was going, everything's going to be done on tablets out on the street. Okay, we don't have to go back to the police station to fill in paperwork. It'll all get done on the street, and they were going to hire people to do the paperwork for them. Okay, so they'd have people back at the station that does all the paperwork. A copper on the street puts it all into the computer. It will go back to whoever's dealing with it back at the station, and they will, and they will fill in the paperwork for them. And yet they moan, saying they've got too much work and not enough pay. All bullshit, all of it bullshit.
This just it is complete bullshit. It is, but like I said, I'll let somebody else get on. I'll let you go and keep up the good work.
No worries. Like I say, the chances of something like you explained happening now is rare for it. It'd be rare for it to go anywhere. I think if it went to court.
Yeah, the body cam footage conveniently disappears, and in 30 days they've got to supply it. Yeah, and after that, then it disappears. Yeah. If they can send you a blank CD or a damaged CD and say, "Oh, well, we didn't know it was this," etc. I'm a bit.
I don't know what happened there. I didn't hang up. Oh, don't know what happened. But yes, it is a pain in the arse. Spence, no, a passenger does not have to give ID unless they themselves are suspected of something. But even then, if you're suspected of something, you don't necessarily have to give your ID unless you're, you know, not suspected of something, arrested. You can give your ID if they say we suspect you're somebody. If you know you're not and you don't want to be held up for ages, then you can give them some ID. But other than that, no, a passenger, if a vehicle's being pulled over and they talk to the driver and then they turn around to you and say, "Oh, who are you? We want some ID," you haven't got to give ID. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do for a moment, guys. We're gonna go back to here. I'm not going to take any calls for a few minutes because I'm going to order a pizza. Where is it? Just Eat or Uber Eats? Let's have a look at Just Eat. Actually, no. Let's get a pizza out. Pizza Hut, hut, hut. Pizza Hut. There's the pizzas. There they are. Go on, Lucifer. What's the good news? Bad for your cholesterol. I know it is. I know. You got Pip £1,200 this week. Is that backdated? I'm presuming it is. Oh no, I don't want two of them. What are you doing? I don't want it. Get out of my basket. That's the result, Lucifer. Oh my God, how do you delete a bloody pizza out of your bloody basket? There's no delete button. Jesus. I'm having a tech nightmare today, I'll tell you. Let's get on to open another browser and try it there. I'm seriously having a tech nightmare. Very good, Richard. The hell? Right there. Hello, Bumblebee T. I'm not doing too bad, thank you. Hope you are. Just trying to order a pizza here. I'll be back with you in just a second, folks. Just get a large stuffed crust. And get that. That'll do. Lovely job. What are you doing? I'll tell you, seriously, today, for some reason, I'm just having an absolute tech meltdown. Do that. Let's open you. Where are you? Hold on, caller. I know you're trying to call, but you'll have to wait a moment too. Yeah, Just Eat doesn't do Pizza Hut near me. I've actually got to go onto the Pizza Hut website to do it, which is a pain in the arse, but... Right, there it is. Right. Stuffed crust. Add. And... that. Oh, what a pain in the arse this is being. Oh my God. What is the matter with me today? I am having a fucking nightmare. I thought it might be beans on toast if this carries on, I tell you. What's going on? Hee haw bugger all, how you doing? Twat. Oh, fucking hell. What's going on now? Right. Check out. I'm already logged in, you twat. Oh my fucking God. What's going on today? Oh my word. I just want to eat. That's all I want. Right. Finally. Debit or credit card? Yes. Do I want to receive the latest? No, I don't. Bugger off. Right. Right. Yes, finally. Right, let's get this. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, Bobby. You all right, mate?
Up and out yourself?
Not so bad. Although I'm having a bit of a tech nightmare today. Just trying to find the fucking... trying to order something to eat, and it's been a bloody nightmare. It's taken me about 10 minutes. Fuck's sake. Anyway, what's happening, my friend?
First, one woman vigilante. What do you pay to set up like a patron or something like that for her? Don't you get some money in?
Who's this for?
One woman vigilante.
Well, we can sort something out. I can get in touch with her and sort something out.
I spoke to her last night on the chat, because she said that she's going to get chucked out in about a week's time.
Right.
To help to get a flat or something, or rent a flat.
Okay.
I just thought, because I know you want it. I don't want to know how much you make, whatever it is. None of my business. It's just a thought.
Not a lot. Let's put it that way.
Not a lot. I don't want
but
to know,
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm grateful for everybody that helps.
Yeah.
But
and I said to her, I would put some money in it, but there's no way to give her money.
Right. No, I'll speak to her. I said I'd give her a ring. All right. I said I'd give her a ring. So I will give her a shout at some point, and we'll see if we can sort something out. Yeah,
it's just a thought. It's just a thought. She
needs to be in touch with Tina as well. I know that Tina's been in touch with her, and they have spoken. But I know that she keeps. I don't know if Bridie's putting it off or what's happening. But I know that they're not speaking enough to get things sorted out quickly, and they really need to.
She needs to do something. She can't keep doing like. Getting chucked out of the house, gone on the street, and it's just quite vulnerable. That I don't know if you speak to more than I do, but wait that she comes across on the videos, that she's on the edge every time. So I don't think she makes a five on the streets.
Oh God, no. No. No, but bearing in mind if she is homeless, if she loses the place at the hotel and she becomes homeless, then obviously the council have an obligation then to find her somewhere. But I think the thing with Bryony and many people that have got mental health issues, it seems like an awful lot to do on your own, and you tend to put things off or not get round to doing it, and that's where a lot of people end up in trouble. So I'll get in touch with her, and I'll try and push her to getting a few bits and pieces done.
I'll give her the best, Dan.
Yeah, I will do. I will, mate.
What I want to talk about, Dan, is you put a video a few days ago about you want to treat crimes against women as a terrorist attack, same as a terrorist attack.
To look at them in the same sense of urgency as a terrorist attack, basically.
But if you look at the evidence, Dan, a man's more than likely to get killed by a stranger than a woman.
Right.
I can give you the figures if you want.
Okay, well, I've not looked into the figures, to be honest. Again, I don't. Once I do a video, I have a certain amount of time for each video, and the only time I update to that video is if something new comes out, or if I've made a mistake and I need to rectify that. But I don't have time, unfortunately, to do as much research as I'd like to. But if you've got some figures there, I'd love to hear it.
Well, in last year, there was, I think there's 4,500 men was killed.
Okay.
Compared to 2001, this is rounding these off. It's like 2,075, so 2,100 women was killed.
Right.
57% of the women that's killed was by the partner or somebody they know. Compared to 39% of men who got killed by their partner.
Yeah.
So you're more than likely to get killed. A man's more likely to get killed by a stranger than a woman. Correct?
Right.
With those figures. Now, and also, it's like the rape, women get raped. Now, I give you the figures for that if you want them.
Yeah, go on, go for it.
According to, he was 58, 900,000 rape reported last year. 2,100 and 2 or 3 got rape documented court. 1,499, if I'm thinking, got and rape convictions. But the estimated so-called rape is people that you think that's being raped. It's 139,000 people that they estimate. I didn't know we live in the minority report, Dan, did you? How could you? I know the people that said he's got raped, that's only reported rape. It's different between reporting a crime and a crime actually took place, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Thanks, Lucifer. Sorry, go on, Bobby.
Now, that's what I'm saying to that. Now, I give this the stats from men. Can't remember the men off the top of my head. The stats from men. What is it? Can't remember off the top of my head, Dan. But the stats of men, it's the same, more or less. Because the 61% of gay men has been either sexually assaulted or raped.
Right.
Now, so it's the second, so that's the same amount of men being raped by men as women, so-called women, being raped as by men. So you tell me this, Dan, how come, like a couple of weeks, months ago, an MP stood up in the House of Commons and asked for a 6 p.m. curfew for men?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Now, and also, Dan, I give you a true story. I was working on a door once. This girl went into the toilet with 3 lads. She was there, and the woman, security guard, that was with a woman. I think we used to call it Olga. She was built like a fucking tank. It's big. She went up to this girl. She talked to her. She got told to mind no business. 20 minutes after I came back, she was on the dance floor getting these lads pay for her and the girls drinks and her mates all night. As a matter of fact, her and the mate got finger blasted on the dance floor by one of the lads.
Finger blasted? I haven't heard that for ages.
No, but you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, a week later, we got pulled in by the police. That girl reported she was raped in the toilets. Now, we give a statement saying we saw her going in with the lads by her own will. Never forced it, Dan, and nothing. I got harassed by a police officer for about 6 months after that.
Right.
He wanted me to change my statements.
Okay.
Now, he even went to, at the time, I wasn't talking, me and the ex-wife wasn't really talking about, but she hated me, to be honest with you. He even went to the ex-wife and told her. The ex-wife came to my house on the bounds, called me all day, stick bastards going. Why are you helping rapists? And then I'm not. Now, about 6 months later, I was in Asda, and he used to phone me up. I think you still got some of the text messages on my phone. He used to phone me up, text me. I was in Asda, and he goes to me, lying to a police officer, a criminal offence. I said, all right, yeah. Because I was in Asda, you must have heard the people around me. And he goes, where are you? I said, I'm in Asda. So he goes to me, are you getting home then? He goes, by car, obviously. The thing that he said to me, Dan, he goes, well, you've had your license suspended. I said, yeah. And he goes, you sound a bit pissed myself. I said, well, all right, then. I said, maybe you're right. He goes, well, I'm saying, which accident you're in? Why do you want to know for? Because I can't let you go in the car drive if you're pissed. So I said, well, the thing is, mate, you're correct, but I'm getting in a taxi. So the taxi fella had to know where one of those dash cams, but that cam was punching into his cab.
Yeah.
He was hearing everything what this police officer was saying, and he was recording it. And when the police officers gave me load, the cab driver said to me, listen, mate, don't take that crap off him. This is being recorded. Now, the cop put the phone down on me, Dan. I've never heard of him since.
Right.
Now, so I know for a fact that some rapes, if a man rapes a woman, Dan, that's the most horrible crime ever. In my belief, that's worse than murder. Because the murder victim, her pain only lasts short time.
Short while,
A woman's pain would last for a lifetime. But I know for a fact some women, instead of being raped, haven't.
Yeah. Well, I know that. I've, as I said on my live stream last week, my 3-year live stream, I mentioned it on there. The woman that I was seeing made an accusation against me, and I'm the one that phoned the police over it. Do you know what I mean? I phoned the police and said, listen, I said this person's saying that I done something terrible. I want it looked into. Anyway, long story short, they told me that taking no further action over any of it, even the fact that I was accused of it, which is sickening. So I know it's easy for women to turn around and say that, don't get me wrong. So the women watching this, I know not all women are like this, but there are women out there that will say that they have been raped. It's just the same as any other crime. Lots of people will say they've been a victim of a particular type of crime when they haven't.
But Dan, like I said, I think it's 40. I could be wrong with this percentage, Dan, but it's really high. I think it's 42% or 44% of women being sexually assaulted or by other women.
Right. Okay.
Now, I think it's in the 40s and on top of my head. And I think it was 2013 or 2014. He wants to change the law on the definition of rape, because a woman could insert anything into another woman. That's only can be classed as either sexual assault or rape. It's not a sexual assault, it's just an assault. But because all these women do-gunners, that we can't have that. A rape is where you insert a felon insert himself in another woman. Now, if you look at the facts, Dan, because when you said a sexual assault and they didn't report, that could be a woman or a woman. It doesn't mean it's a man, but they treat her as a man. Or they report, etc., etc. If they say sexual assault, it's about 42.4% of sexually assaulted women are committed by women.
Right.
Now, and when the woman said that Everard got killed by the police officer, raped, Channel 5, and all this week, it's been a year since this woman died. They never ever mentioned he was a copper. Now, if he wasn't a copper, Dan, I bet you anybody wouldn't have the chance with that. And also, I believe, Dan, that the government has got some responsibility for that poor woman's death, because he arrested on suspicion of breaking COVID regulations.
Right.
Now, I believe that if that stupidity law never comes into pass, how many times that woman walked, you said you pulled up and she came from her friends, how many times a week or days that woman's walked from her friend's house to her own house?
Yeah.
They've never mentioned on the police the reports constantly. It's constantly men getting battered for stuff that A, they haven't done, or B, that like the rape, that 339,000, do you believe up to 339,000 women has been raped. How could you say that then? It's like I've never heard any other crimes. I've never heard so many suspected bank robbers or so many suspected car thieves.
Yeah.
Why always do with rape? And when a rape's being reported to the police, it's classed as a rape. And then the other offences that a report to the police is not actually a crime. It's only a crime and committed if the person's been convicted of that crime, correct?
Yeah.
But with rape, then it's the gloves are off. Why? Yeah. Why?
It's the same as everything else over the past decade or more. We are, this society is being broken down. I've said this so many times. Society is being broken down into smaller and smaller fractions. Okay, so that people are fighting. They're scared of each other and fighting against each other. Okay, and it keeps everybody's mind off of the bigger picture. Okay, which is the people that are really trying to screw us all. Okay. White men, okay, and I say white men, some people are going to call me racist, no doubt, but white men are generally the ones that are to blame, are made out to be to blame for most things. If somebody commits a crime and they're black, for example, then we rarely hear. It's always a case of a man raped a woman, okay.
Yeah.
But the problem is, there is I still think there's a difference. We need to differentiate between what type of people are doing these crimes, rather than just saying men in a sweeping statement are evil, horrible bastards and they're all rapists and this, that, and the other, which is what a lot of people, a lot of these feminists and a lot of the news reports make out. It needs to be broken down into what kind of person, what kind of man is committing these offences. Definitely not what kind of person could commit an offence, because could means fuck all when it comes to law. You have to work on facts. You can't just say somebody could do something. It has to be, factually correct. But it's. Man, the whole fucking thing just makes me sick. It really does. It's confusing, and it makes me sick.
It makes me sick because I've never hit a woman in my life. All right, I trashed the house loads of times with my ex-wife. So I was a pisshead.
Yeah.
I never actually laid a finger on her. Matter of fact, Dan, she's fucking hit me with a toaster, a bread maker, fucking whacking me over the head with a bread maker. Now, I never went to the police about that, Dan. I could have said, well, she's assault. That's classed as assault, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I've never had the police now, so the only person that has committed a violent crime, in our relationship was her. I used to put my hand through the doors or wreck the telly or something like that. But I never actually raised the hand to her. But because I'm a bloke, I must be in the wrong. I'm a white bloke, I'm in the wrong. That's what gets my blood going down. And you get remember a couple of weeks ago when I said about crimes and that, someone in the comments said I was racist. If you speak out, you're either a sexist, a racist, transphobic, homophobic, and it's stupid. If a crime, like I said to you a couple of weeks ago, if a crime's been committed, the person should, whatever race, creed, or sexuality, should do the crime instead of getting off on scot-free because you think yourself as a woman, you're a man. So what?
Yeah, well, I mean, there was I think I'd done a video last week or the week before about a bloke who identifies as a woman who raped women. And it was a case of, I remember at one point they were going to build prisons solely for trans people. Now, I'm not being funny, but if you was going to create a prison solely for trans people, that would suggest to me that there is a bigger problem than they're making out. There has to be an awful lot of trans people, okay, in order for them to build, committing these offences, in order for them to even think about building a prison solely for trans people.
Well, look at the prison. Look at the prison, and there's quite a lot of trans men who go into women's prison, and they're raping the prisoners.
Yeah.
And like Ian, the one who killed the two girls, what's his name?
I know
Actually,
the two young girls, wasn't it? Two children. Yeah.
He wants to be known as a woman. Look at that, he's been raping. He's been raping women before. So just imagine him in a women's prison.
Yeah.
And I get to the point now, I get sick. You can't have a normal discussion with someone without you getting called all sorts. My opinion, it's like it's justified as yours or anybody else. Like that, what's his name? I can't remember. Like the crinkle matter with Figo. He had this story on his videos now. He talks crap, but he's got the right to talk crap if he wants to.
Yeah.
But he's got the right to abuse other people, like he was abusing one woman, vigilante. He hasn't got the right to do that, but it's right. He's got the right to. I could talk crap for hours and hours and hours. That's my right.
Yeah.
But because I'm white, I shouldn't have any opinion about anything.
Well, this is the way the world's going, isn't it? If your opinion doesn't fit the narrative, then you've got to be quiet, haven't you?
That's what I'm saying to Dan. If you look at the evidence and the figures, white men are more than likely to get raped or killed by strangers than women. It's 1 in 10 men are killed by a stranger.
Yeah.
So where's this? We're scared to walk the streets. Why are you scared to walk the streets? If the evidence supports the fact it's either your partner, your ex-partner, your family member, a police officer, social services are doing all the things to you. It's not all men that are doing it. If you want to walk the street, walk the street. Because if you think about this, that is, women are more safe in walking the streets than men. Like in a club, I've saw fights between men and men, and the most disgusting act I've saw in my life was against a woman to another woman. She put a selector's shoe into the woman's eye. And also I've noticed that when there's a fight between men and men in a club, you guarantee that there's a woman either caused it or behind the fight. That's all know. It's true, Dan.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, I'll agree. In a lot of cases, there is, in my opinion.
Well, I saw it, Dan, personally, and I've had to go to the woman on your fit and fixed fisticuffs. So, if you look at the facts, women are pretty safe in this country. All right, I know they get raped or bit, but they're not. It's not. It's only just over 1,000 convictions of rape last year.
Right.
So where these big amounts of convictions, and also to say that, well, the conviction rate for rape is low, but you've got to prove that the crime was committed.
Yeah.
And with rape, that is it's very hard to prove either way because it's one word against another. I give you the scenario, Dan. And also as well, Dan, it's who did the jury believe or who did the jury like? Is it a teacher supposed to got raped by a man, and that man was a drunk and a wife beater?
Right.
Who the jury's going to believe?
Well, more likely to believe her, isn't they, in that case?
Yeah, that's what I mean. And so you've got to prove a crime has been committed, and it's very hard to, because it's like one man's word against a woman's. That's all it rape comes down to. And I've been nasty, Dad. If anybody raped any of my family, I would kill them. But you've got to prove. You can't just say these stats, but bring these stats out.
Yeah.
If estimated, fucking, what do you mean estimated? Unimportant rates. Well, how do you know if you was raped if it's so important? That's my point, Dad.
Well, this is a problem as well with the fact that a lot of places that want to feed us information, they use statistics, and statistics unfortunately are not very accurate, because they can be used to lie convincingly. In fact, I watched a video about this. I'm sure I posted it on one of my somewhere on the channel. I'll see if I can find it later and post it up again. But there's talks about how statistics are used to lie. For example, as a very quick example, if they turn around and say, and we'll use rape as an example. If they say rape has gone up 100%, okay, now everybody shits themselves and go, fucking hell. But if there was only one rape, it only needs to go up to 2 in order for it to be 100%. So rather than saying, oh, one more person raped somebody this year, so there's only 2 people, they make it out to be a lot worse than it is by using statistics in order to do that.
Well, Pat, look at the COVID then. Now, according to the so-called scientists and these big, 5,000 people a day was supposed to die. 200. So, like I said to you a few weeks ago when Crinkly saying about COVID, you could use stats. Like I could say to you, there's 163 people died in prison, only 14 was black. You could say, well, that proves that it targets black people. Yeah. But I could say, well, that proves that black people don't commit crime. But you could use the same statistics on both arguments if you want to.
Yeah, sorry, just trying to catch up with some of the comments while you're talking. Yeah, listen, I know, I said this, right, I'll be honest, right, again, I've never written anything from people on this channel. If I've got something to say, I'll say it, even if it, could potentially be used against me. But when you talk about women potentially lying about being raped, okay?
Yeah.
When I first moved to Liverpool, so we're talking 15 years ago, I was with a woman, and I won't go into ins and outs in it. Basically, somebody that I gave a job to when I was working in sales texted me, but the silly bitch texted me at stupid o'clock at night. Okay, well, I was asleep. My phone went off in my trousers. My phone went off. My girlfriend at the time went and had a look at my phone, and it said, "Oh, I'm so glad I bumped into you. Can't wait to see you tomorrow." Now, it was innocent, as in I'd got her the job and she started work the following day. Okay. Anyway, we had a massive row. She woke me up, ended up kicking me out at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And a couple of days later, I had a phone call a couple of days later, I was phoning my parents. My sister answered the phone. My sister turned around and said, they don't want to talk to you. In fact, none of us want to talk to you. Rachel's told us what you've done, and we want nothing to do with you. So they hung up on me. So I'm like, what the fuck's going on? So I then get in touch with this Rachel, and I was like, listen, what the fuck? And she goes, She goes, I told them you raped me. I was like, you fucking what? She goes, I told them you raped me. She goes, yeah, don't you remember? And she's fucking on the phone making out that I had. So I went on a bender. I went on a 3-day bender, and I spent nearly $4,000 on alcohol and shit up my nose. Okay, but I'll be honest. I lost the plot. I thought I'm fucked. I thought somebody says something like that, I'm fucked. So anyway, all weekend I was on a mad one. I think it was the Monday or the Tuesday, I ended up going to the police station, and I walked into the police station and I said to him, listen, I said, I've been accused of this. I said, look, there's messages. I need you to deal with this. I said, because I ain't done fuck all. I said, I can't have this. Do you know what I mean? I'm fucking, my arse is falling out. Anyway, copper took my phone away. 25 minutes, half an hour later, he's come back into the room, give me my phone back, and he goes, right, he goes, we've spoken to her, and she said that she said it because she was pissed off with you. Okay.
That's what I mean. That sort of thing, you could have been in jail now.
Well, I could have been, yeah. I mean, you know, and again, I took a risk of going into the police station, but I've had to do that. This is what my point is. That happened 15 years ago, and then it happened again a few months ago. That's twice that's happened to me in 15 years, which might not seem a lot, but that even once is more than enough to be accused of something you haven't done that bad. Do you know what I mean? But twice, and that to me shows how often it potentially can be used, where somebody lies in order to get you in shit.
Yes, that's my point, Sandy. Because with rape, they always believe the victim. Now, like I said, you don't do that any other crime. You don't, like, murder, somebody's said something, they say to you, you're innocent to prove it guilty.
Yeah.
But if you get accused of rape, that is like, people, if you get found out guilty, whatever, but people still say, it's all saying, well, the smoke, where the smoke, there's the fire.
Oh, yeah.
So you fucked anyway. So, and that's what women should understand. If you got raped, I support you 100%. But don't go around and say that you happened and it didn't happen, because you're fucking up lives.
Yeah. And they fuck it. This is the thing. They fuck it up for other people as well. The genuine people, which is why I think, which is why a lot of potential rapes that may have happened, and I can't say they didn't. Do you know what I mean? Because that would be wrong. But a lot of rapes that may have happened may not get to the point of going to court, unfortunately, because there's too many bitches out there. Okay, not all of you women. But there are too many bitches out there that will use that because they know how difficult it is to prove.
Yeah.
Okay, and something as sickening as that is almost like saying somebody's a pedo. You know, you've only got to say it a couple of times to the right person, and that shit sticks. You know.
So it's all wrong, Dan. If women say to us we want equal opportunity, yeah, we've got it, but don't go back saying, well, you've done this and this.
Yeah.
If you want it to be like a man, take it as a man, do whatever you want to do. But don't, if you can't get their way, then some women would do all sorts. Like I had men with my ex-girlfriend, and she took my son away from me.
Yeah.
And I went, she said I was on drugs. I swear on my nan's grave, if I've never took, my pleasure was drinking. I've never took, I don't even take, I suppose take painkillers for me back.
Right.
I don't normally take them. I've never took any smack, heroin or anything like that. I have to get tested every week for drugs so I could see my son then.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
And she knew that I never done it, took it. And another thing she was saying, you've been having sexual contact with women you're aware. And if people know what bouncers are, then you get loads of things from women to get into clubs.
Yeah, of course.
I put my hand up. But it's because it was there. I'm a man. I'm not being funny. If a bird put it on your plate, you're not going to say no, are you?
Well, no. No. Generally not, no.
That's what I got back. But now with the ex, we're talking and happy together. Well, when I was shagging, once for trying that, but that's another thing. But at the end of the day, she was saying I was doing this and doing this. Now, I used to have to go to the police station and speak every week to sign the thing on, then have a blood drugs test.
Yeah.
Every time it was negative. I said to me, how long does the drugs keep in your system? It goes all up to 6 months. So I said, well, I've been here 7 months, 8 months now. He goes, yes, and what do you think if I took the drugs 6 months ago.
Oh,
It's would have still been.
bear with me. Pizza's at the door. Just stay there. Right. Sorry about that. I'm back.
It's all right. I'll let you get somebody else to call in, Dan.
No worries. Listen, you look after yourself, Bobby, and I'll speak to you, no doubt, on Facebook.
All right, see you now.
Take it easy. Bye, mate.
Alexander.
The garlic bread they do now is absolutely fabulous. You can see that or not. Look at that garlic bread. Tear and share. Love it. Love it. I got a tear and share, which is basically it's just a calzone. It's like a calzone, and a meaty pizza. Do you want to have a look at this? Look at this. This looks fucking lovely. Wow. Normally I'll get pineapple on it, but I didn't this week because I was having enough trouble with the bloody thing. Whoa. Gonna enjoy this. Smudge can fuck right off. I can't tell you how much that little turd has eaten today. He just won't leave me alone. Whoa. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, yeah. So anyway, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Just while I eat a little bit of this, let's come off of that for a minute. Too late, Lucifer. Too late. I'm going to take a few minutes to have something to. I've not eaten today, so I'm going to take a few minutes to eat something, and then we'll get back on the phone calls. No, he's not brought any more pigeons in for me. Have you? Don't look at my food. You've got your own. Oh. Eating fruit all week, about to do a water fast. Right, well, I'll tell you to close your eyes every time I'm going to take a bite, so that I don't upset you. Okay, close your eyes. Yeah, Smud is laying down now under the desk. I wonder if the lead is long enough. There he is. Smudge. Stuck with hospital food. Oh, was. What's happening with the hospital? How comes you're at the hospital? Oh. No worries, Roger. No problem, mate. Listen, you look after yourself. And Psycho's missus, look after yourself as well. You fell over due to carers neglecting you. Got to learn to stand and transfer. What? How did that happen, Bumblebee? Rita Sparita. I've had some technical issues. I'm presuming this is your first time on the live stream. We've had some technical issues today, which I tend to have most weeks, unfortunately. But the live streams is usually a bit more excitable, shall we say, than it has been today. Chronic fatigue, yeah. Same here. I'm sorry to hear that, Bumblebee. I hope you are. I hope you are getting better. People in the chat are good. They're good people on this channel. We've got a good core community. Rita Sparita. To be honest, the community it does grow. So it's slow growing, but it's quite a close knit community. What I call the core community, and yeah, we have a lot of people say you'd be hard pressed to find a better bunch of people on a channel. But personally, I think a lot of them are tossers. No, I'm only joking. I'm only joking. Listen, if it weren't for this community, the channel wouldn't be where it is. And I'm blessed to have a community like we have on the channel. Good night, Graham. You look after yourself. Hello, Mickey Mouse. How you doing? You need a solicitor, but you can't find one. What area of law do you need particularly? Oh. Bumblebee, police abusing powers at gmail.com. That's the best way to contact me. Thank you, Graham. I don't like talking while I'm eating, so I'll eat quickly so we can get back to talking. Arthur, to be honest, I can't say I noticed, to be honest. Oh, wrong way. There he is, sucking his toes. No updates on Civil yet. I've not heard from him, so I'm not sure what else is happening with him. The only thing that's pissed me off about Pizza Hut is before COVID, they were doing a cheese and bacon stuffed crust. Now they don't. Now they just do cheese or garlic butter stuffed crust. Josie, behave yourself. Send 2 slices down the mic. I'll try and squeeze it through the mic mesh. To be honest, I rarely get something like a Pizza Hut. Very, very rarely. And I've only started eating them in the last couple of years. I never used to eat them. But, But like I say, I preferred the cheese and bacon stuffed crust, but since they've stopped doing it, I'm a little bit disappointed. Who's dead? Oh, right. I see. You're saying that because Mickey used past tense, didn't you? I get it. Well, to be honest, Arthur, my stroke, I'll say strokes, my strokes, plural, more than one. I was really lucky. I was in the hospital at the time of having it, and it was blood clot, so they thrombolised me, which cleared it up. But obviously, any kind of starvation of blood to the brain causes damage, and it's irreparable damage, which is why some people can be paralysed. But because I was treated so quickly, even though I had 3 strokes, I had the feeling, you know, I had all my feelings and everything when I left the hospital, so I didn't lose any feeling other than at the time of the stroke. I do have weakness still, but I haven't lost any feeling as such. Yeah, Bumblebee. I was actually in the hospital at the time of the strokes for something completely unrelated. I went in because I'd a suspected swollen testicle, which is classed as a medical emergency. So they took me through to theatre assessment, and it was whilst I was in theatre assessment that I had my first stroke. So I was very lucky to have been in the hospital at the time, and there was no indication that I was having it either. You know, prior to going, I had nothing at all, just completely out of the blue. Whilst I was in the hospital, you could not have timed it any better. No, a TIA is a mini stroke. A TIA is what they call a mini stroke. It's not a full on. It's not a full on stroke. I'm not entirely sure what the difference is between the words used. Obviously, transient ischemic attack. Ischemic is a word that they used on my paperwork, but transient wasn't. But no, mine, the TIA is what they call a mini stroke. Right, that's very tasty. Right, I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. I'm going to put you on hold while I go make a cup of coffee, and when I come back we'll open the phone lines up again. So I just needed to eat something, so I've had a couple of pieces of pizza, a couple of pieces of garlic bread. Going to make a coffee. When I come back we'll get the phone lines open again for a bit, so if anybody else wants to call in at that point, then the lines will be open for us to have a chat. So just going to pop you on hold, and I will be right back.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host Dan is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless of course their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact Police Abusing Powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan PAP as the contact. That's Dan PAP. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell so you are notified when we upload new content. You can also join our jovial and supportive community by participating in the live chat, and please don't forget to share and like the stream. Did you know it's illegal for a London black cab to enter the city without a bale of hay in the boot for the horse, a law that still hasn't been repealed? We recommend callers take part in the phone-in before consuming vast amounts of alcohol, although this is not a rule. The views of callers may not reflect the views of the host or the channel, but we greatly value the opportunity to give everyone a voice. You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel.
Right, there we go. Line's back open. Anybody want to call in, share a story, whistle blow, talk crap, call me names, or even if you just want somebody to talk to. Okay, if you feel lonely, if you've got any, if you feel lost and alone and you want to talk to somebody, then obviously you are more than welcome to call in as well. Coffee, lovely. Look, all the bad things. Really not doing very well, am I? So, coffee, pizza, cigarettes, all the things that I shouldn't be doing. I'm doing tonight. Terrible. But there you go. Well, I do. At least I know. At least some people watching know where I live. So if I end up on the floor having another stroke, I know some of you would phone an ambulance for me. Do you know what, Bumblebee? The way I see it, okay, is that if it's my time to go, it's my time to go. You know, that could be by getting hit by a car. You know, it could be getting blown up by a nuclear bomb from Russia. Could be anything. Hello, good evening and welcome. No, okay then. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello. Goodbye. Don't want to talk to me. Try again. No, let's not. Okay. Yeah, that's right, Bumblebee. I mean, I'm not going to go out of my way purposely to risk death, shall we say. Yes, I'm eating a pizza. So what? I'm having a fags, and what? I drink coffee, and what? Do you know what I mean? It's not going out of my way to kill myself. It's having a pizza, which I haven't had for ages, and I have rarely. Coffee I drink all the time. I think I'm immune to it. And smoking, I've smoked all my life, and do you know what I mean? The only thing that's given me really is a bit of shitty lungs. So sod it. Hello, caller.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Not so bad. How are you?
Apart from your shitty lungs. I've not been on lately. I have been catching them on the catch up though. You know what it is, do you?
I do. This is bloody hell. Hang on a minute. Don't tell me. I can't remember your name, but this is the Chicken Man, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can't remember your name. I do apologise.
Eddie, no problem, mate. Right, well, I'll say it quickly now. If you hear any noise in the background, do not panic. Okay. The reason is I'm babysitting 2 baby piglets.
Oh, you've got 2 now? I thought you only had 1.
Now we've got 2 now. One of them, mum rejected, as you know. Right. The other one had a bust up with one of his brothers and sisters and got her ear torn. So we had to take her out of it and take her to the vets, and she's now living with us, and we're slowly raising them and feed them every 2 hours, and it's wonderful. Getting bit and stomped on, and it's wonderful.
Edward.
Yeah,
that's your name, isn't it, Edward?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
It just came to me then. That's why I said it. Sorry. Apologies.
No. So yes, that's what this is. Might hear in the background anyway. The reason I'm reading is 2 things. Number 1 is a question for you. And number 2 is a question for everybody that's listening. But first question is, what do you do if you put in a freedom of information request to the Rozzers, the joke shop, and they give you all the information back, but miraculously half it's missing?
You can re-request. So what normally happens is depends how if you've asked for the stuff in physical format rather than email.
Yeah.
You'd have to go back. You'd have to get back in touch with them, give them a ring, contact them, and say to them, "Look, I think there's some stuff missing. You need to look for it," and they'll have another look. If you've got it through what's the system called? Egress, I think it's called. If you've got it through the Egress system, which is the secure mailing system that they use, you can just reply to your last email from them through there and ask them to redo it. The only problem is if there's stuff that they don't want to give you. So if the data department have been in touch with the coppers involved, then the coppers involved could turn around and say, "Oh yeah, don't send them that, don't send them this." And if they do that, there's no way you're going to get hold of it through subject access request.
Okay.
So you're basically up the river. There's not a lot you can do about it. But if you contact the data unit again and say to them that there's stuff missing that I've specifically asked for and you haven't included it, then they've got to try and find it again. And if they can't find it, they're supposed to give you a reason that they can't find it. For example, there was something, but it's no longer in existence, for example.
Yeah, we found it in the bin type thing. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But that's fine then. Okay, that's the first one. Second thing is a bit more wider, and I'll be honest with you. As I said, we're looking after these two little hooligans.
Right.
We've been on all night. So you may have covered it. I don't know. If you have, just say so. But I've noticed over the last 48 hours, the amount of organisations, I use that term loosely, that are popping up saying we're taking stuff for the war setup.
For the what, sorry?
For the war that's ongoing at the moment.
Yeah.
Now, while I've got no major issue with obviously helping out, you know what I mean, because obviously, kids and stuff are involved, no problem with that. My question is, who's policing
Nobody.
them?
Nobody is. Anybody can set something up. Anybody can set it up. There's no general organisation that all these other individuals are working, are collecting on behalf of. I mean, some of them will be. Don't get me wrong. Some of them will be, but a lot of them are just jumping up and going, "Oh, I want to do my bit. Let me collect blankets and clothes and shit like that."
I'm not talking like the again, I understand like the guy in the street, etc. I take it on board. They're not going to do a huge amount of, and I'm probably using the wrong word here, but damage as I put it. The reason I'm saying that is it's what I've been noticing, especially on Facebook, etc., and YouTube, to be fair, is all the big money charities,
right,
for all this like a rash at the minute. Now, the issue that I have with that, personally, is it's just me, maybe me being cynical, I don't know. But I know for, like, when we had Children Need set up years and years and years ago,
yeah,
everybody thought that Wogan was doing it free of charge. And when it actually came out that he wasn't doing it free of charge, he was actually being paid to do it,
yeah,
there was uproar about it. But he'd only been doing it for 5 or 10 years before then. And that's the bit that's throwing me, because obviously all these big organisations got millions in the bank, which they have.
Yeah.
And yet they're coming back to the general public again saying, "Oh, we need your money, we don't, X, Y, Z." And I am cynical, because I'll explain why. A close friend of mine did a Children Need thing to, I think it was Africa,
right,
many years ago. And what they did was they took a load of vans over there, and he set off from England with 25 vans. 25 lorries, basically. When they got to where it was needed, they had 3 lorries left.
Right. I do know that especially in Africa, a lot of the stuff that goes over to Africa, okay, the African government sort of intercepts, shall we say? Okay.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stuff will not reach its destination because the government have intercepted. And I don't know what they do. I just know that stuff you send over, especially money. So if money's sent over, the African government will take a slice of that before the rest of it gets sent on to where it's going.
Well, that's it. What happened with him is, which is why I'm raising this for your listeners, because at the end of it, I'm not going to lie, we've even given a little bit. You know what I mean? Even though we're a rescue, we don't have huge amounts of money ourselves. Yeah. We've thrown some food and stuff to send over there, tin foods and whatnot. But the reason I'm raising it is because there's a hell of a lot of people out there that don't check into things.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it should be highlighted that not necessarily, and I'm not saying everybody's doing it because I'd be wrong to say that, but I do think there will be, amongst all of this lot, some chances that are just basically out to make a few quid for themselves. And I think people need to check before they put their hands in the pocket. My personal opinion, anyway.
Well, one thing to...
the last thing you want to do is find somebody that's going to, take the money off you when you're giving what little you can.
Yeah. Well, one thing to remember is that most, in fact, all charities will take an administration fee out of whatever you give them. Okay. Now, I know this because I've worked for charities in the past. Okay, when I was doing door to door, so a lot of charities will take a percentage of anything that you give, which would be classed as administration fees. Some of them are quite high. Some of them can be as much as 14%. Okay, so if you give £100, they take 14 quid out of it. Okay, which is quite a lot considering. Lots of them are smaller amounts than that, but some of them can be as much as 14%. Now, the way I see it is if they're already, if it's a charity that's already up and running for one thing, and then they decided to jump on the Ukrainian bandwagon, shall we say, then they've already got their administration processes in order and set up, so they shouldn't really be taking anything out of any additional funds to go towards administrative costs. But what to remember is that administrative cost goes towards paying the CEO as well.
Exactly.
Okay, so
see, that's the thing with us. We don't have, we do have a CEO, but every one in our rescue anyway is not paid. Literally, they give their time for it. And what concerns me is, because I've been watching the net on and off all day with various things that's been going on and all the updates and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting and I'm seeing quite a few people, we're going to give this, we're going to give that. And then people are popping up, give it to this organisation, give that organisation. I'm sitting here thinking, well, hang on a minute. I said, perfect example would be the Children in Need. Again, nothing against Children in Need, but I do think it was a bit, how can I put it, Bob Geldof made quite a bit of money out of it.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Yeah.
But it's like when we went to when my mate went over to Africa, they set up with 25 trucks. He got there with a fraction of that because people were just walking up to the trucks with a gun in their hand saying, give me the truck, I'll blow your head off.
Yeah.
And what I couldn't get my head around, which is what I said at the time, is why didn't they go, as you said, go to the government and say, well, we're bringing all this stuff in to help you lot, give us some armed guards, or even take some money from the fundraising and say, right, we want armed guards.
Yeah.
To make sure that it gets from A to B. But you don't hear about any of that stories.
If it's humanitarian aid, if it's going to places like with Ukraine, for example, if it's for humanitarian aid, then they've always got the UN.
Yeah.
Okay. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that I like them or agree with them or anything like that, but charity could go to the UN and say, right, we've got this stuff, we want to take it over, and we need some protection getting it there and make sure it all gets there, and the UN should get on board and support them in doing that. But they don't. Again, the reason this is all done, it's all because all the governments of the entire world, all the governments are the same. It's all about, look, we'll turn our blind eye to that country, taking a cut of this, that, and the other, and then they won't mind us doing the same. And we'll, it'll be a little bit extra in our back pocket for the Christmas party. So they're all the same. They're all thieving, nasty, greedy pieces of shit. The lot of them.
But that's it. This is what I can't get, because on the other side, if you look at this logically, and again, I know it's not like police related or whatnot, but you could look at this logically and say, we have, as you know yourself, and I think everybody knows that listening that's got half a brain, we have so many ex-army that are living on the streets and stuff.
Yeah.
We could turn out and say, right, we want ex-army, we'll pay you a reasonable wage, that'll give them the route to step up in life to get off the streets, because it'll give them a few quid to get themselves a flat or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Come and look after us lot, to drop this lot off in thing, and then, it's sharing it around, if that makes sense. It's not only helping those abroad, but it's also helping those here that need it.
Yeah.
Because I'm a very strong believer in charity begins at home.
Yeah, of course it does, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and, we've got lads sleeping on the streets and stuff up and down the country that are more than capable of doing this type of thing. But we're not. We're just going over and saying, oh, yeah, you take what you want, thank you very much. And I'll be honest, it's one thing that bugs the hell out of me, because I know thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that have donated money.
Yeah.
I say every time you have children in need or you have any sort of major charity event on TV, billions are raised. I wonder how many out of all the people that put the money in the pocket and donate to them know exactly how much is skimmed off the top.
Yeah. The only problem is that I see with that is in order to give, let's say we go to all the vets on the streets, okay, and we say to them, look, we've got a job for you, okay, this is going to help you, give you a little kickstart. The only problem is getting them armed, because they're going to need to be armed going into these places. And
but that's when you go down the route of, like as you said, you go down the UN, or you even go to the British government and say, look, we're taking our own forces over. You've got America now turning around saying they're going to put more equipment to, not Russia, the other lot, the Ukrainians. They're giving more equipment to Ukraine. So you can go to them and say, look, we're taking in a shed load of humanitarian aid, medicines, food, etc., etc. We've got the guys that are highly trained to do it, but we need ammunition for them.
The thing is, they'd need... what's the word I'm thinking of? They'd need to be part of a recognised, should we say, militia, if that's the right word. And just for a charity, it would be seen as like a guerrilla militia thing. Do you know what I mean? And I don't think the government would turn around and say, let's give weapons to people who have been on the streets, even though they're working now to do something good. I find it unlikely that any government's going to turn around and say yes and allow that to happen. And even if they got the UN involved, it would be a case of the UN would be armed, but the people that have gone to protect as well wouldn't be, which would make it very dangerous.
That's it. But this is the interesting bit then, because then at that point, when the government, especially Boris, bonkers Boris says, "Oh no, we can't harm you." We'll say, "Well, fine then. You give them a reason. You give them a hand up to get off the streets." Because you're killing two birds with one stone. Then, because you're saying to the lads, "Look, you've got the qualifications. Obviously, they've got to prove they have, and they've got no major mental health issues."
Yeah.
Because obviously, you don't want to give a gun to somebody who's going to shoot anybody who's for looking at him. No. But
you say that, but they do that with the police, don't they?
Well, exactly. Only certain colours, especially if gone to the news anyway. But no, basically, I've been mulling this over since this lot kicked off, and I think the way forward for us anyway, because I know we're not going to send troops over. At least allegedly we're not going to send troops over.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I reckon they're already there anyway at the moment, to be fair. But I think if we're going to give all this money over to anybody, I'm not just talking this, I'm talking Africa, wherever it needs to go. I think whoever's setting these things up should go to the military or the ex-military charities and say, look, we want to join forces with you. We want some of your lads to help us to protect us.
Yeah.
Because obviously we're all going over there free of charge. You'll get paid for it. And then go to the government and say, right, we're going over there. We're going over as a separate unit, not British, not in any way connected to the British Army, as a private force, we will say. We need munitions, and if you don't give us them, then you give us a reason why these lads can't have somewhere to live.
Yeah.
And really turn the heat up on them. Because that way they can't have it both ways. They can't turn around and say, oh, you can live on the street because we've got nowhere to put you. But the minute you get offered this opportunity to get yourself off the street, off your own bat, which is all these lads want, we're not going to help you. Because that's currently what they're doing. But there's nobody's really stood up and said to them, look, you bang out of order and get it sorted. Because I don't like the idea of, again, it's just me, I say, maybe me personally, but I don't like the idea of sending over 100,000 quid worth of stuff.
Yeah.
And by the time we get there, there's 10 grand's worth left.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's all to do with the people in charge, isn't it? Again, as some people have been saying in the comments, and as I mentioned with the administration fee, CEOs are on huge amounts of money. CEOs of these charities, £100,000 a year plus. Some of them, which is sickening considering it's a charity. Don't get me wrong. I fully understand that they've got, there's a job to do, but let's be honest. Let's make you pay reasonable with the work that you're doing. It's no more. It's no more than other companies that are earning, half of what they're earning a year as a CEO. And they should be putting. They should. I think there should be a cap. I think on a charity CEO, I think there should be a cap because it's a charity. There should be a cap on the amount of money that they're allowed to earn each year.
I agree with you on that because I don't think this is part of the reason I'm bringing it. Obviously, get people talking about it and stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't understand why, in my own head anyway, the amount of people that donate to all these big charities. Just like as I say, everybody thought Wogan was doing it for free till it came out he wasn't.
Yeah.
They don't realise when they're handing over whatever they're handing over, it'd be a £5 or it'd be 50 quid or 50 grand. You know what I mean? A good chunk of that will get taken out for, as you put it, admin fees.
Yeah.
And the reason they take it out for admin fees is because people are not asking them questions. I tell everybody when it comes to charity things like that, on any this talk show, anywhere I go on, if anybody asks me, donate local.
Yeah.
Because at least then you see where your money's going. Because when you send it somewhere like Children in Need or Oxfam or anything like that, with the greatest of respects, that's it. You don't know where it's going. You don't see any of it.
No, absolutely true.
And I think that's part of it. So that's why I was thinking it just to them two little points, just to obviously let people get their views on it. But I'll be honest with you, from my point of view, I've got no issue with these people popping up left, right, and centre. But I do have a big problem with it when the big boys get involved because the little, local corner shop, we're going to have a little thing and we'll send the package over to them or whatever. No issues with that.
Yeah.
Good idea, good on them because they're giving their time up. When the big boys are getting involved, you've got to think about it. Well, hang on a minute. If they're getting 100,000 quid, how much are they skimming off the top to go elsewhere?
Yeah. No, everybody wants to take advantage of a situation, don't they? Instead of trying to just do the right thing.
Yeah.
It's like the way I see it, it's like for example, I'm not trying to be big-headed or nothing like that. It's like what I do with the live streams. Okay, when I just allow people to phone in, I don't do it to. I'm not doing it to gain anything from people.
No.
I do it because I think it's the right thing to do to help people where I can. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't do it to be rewarded for it. But when people start a charity, maybe they start off with in that same mindset and they go, "Oh, look, I want to do this because I want to help these people." But as soon as they start seeing how much money's coming in, most of them just go, sweet, look at this, I'm fucking wadded here," and you know what I mean, and they just end up ripping a charity off by paying themselves ridiculous amounts of money. Pay yourself what you need to live, by all means. If it's a full-time job, pay yourself what you need to live. Maybe even pay yourself 40,000, 50,000 a year if you need to. Okay, but there's no need for a charity boss to own 100,000 or more a year.
Well, no, it's again you could flip that over though and look at the MPs.
Yeah.
Again, same thing with me. That's another big ball of contention with me. The MPs, they get stupid amounts of money. They even get, which I didn't know, and I'm going to put my hands on. They even get food paid for in Parliament.
Yes, yeah, they do. Yeah.
They get food allowance in Parliament, and there was one of them was kicking off because
they wouldn't award nurses a pay rise.
They wouldn't award
COVID, but they did themselves.
Yeah, that's the one point. Why should have to point this out? They wouldn't award nurses a pay rise during a bit after COVID.
But gave them all £2,000 extra. Yeah.
But they did it for themselves. Now I'm sorry, but if I've got a choice between paying an MP £2,000 or paying a nurse £2,000, I think I know where I'm going to pay my money.
Yeah.
And the MP ain't getting it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And as I say, it's just the reason that I ring it as I say for the show is because, and the reason I follow the show is quite simple. You give people a voice, not only to get what's off the chest on air and get other people's opinions on it.
Yeah.
But you're also there in a supporting role because you do get people ringing in with problems. like I initially did.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, I can't fix it, but let me have a think about it, and I'll get back to you and help them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And to me, that's far better than. And again, I'm going to throw a name out here, but you've got people like the Salvation Army.
Yeah.
Multi-million-dollar organisation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I find it easier. I'm not going to lie, I'm a mental health patient. I have been for 20-odd years. But I find it more easier to talk to somebody like this than sitting in a room with somebody else and trying to explain to them what's bugging the hell out of me for the day.
Right, you know.
You know what I mean?
I think one of the things as well is, I've spoken about this to other people, you know, in private phone calls, that even with the Salvation Army, you know, that a lot of them, yes, they've got volunteers that don't get paid. Absolutely, they've still got people that get paid. Okay.
Yeah.
And you'll find that a lot of places where they go, right, oh, we're here for you, we're a mental health charity, phone us up and talk to us, all the rest of it. Most of these people get paid.
Yeah.
And they are there, again, maybe they start doing it initially because they want to help people, but after a while, they're there for the paycheck. You phone in, you talk to them. You know they're just sitting on the other end of the phone, smoking a cigarette, just going, no, fucking hell, here we go again. And you're spilling your guts out to them for help. And what do? They then turn around and go, right, well, we can signpost you to this organisation or that organisation. Well, if I wanted signposting to an organisation, I didn't have to spend the last 45 minutes spilling my guts, going through everything, pissing me off again. You should have just pointed me to them in the first place, or I could go find that online myself. You know, I don't do that. I let people talk.
But you're lucky, because if you get signposted, it's a miracle.
Yeah.
Most of the time, you go, right, that's great, no problems. Well, you're okay for tonight because you're not going to jump off the local bridge.
Yeah.
So ring back tomorrow, we'll sort you out then.
Right. See, the other way round, for me, if somebody says they're going to do something like that, and I've got their phone and I've got their phone number, then I make sure I phone them the next day or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Because I could never live with myself if somebody phoned me up one day and said to me that they didn't want to be here anymore, and then I hung up and I cracked on with my life and I didn't give them a second thought, and then I found out that they'd gone and done something stupid. I couldn't live with myself. I couldn't.
That's the difference between somebody who's got humanity and somebody who's just looking at it like a paycheck.
I think when somebody tells you something like that, you've got an obligation then.
Yeah.
You know, you might not want the obligation, but you have an obligation. You know, and you know, I'm not saying that I don't. You know, I'm not saying that I don't want an obligation. It's not that, but some people have an obligation forced on them. For me, it don't matter. To me, I'd do it anyway. Do you know what I mean? As I have done for many people that watch this channel, and I'll keep doing it. But I genuinely feel that if somebody tells you that they don't want to be here anymore, you've then got an obligation to try and do something about it. You know, as a fellow human being, to let somebody feel that bad that they don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, you've got to try to walk them round and explain, show them what the good is about what's going on.
Yeah, you've got to.
Today might be shit. Give it a couple of days, and it might change.
Yeah, you've got to do something. I couldn't just sit back and just pretend that I didn't have the call.
Yeah.
So.
But no, as I say, that's my little 2 pence. But you know, I'd say carry on, because we're back tonight and now we've pig-sitted. We can get to watch the show again. Honestly, it's ridiculous. We walked out of the house with a pig in our arms the other day, and literally every kid in the street come run up.
Have you not got a lead for it? Lead and like collar and lead.
They're 3 weeks old yesterday.
Right.
So, and they're going through the temper tantrums at the minute because one's just bit my foot. That was the album, anyway. Yes, one just bit my foot. But yeah, they're still going through the terrible teens at the minute because they're only 3 weeks old. But no, it's you know, we have actually got collars for them and stuff. Right. But it's just easier to carry them. To be fair, we just carry them in our arms just like little babies. But it's so funny when you walk in, when you're going to go to do your shopping at like a well-known pet store, we'll say.
Yeah.
You walk in with them, and everybody thinks it's a dog, and they work out it's not a dog. They all come running over, and it's so funny, you know. But yeah, no, but yeah, that's my 2 pennies. As I say, you know, hope the listeners are listening, and they give you their 2 pennies on it. But I do think people should be made aware, because it's like when you buy a product at a shop, you get your terms and conditions.
Yes.
And I think when you do a donation to a charity, you should also get some sort of terms and conditions.
Yeah.
Because that way you know what you're donating to, and they know what they've got to do. Because you can't turn around and say, "Oh, we're going to take £50 off you, and £50 will go to feed Dave in Rwanda." Yep. And then 10 minutes later, Dave in Rwanda doesn't actually get 50 quid; he gets 20 quid because the other 30 quid's got in admin fees.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, well, if you've got a terms and conditions type setup, you can't wait.
Well, I think you'll find that they do have something like that set up, as in terms and conditions. I think they've got to, but what they don't do is publicise certain stuff. It's the same as the government. Government have an obligation to publish information, but what they do is they publish it. They don't tell anybody they've published it, and they publish it somewhere that's quite difficult to find. But they've still fulfilled their obligation of publishing it. And it's the same with charities. If you look in a fine print, it will say in there something about the admin fee being X amount %, but they won't have it on all of their literature that they hand out and stuff like that. It will just be on the website somewhere in the small print on a page hidden away somewhere. But that is their obligation fulfilled. They don't have to promote the fact that however much is being taken for admin fees. They just have to have it published somewhere.
But I do think that people as in general public, and I say I'm one of them as well, because I didn't realise how much was getting skimmed off the top.
Yeah.
I do need to sit back and think, well, yes, this is perfect at the time now, it's a humanitarian crisis, because it is. Kids are getting blown to bits, people are getting blown to bits.
Yes.
But we also need to realise that we can't fight other people's battles. Because if we're going to do that, we might as well get involved in every war all over the world.
Yeah.
You know, we can help out, but I do think we should be saying to, especially where the government's concerned, the government should step into it and say, right, if anybody's, especially the big boys, if you're sending it over, that's fine. But as this is a one-off event and it's not going to be, a weekly basis type thing, you're not taking any admin fees because you've made it on other stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're going to sort of like just stop them from milking it.
Interesting. But again, as I say, I mean, it's even charities are used by people to make money, which is sickening. Businesses, fine, make a profit, no problem at all. Charity is a charity for a reason, and nobody should be getting rich off of a charity. As I say, pay your bills, pay yourself a wage, no problem. But don't fucking make yourself rich, give yourself a big fuck off house and all the rest of it, because whilst you're supposed to be, housing people or feeding people, because it just flies in the face of everything that charity is for.
To me, as I said, that's not a charity.
Yeah.
That's why, as I say, we run a rescue. We're not a charity, we run a rescue. But I always say when it comes to anybody, because we get bumped, you see them outside the local shopping malls and stuff. We're collecting for this, we're collecting for that, we're collecting for the other. Sorry, I always give it local.
Yeah.
And we do. We support all the other rescues in the area as they support us. But I do think people need to take a step back on this, because it's been getting ridiculous on Facebook today with it all. And look at what's going on in the world, and look at who's actually offering the help and why they're offering the help.
Yeah, so I'm just somebody's comment. Charity is the best way about the company Mo Money. Charities is the best way about the company Mo Money. You saying that really you are not allowed because this video started playing on another device. You doing today? Get what? No comment. I'm sorry. I don't understand what your comment says, mate. Do apologise. Sorry.
Well, the wife wants to say a quick point, and I will get out of here and let you enjoy the rest of it. And I'll put her on issues.
Hi.
Hello.
Years and years ago, when I was about 18
Yeah.
and didn't know no better, I used to do the Oxfam envelope collection,
Right.
which is 1 week a year, and I used to do it voluntary.
Yes.
And what I say is I used to do it in my little village that I lived in, which had a population of about 5,000 or something.
Okay.
You always made more money off the council estates than you did off the very rich people.
Yep. I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you there. When I used to do, as I was saying to Ed, when I used to work for charities when I had a door-to-door company, and we used to go to the areas where they had the least, they would give the most.
And I think that's a good thing. That just shows the calibre of people.
Yeah, it does.
So, on that happy note, I will go and do it. Perhaps take a again. Just a quick update for you regarding what we're discussing. They've sent them the paperwork now, so we're just sitting back and watching the fun.
Okay.
You'll understand what I mean by that. And then I say, I'll get out of you there. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll be listening. And we'll be interested to see what other views are on it.
Keep me updated with what's happening there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, oh yes, definitely will, mate. Definitely will.
Yeah, so.
All right. Yeah, stay safe. See you soon. All the best.
All right, and you, Richard. See you soon. So,
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, it's the thing with with charities is, you know, people use it as almost a get rich scheme. It's a bit like what's his name? It's a bit like, yeah, you're through. 1 second.
Yeah, I'm just doing the telly, mate. Doing the telly.
No worries. 1 second. Like Captain Tom. You think about Captain Tom's family who set up this charity for him, and then, you know, have blatantly skimmed a load off of the top. You know, so this is what people do. It's
that's all.
Sorry, boss. How you doing?
Yeah, no, I'm alright, mate. I'm alright. You know, if you remember my voice and whatnot, I've spoken to you a couple of times before.
I think I remember. What's
one of the last time I spoke to you, actually, you picked your cat up. It was the day my cat died.
Oh shit! Sorry.
No, don't be sorry, mate. She was old. You know, I've still got one left, but I had two beautiful Maine Coons.
Right.
But me and you have spoken before and whatnot. But when you talk about charity,
yeah,
you know, the only charities that count are the people that don't take wages.
Mm-hmm.
Until then, they're not worth a wank ever.
I mean, look, I understand that some charities, they need people to do certain jobs for them.
No. When a charity hires someone to move something from A to B, that person needs paying.
Yeah. Yeah, there's certain roles that...
But the matriarch of the charity that's supposed to be doing it for charity
should get nothing.
Doesn't deserve £1 million a year when they get £10 million to give to people that need it.
That's right, absolutely.
Yes, but don't get me wrong, yes, there are workings, there is transport, there's God knows what to do with it. They all need to be paid.
Yeah.
Because they are genuine workers being paid to do a job.
Yeah.
But anyone behind a charity sits there and goes this, that, and the other. Oh, right, I need £100 to do that.
Yeah.
That's not charity, mate. That's a business.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, man. Anyway, that ain't my fun. Anyway, I was just saying, it is nice to see Pat up and running again, because one of the last times I spoke to you, you weren't really doing it because of not being back on your feet and whatnot. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, you hit the fucking floor running.
Oh, well, you know, such a a year, almost a year.
Yeah, I know.
With 9 months, I think it was 9 months without anything. And I used to look at I used to go onto social media and have a look around and see what was happening, and I wasn't in a position to report it. And do you know what? It was the amount of stuff I saw. I was saying to myself, "Fuck! I need to get back and do this. I need to do this because all this stuff people are missing." But you see, just in this short time, since January, in this short time, the amount of stuff I've put out is
exactly. That's what I mean. You hit the floor fucking running, good and proper.
Unreal. I'll never run out of content with this lot. I tell you.
No, you never will. Trust me, you never will. Believe me. But there is one thing that's baffled me, yeah, and I don't catch all your videos, yeah. I catch most of them.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't catch them all. Why has it the Metropolitan Police have turned into the Catholic Church?
As in I was going to say the kiddie fiddling and stuff. Well, do you know what? I've done a video the other day, and in that video, I said that I can't remember which video it was now. Let me just have a look at my list, and I'll see if I can remember what video it was by looking at the title. And in that video, I said about the police. Oh, wrong button. Hang on 1 second. They seem to. Fucking hell! What am I doing? I'm having a mare today, I tell you.
Yeah, no, I see earlier on you was having issues.
Right. Was it that half a police force is investigated over sexually deviant officers? Okay, so over half of 43 police forces in the country, not including the specialist ones, or not including Wales, Northern Ireland and Scotland, so just ours. Half of the forces have got people being investigated for sexually deviant offences. Okay, and in that video, I'm sure it was that video. In that video, I said towards the end, I said it seems like a natural progression for lots of police. Okay, they join the police. Okay, they get to a point where, you know, they'll pick on youngsters first of all and bully them, and then they'll feel a bit braver because they've got their weapons and they've got their buddies, so they start picking on more grown-up people. Then they want to expand their abuse of power onto vulnerable women. So they'll move on to that, or they'll go into a relationship with another copper. When you've got two coppers who their mindset is to be right over everything, when you've got two people that have to be right over everything, inevitably that's going to cause serious arguments and potentially physical abuse going on. And then they go to vulnerable women who they can dominate, and then once they can't do that anymore, once they get bored of that, then they start going on to children. And it seems to be like a natural progression for lots of I won't say all police, because I don't believe it is all of them.
No, I wouldn't say that either.
But there is a lot out there, and this is clear to see from the amount of content I put out.
I'm surprised. Like, the lot of content you put out lately is all miss fucking sexual this is sexual that is sexual that is sexual that. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Now, I've got an aunt that's a copper. She's not normal police though. She's up in Victoria in London. She's like a special copper, and she works with victims, and she thinks she's disgusting what's going on. I ain't gonna say who she is. I ain't gonna get her into trouble.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, no, she ain't actually a bad girl, and I hate the police. Believe me, I proper hate them. But I'll give you some instances. Like, I live on a South East London estate, one of the worst. You know, in the last year or so, I've had people stabbed, murdered outside my front door. Shit like that. Oh yeah, it's standard procedure around here. Right, I'll give you something in the last 3 weeks, yeah? 1 week, I'm sitting there, I looked out my bedroom window because my mate's shouting up on the window. Oh, you got me, I'm 40 years old.
Right.
And this is 1 o'clock in the morning. Mate's come home and gone, come on, Will, come play some poker. Come on, we're going to have a drink, we're playing some poker, get over the house. And this is the house opposite.
Right.
Right, we've got police pull up, yeah? Right, in their TSG van.
Right.
They don't get out of the van and see that it's like 2 40-year-olds having a chat and say, what's up, lads, what's going on? They jump out of the van fucking demanding ID, threatening this or threatening that. I went mental, put them in their place. They all ended up getting their back in the van and fucking off. But then I'll give you another example. The normal plug from the manor actually knocked on my door like 2 days ago, and I was like, lifted up the fucking curtain from the window that I was in. Looked out the window, I've seen all the old bill, and I'm like, oh fuck, you know, my door's about to come off. Looked out the window, I'm like, so what's up, lads? And they're like, yeah, your car's unlocked and you've got money in the dashboard. And I was like, well, that car ain't in my name, but it is the car to this house. How the fuck did you even know that?
Yeah.
but they were just knocking on the door and letting me know that I'd left it unlocked. So they were actually half being decent, but showing me that there's something behind it all.
Yeah.
Because the car isn't in my name.
Right. Yeah, it's
it ain't like, it's not going dodgy, it's a disability car.
Yeah.
And when they PNC it, no address comes up. It comes up as a disability car.
Right.
So they don't know what address it's connected to.
Right, okay.
So they obviously got some sort of spying on me. Well, not even me, it's my mum. It's my mum's disability card.
Right.
It just seems weird, like we're being spied on by it.
Yeah,
the other day they were trying to do the right thing, you know, but the other time they're jumping out their fucking lanes, threatening this, threatening that.
Yeah,
and they're idiots.
TSG, and we've spoken about this on the channel before, and it's been in the press that TSG think that they're a law unto themselves. They literally they've basically got the run to do what the hell they like. Okay, and the reason for that, I think, is because Cressida Dick was basically said to them, listen, you guys are dealing with the worst of the worst, supposedly. And therefore you need to use, you need to do what you've got to do. And what that means to a lot of coppers is rule book out the window.
Do what the fuck we like and love.
Yeah, rule book out the window. And they've got the entire police force backing them up to try and protect them. Look, don't get me wrong. There's situations where you've got to do what you've got to do. Okay, and I get that. I totally understand. Absolutely. Even if you're a copper, if you are in a situation and you're on your own and there's 3 or 4 people going to cave your head in, you've got to do what you've got to do.
What he's got to do, the same as the next man.
And I would never call out a copper on this channel if he was caught down an alleyway, with a few people and he was going to get his head smashed in, and he done what he had to do to get away to save his life. We all have to do that. We all have a right to do that. The problem is they've got weapons, we haven't. We'd end up dead. Whereas they don't. That's my issue with that. But again, do you
know what? I have actually got to disagree with that. Because if you come from where I live, the people are as armed as much as the police.
Oh no, I don't.
The only thing they got better are tasers.
Right, which I get. I totally understand that. I mean, in the eyes of the law, we're not allowed to have anything to protect ourselves. I know,
but reality does make me look a bit different.
Yeah.
And I hate you because it sounds like I'm sticking up for them.
No, I get you. I understand what you're saying. For me, I personally, I would never use a weapon, and I've got nothing against people that use it for protection. If somebody uses something just to go and do somebody in and stab them or whatever, then
that's wrong.
Throw the book at them. If you've got some way of protecting yourself and somebody comes at you to do you harm, and you use that weapon to protect yourself, then fine. Me, I couldn't live with myself if I hurt someone too badly, so I couldn't do that. But that's just me.
Honestly, I don't have that issue. I don't have that issue. I'm actually unlucky for that. One of the first times I spoke to you, I told you I had a severe head injury accident when I was like a kid.
Yeah, I remember.
Like 8 years old. Yeah, and lost emotions, crossed emotions. I don't know because I don't understand it.
Yeah,
I'll never understand it. But I don't, if I go to a funeral, I'm not sad.
Yeah, no, same with me. It's the same.
That's like.
Go on, sorry.
But if someone comes in my house with a shotgun, I'm not scared of that either.
Yeah.
It's either I'm going to live or they're going to die.
Yeah.
I don't get it. It's something I'll never understand. And unfortunately, that is what it is. Luckily, I've got morals where I'll only defend myself and I treat everyone as equal.
Yeah.
Shame no one else does the same.
Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, there's too many people now that that again they treat everybody differently. But this is the problem that we're having at the moment. We live in a world where we're forced to treat people differently under the guise of treating everybody the same. We've got to treat everyone the same. We've got to be inclusive. We've got to be diverse. But then, in the next breath, the people that are telling us to do that put us all in categories.
Oh, I'm far from diverse, mate. I'm far from that. I'm nowhere near that. But I've never had a white neighbour, so,
right.
you know, it makes no sense to me. No, I live on an estate where, I don't know, fuck me, how many different religions I've got? I've got Somalians next door, Jamaicans the other side. I've got Indian family opposite me.
Yeah.
It's that fucking diverse, mate. We're all the same.
Yeah.
Problem is, with this country, it seems to want to follow America. That's what I think.
I don't think this country knows what he wants to do at the moment. It hasn't for a long time.
That too. But when you come onto one of my estates, everyone's the same: black, white, pink, purple, blue. They don't care.
Yeah. But listen, when you're living in that kind of environment, though, you get like that. I think if you don't live in that kind of environment where everything's mixed, shall we say, you don't get to see what it's like from the inside, if that makes sense. So for me, for example, I think there's one in my road. I think there's one black family, and everybody else is white. Now, for me and for many of the neighbours that I know, it's no issue. Even if you know even if the road started filling up with Asians and you know Polish or whatever, wouldn't be an issue for most of us. But we're taught by all these people that tell us that we need to be inclusive, by all these places, by school, by government, by councils, by police. You know, we've all got to treat each other the same, but yet they're the ones that put us all in our own little boxes and makes us stand out as different from everyone else.
Yeah, I don't know. They do treat races differently. I'll give you an example. Yeah, I went for a roof.
Right.
Had all my injuries when I was about 8 years old. When I was 11 years old, I lived in the same place. It was called Francis Street, Woolwich.
Yeah.
I was dragged by 2 Indian men. Yeah, they took me from outside a pub, which is now a Morley's restaurant. Yeah, they put a gun to my head, dragged me down the hill. Yeah, the hill was called Ogleby. They dragged me to the bottom of that hill with a gun to my head, yeah?
Right.
By the time they got me to the bottom of the hill, everyone on the estate knew. Like my older brother, family and all that. So they all come down to get me. Yeah, they got me away from the situation. The police finally showed up, caught them, found the gun, and they weren't charged.
Fucking hell.
They were never charged. And their excuse was, I wasn't a credible witness.
But they found a weapon.
Oh, yeah, they fired it at us. We were playing in the park on Ogleby. They come up the hill, they fired it twice at us. We've all ducked out the park, and I was the one they caught. And dragged down the hill with a gun to me head and a baseball bat. And at the bottom of the hill, by the time they got me to the bottom of the hill, they had, my brother showed up, all his friends showed up. Don't get me wrong, they got a good hiding.
Yeah.
They got a good hiding, but when the police finally got involved, they found a weapon, etc., and I wasn't a credible witness. They were put into protection and moved and given protection when I was the victim.
That's fucked up, isn't it?
And I was a child. I wasn't like 20 or that. I was like 11, 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, shot at by 2 men, and they were let go for them being politically correct or because I'm white. I don't know. But I don't know how to look at it. I'll never forgive it. All that. I'll never forgive it.
No, let's say I think all these organisations that want us all to get on are the very ones that as I say, box us off into our own little categories, and all that does is I think it just causes more problems. I don't care personally. I don't care if let's say somebody come round to paint me walls, right? I wouldn't care whether they're black, white, yellow, gay, straight, trans, whatever. Been cut off. If they can do the job, then they can do the job, and I've got no issues with anybody, in that respect. But we are we are living in a society where lots of people are going, oh, we've got to be inclusive, we've got to love each other, you know. But then they're the ones that are the most, they're the ones that are going, yeah, but they're black, you're white, they're gay, you're trans. And putting people in these boxes is what causes the arguments. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, who's this?
This is Spirituality. I don't know if you remember me.
How you doing? Yeah, we did. We spoke a few weeks back, didn't we?
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm fine. Not bad. Did you see about the corona remember that little video that you brought out talking about corona being this and that? In fact, there was, corona, there is something, if I translate it from, it's like legalese. Also, doctors also have words for themselves. If I do it, they do not stick to our kind of cells, so they can never enter the cell. Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So the actual coronavirus that comes from bats. In bats, just like we are 52%, we are more bacteria and viruses and all kinds, yeah?
Right.
Just and without them, we can't. Without most of them, we won't be able to live. Plus, we have a long history going back to the dinosaurs. The effects, what we call gene expression,
right,
happens. I'm just going to talk about this race thing.
Okay.
Right. I'm actually, my parents came from Iran and they were working hard. My daddy was a doctor. I also became a little scientist. And at the age of 10, when there was a war going on between Iran and Iraq,
yeah,
I went to visit some relatives and just stay for a week in a small town, and whatever happened. 6 years in hospital, and I was screaming, and I still have huge amount of pain. If you come to my house, minimum you will find sometimes when I go to hospital, my GP lets them know in advance, because the amount of painkillers and things that they have does not work on me. Why? Because when Saddam, he was actually from Iraq, I was in Iran, and he just came 20 planes, warplanes, dropping real military stuff on innocent civilians. Only some, as I said, like 40, maybe 50 policemen tops.
Right.
Yeah? And basically, now I'm almost 50. 40 years has passed. during that war, it wasn't just a bomb that could, military style bomb. If you drop it, it will flatten up to a mile in every direction.
Right.
And the one that affected me, in fact, it was laced with chemical weapons. Okay. Now, who was doing it? This is why. Please don't hate me. Do you know the biggest place where they made this bacteria and virus stuff is in Ukraine.
Right, okay.
And this is something that a lot of people don't know. And Russia actually blew up. What they say about, some kind of, what is it, these stations, nuclear stations.
Yes, yeah.
None of that happened. Putin is not stupid. At least 2/5 of its own land. It will be 10 times worse than Chernobyl. Why would it want? Forget Europe. Let's say Putin. Just look at his face. He's old, and an information for you. I got this from a doctor that was actually there helping the Russians doing operations on Putin. He has cancer.
Okay.
Look at his face. Do you see a soul in that face?
I've got to be honest, for myself, I mean, people in the comments probably get that better than I do. I don't tend to see, because I don't watch the news, I don't watch TV, so I miss. I haven't done for over a year, so I don't get to see people.
You've awakened, my friend. You have awakened.
But I know there's a lot of people in the comments that would be able to remember what he looked like before and what he looks like now, but I can't say that I can, so I'm not going to lie about it.
Yeah, now just look at his face. But what I'm saying is, in a funny sort of way, when this corona was going to take over,
yeah,
where do you think Fauci and Bill Gates were making this corona business? And there is a huge place in Ukraine. Go to Ukraine. It's one of the worst, corrupt place on the planet. You can go there and get anything you want.
Which is probably why they allowed a comedian to become president or prime minister, whatever you call it. Yes.
For real. And do you see all the people that were, I think Trump was an excellent president. Nothing happened during his time. He only killed 2 bloody leaders of Middle East. Yeah. One was from Iran. They were real criminals.
But no war.
They had bloods of at least 2.5 million children, minimum, on their hands. And that was the guy in charge of ISIS and the Iranian. That's the only country that has an overseas army.
Yeah.
There's an overseas army, meaning they do everything. They do terrorism, they kill people, they blow places up. In Argentina, they blew up this Jewish place and killed over 900 people. 350, or I'm not sure about the number, but over 300 children died.
Yeah.
Because it was a huge place, and there were about 250 families living there.
Right.
So the bastards blew up the whole building down, and everybody died. They couldn't even save a single person. What would you call that? But what I'm trying to say is, here, Putin, at first they Putin has a right, but before I come back to that, let me tell you why I don't agree with, I am my my race, I am from Northern Europe, my race, I am... Look, in science, we only have one human being that is alive now.
Yeah.
I'm sure I just knew the name. Homo sapien sapien. That's what we are.
Yeah, of course.
There is no, for example, I mean, it's nonsense. People have to forget that. Do you know it doesn't... we and a fruit fly, we have 50% genetic share. We are, you could say we are half bacteria. We are 30% from other animals and trees and this. Perhaps 5% human, and in that 5%, unfortunately, greed is the play of the day.
Yeah.
Let's. I speak a different language. Yeah, you were living. I mean, don't look at now. Before 1990, in the year 1990, 1900, 120 years ago,
yeah,
the world was only 2 billion. That was after the Industrial Revolution. Sorry, I've bitten my tongue. I can't. Anyway. And, you know, if you... there were 20 types of human beings. We are not. This is a huge mistake people make. Please, perhaps maybe you can tell them. We and monkeys we haven't evolved from monkeys. We share the same parentage, or you could say there were different things like, they weren't monkeys, they weren't humans.
Yeah.
It's a gene expression, that's what we call it. one went that way, the other went this way. That's why you will never see a monkey. Silly question. So please don't. All this stuff about race, language, this, that, has always been thrown in because, split between, between people. So those very few at the top rule.
Oh,
and,
I agree. I completely agree.
And this Corona bullshit. I was at my local hospital because I've got lots of injuries, yeah? And as I said, I'm also maybe one of the last survivors of these chemical warfare. Germany, Ukrainian scientists.
Well, I've seen during my the research that I do for my stories on a daily basis.
Yeah.
I do come across stuff that like headlines that stick out to me that are nothing to do with what I report on. So I'll open them and I'll leave them open and I'll read them later. But I have seen some stuff about for example, Ukrainian the military Ukrainian military flags are supposed to be derived from the Nazi flag.
How did you know that?
Sorry?
I mean, everybody these days, they've just picked up Ukrainian flag. Come on, let's find out why Russia wants to militarily go there. People say, oh, it's just because they want to have access to that sea and that. They have access.
Yeah.
It's not a question of access. It was just if you remember, even Trump was very close to Putin.
Yeah.
And during the time when actually Trump was the president, they started this nonsense. They did make something in Ukraine that would make us sick, and it would specifically kill people over the age of 60.
Right.
And they were all the ones that died. These are according to names and like, for example, in Taiwan, they did. There is a research they did on 20,000. Yeah.
Okay.
And in India, they also did similar things, and other countries. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is this community, what I like about it is we are more or less, I would consider myself poor, even though I actually worked for 35 years. Now I need a hospital treatment.
Yeah.
Can you believe it? My GP calls and tells them to throw me out of hospital. Because
of what?
After 1 week,
yeah, she
calls the hospital to throw me out. For the past 5.5 years, I lost my family because of it. I lost a lot. It did a huge I would go to her, and because I've got stomach injuries and severe stomach injuries, and bits of me has been removed, and don't let anyone tell you it is your stomach, i.e. the sorry, hang on.
It's all right.
Over there. Sorry.
It's all right, it's fine.
Yeah, and as I was saying, there's too much fake news.
Yeah,
And
you've got to remember that.
exactly. I mean, the only president in the history of the U.S. that has actually got 85 million to be the loser. I mean, go figure. But as I'm saying, we all think the same. We are all different. There will never, ever, 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 ever be a person like you, even if the other person is your queen. There is still gene, as I said, it's called gene expression.
Right.
Unfortunately, I live in an area. The gentleman said that the police should have guns. I know a lot of criminals. The only reason I know them because they all live around me, and I don't want to leave this area. I live in Tower Hamlets.
Right.
I like the area because you see all kinds. The only ones that you don't see are the British.
Tower
not
Hamlets.
British people. Yeah, Tower Hamlets. Actually, it's a very nice area. Oh my God, the variety of food, the variety of things they do here, and even trouble, and it keeps you entertained. But tell you the truth, I didn't want. I just wanted to say this. Police in this area picked up some of the. I mean, more. It was these very high-powered tasers.
Right.
That can kill you. And the people, i.e. the elderly who took part in the council's meeting, they all said, look at the South American countries, or even some places in the U.S. People, the only reason people started buying guns was because people was carrying guns. So if you're a criminal, yes,
yeah,
if you know that the police has only a few things to defend, like maybe, something like a rod to hit the other guy, yes. No, something that you, don't forget, it gives you electric shock that can give you a heart attack.
Yeah, yeah.
And in fact, when they were developing it, you don't know the amount of heart attack it caused.
Yeah, but there's been lots of been lots of charities and human rights groups that have been campaigning against the tasers.
Yes.
And I understand they are less likely to kill you than a bullet, but they are still likely to kill you. Because
horribly. Do you know, dying with electricity, it's not a quick death.
Yeah.
You die horribly. A second would feel like a million years.
Yeah.
Sorry. As you were saying, sorry.
No, I was just saying it's a taser is still likely to kill you, but the difference is you can't tell whether somebody has got an issue that a taser. You know, a bullet is more likely to kill you than not.
Okay? Kill you, yeah.
A taser, you can't tell because you don't know what problems that person's got before you taser them. They could have a pacemaker. They could have
all
sorts of issues.
But a lot of people don't know tasers are extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
It doubles the chance of you having a heart attack or heart issues. Don't forget, heart works with an electric thing. The brain tells, I forgot the name, and it's and every time your heart beats, it has to receive that electric shock.
Yeah.
And then it will pump. Otherwise, it won't. But when you are shooting somebody and he's got 4 rods, and from each you get over, even on the lowest, 10, let's say, I'm sure it's a lot higher than that.
But a taser's supposed to be 50,000 volts, apparently.
Let's say it's only 1,000 volts.
Yeah.
Enough to kill an elephant, not an elephant, but a huge cow.
Yeah.
So they are already, and I'm telling you, they shouldn't. It's a huge, huge mistake. When police get armed, criminals, not ordinary people, criminals to protect themselves and to be able to get away, whether kill their way out or shoot somebody who's about to kill them, and they know if they're in a house and 2 police guys come in and there are 10 criminals sitting with knives, none of them would move.
Yeah.
If the officers have guns, real guns. You think anybody would dare to move? No.
Well, no, of course not.
But if the police get high-powered weaponry, criminals also have access to these markets. It's very easy to buy guns. Do you want Kalashnikov? You can buy it in London.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not kidding you. And thank God that this corona, they would... remember I was telling you, first time I spoke and I said, look, there are lots and lots of people who live near these places where you get tons and tons of coronavirus, but coronavirus, it cannot get inside your cells. Never mind the cells in your nose. He has to go through 3 layers. If he can get through there, you can feel like you're having a cough. Do you know I'm smoking heavily for 15 years? I have not had a single cold. How? Simple. Food. Get right food.
Yeah.
Don't get what is it? A mix of these A to Z. You know, nonsense they take as vitamins, multivitamins. First of all, vitamins and other stuff that we talk about come in different forms and sizes. They are supposed to be live. If your food has more than 3 or 4 different kinds of veggies and so on, the food is just going to be soup.
Right.
The chef shows that they can make, for example, broccoli tasty. He didn't know I hate broccoli. And I watched this YouTube, and I learned from it. It was great. I ate it. It tasted even tastier than meat. And I want to stop eating meat because they were trying to kill us through injection, basically not killing us just, do you know how many athletes, doctors, not in this country, but in other countries that were forced to have a stupid vaccine, which was not a vaccine. A vaccine stops you from getting anything. Anyhow, I got a fog thingy again in my head.
It's all right. I get it myself, don't worry.
Yeah, 40 years of... believe me, I have more drugs than the local hospital. Sometimes believe me, sometimes they call me and they say, Ryan, do you have extra, because they give these Oromorph people who have a lot of pain, and they run out.
Right.
They don't have enough. They just happen to have lots and lots of patients, and they run out. Sometimes it happens. And they call me up and I say, come round. I've got plenty. When they came, the guy opened, he opened the... I've got, oh my God. He opened it, he said,
Hey, I'm not telling you. You could make a shit. You could make a shitload selling that stuff on the streets.
I know, but I have even stronger ones than that. I have even OxyContin,
right.
The real one, not the ones that they have stuck, and I take a huge amount. You reduce them because, you see, do you know what makes you... sorry, I spoke about a lot of things that was on my mind.
That's right.
And I thought once and for all, and I did invite you to come and stay with me. I've got 3 rooms, 3, whatchamacallit, and I'm not crazy, believe me. I've got free Wi-Fi. You can even... when you came to London, I'm in E1. E1 is, very close to, more or less in central London, I told you I'm quite close to Tower Bridge.
Right.
5 minutes. 5 minutes by car.
Well, at the moment, I'm not allowed in London.
Why?
My what's it called? My bail conditions. 'Cause I'm on bail, aren't I, for the BBC thing?
If it's a case of you leaving them some money and all that, I know people. I will get you the money so that you can be free.
No, it's not that.
Cannot take your freedom away just like that.
No,
what did you do? Kill someone?
No, I filmed somebody.
I know. What the hell? You can't come into the whole big, massive city.
Yeah.
Why? Because some
yeah.
of the laws can become very stupid.
Indeed. So they've stopped me from coming into London, and I'm not allowed on any BBC property in the country. Which I said to them, I said to them, that's not a problem. I said I don't even pay them fucking TV license, so you know.
Don't let them in. So, don't let them in. Don't forget these child abuse. I've got 2 kids, and child abuse is. If you give them to me, I'll hang them. If the guy is not sick mentally. You know, some of them are not sick. They just do it because they love it.
Yeah. Be careful. Be careful what you say on here, though, with regards to that. Cause,
yeah. Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. I know. Yeah. Listen, we all get carried away sometimes. I even do it myself, and I say things, and I think afterwards, maybe shouldn't have said that. But we do.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I'm not having a go.
When will you be able to stay with me for a while? And I'm alone.
Right.
I said I have a little bit of infection. You know, every floor has a shower, top room, 2 rooms, huge rooms. And there is another one at the top. 3 rooms. You can bring your cat in one room and do your internet thing in one room and sleep at the top. It's nice, warm, and the windows are big and facing whatchamacallit, the east. So when the sun comes up, it's so beautiful. And in London, that's the only sun you can get, would be in the morning.
Yeah. No, I was due to go back. I was due to go back on the 9th of February for bail, and then they told me that they didn't want me back on the 9th of May, and they was extending it until I think it was the 29th of this month. So I've got to go back on the 29th of this month. But the thing is, excuse me, when I go down there on the 29th...
just stay over one night with me, you know. Okay. I like to cook for you, at least, you know, try my food. I mean, I am in a wheelchair, you know. I'm not that dangerous. And I have a carer also. Oh, my God. And I pay a lot of money. It's unbelievable.
Right.
Anyway, so I have a carer. If you'd like to maybe cook some, I think we should stop eating meat altogether. The only meat you should eat, because of the K vitamins, it's usually in liver, you know, in and what do you call them? Entrails. You know, like heart and kidney and
offal. Offal,
yeah,
we
that's
call
it.
it.
Yeah, that's it. Offal is very good for you if you eat it once a month. And if you can't give up meat, there's always a way to do it. 50%, then reduce it slowly, then make it into thrice a week, then twice a week. Before you know it, it's out of your food. And there are lots and lots of other stuff that you can eat. And I'm telling you, the things that they give from chicken to fish, the world they've made it into a filthy place. Can't you see all these millionaires? They grow their own stuff. That's what we should do as well.
Yeah.
Even if it's a couple of tomatoes here and there.
You listen, you start growing a couple of tomatoes over here, you'll have the police bashing your door in, mistaking it for weed.
Okay, all right. Listen, please come and. Oh, sorry, I'm a bit not too well, but I just wanted to say, please come and stay over.
Well, we'll discuss something in the near future, shall we?
When are you coming next for your? It's this month, isn't it?
When I come down on the 29th, that's if he's told me that I might not need to go down. He said they might be able to deal with it by post, but I've got to wait and see. But if I go down on the 29th, I don't know whether if they extend my bail, I can't stay anyway. I can't stay in London anyway at that point. So
but I mean, they can't expect you just to go back. They do. Yeah, they do. Oh, please tell them you have to visit a sick person, and I'm sick. Give me, I'm sick. If you come over, and I have very nice organic. You know what makes this is the last thing, and after this I'm gone. But please, while I'm saying it, consider just coming over. If you found out that I am a crazy person, or you can't handle me, you have every right to go. I'm saying in front of all our friends. Please come over and stay. And not with me, but you can, as I said, we have whatever you need. I just like to show the group's gratitude, even if it's one of us. And also there is something else I would like to give you, which I cannot send through the bank because they did. Someone stole my card, and the amount of money they stole. I don't know. I couldn't take out more than 300 in less than 2 hours. He removed 3,000 something.
Really?
I was still in my bank. How is that possible? You tell me I can't take more than 300, and it won't. But somebody else can. Anyway, so please consider it. Yeah.
So we'll speak. I'll tell you what. Email me. Okay.
But you get so many emails. I'm just saying, 29th when you come, you've got this number. If you.
I've lost you. I can't hear you.
Sorry. Please think about it, and you have this number. You write it down, and when you come down, I would like to cook you some lovely food. I don't know what you like. Do you like curry, healthy food? I usually cook healthy food and a bit of meat.
I've got to be honest, I love a bit of meat.
Right. I like meat, but what I'm saying is trying to slowly sway and become at least 95% vegetarian. As I said, you still need to eat a little bit of meat, because we humans, if you look at our teeth, our jaws, is made to eat both vegetables and meat.
Yeah.
Please think about it, and if you could, give me a call, and I would be grateful. Because I don't have your address, can't send a letter I have for you, and it's there. And I thought, when you come down to London one day, you must come to my house, because you've done so much for this group, and I would like to, for you, or even order anything you like from Just Eat.
I've got to ask you one thing. You're not an undercover copper, are you? You're not hoping to get me there and do things to me.
And see. Come and see. You know what? Believe me, these coppers, most of them, join the police for. Have you seen that they know what they want in their career? It's like somebody wants to be a bully, and you can see he joined the police to become a bully.
Yeah.
Some do it to abuse.
That's it.
And what surprises me is that the countries that are, in every sense, really bad. No democracy, nothing. But when it comes to employing their police, they run them through a check, all the information they have about them. They want to make sure that he joins the police with the right. These days, it's so easy to join the police.
Yeah.
It's easy. They keep saying it's easier than getting a job at Sainsbury's, apparently. Anyway, please remember, and we love you. I love your program, and please, even if it's lunch, let me know. And did you say 29th?
29th, yeah.
Yes, okay. So 29th, please, whether it was lunch, you could, and if you could stay over, because, I built one of these lifts that can take me up to first floor, but there are 2 rooms, and I'm not using them because I've taken over the living room. Right. Well, people can still sit down, and if you are musically talented, you can play some piano for us.
Oh, fucking! Listen, I couldn't play pots and pans.
If you could even stay over.
All right. Well, we'll have to see. What's happening.
Just come, chill. Look, you will not regret it. Just come out, come and chill, and believe me, if you have my telephone number, if you somehow even slightly got upset, or I did something slightly wrong, tell everyone. That's it. Give my telephone to everyone so they can phone me and tell me whatever they want.
All right. Well, listen.
Please let me show you some hospitality and just show you gratitude. Accept it, please.
Well,
you won't regret it.
It's not just a case of
I'm a very good cook.
I'm sure you are. It's not just a case of being able to say yes, I can do something. I've got a plan.
And,
I've got to plan stuff. You see, so.
Okay.
So listen.
I'm saying, just write the phone number down, and if you could, or shall I call you back?
Well, no, I've got your number now. I've got your number. All right.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I need. Yeah.
I've got your number.
Hello. Yes. I can hear you. Yes.
When it gets a bit closer to the time, okay, then I'll see what I'm doing. I'll see what
you can phone me. Yeah.
Happened. Yeah. All right then.
Okay. And afterwards, you can tell people whether I was crazy, whether I was a copper, whether I was...
Well, listen, if you're crazy, I won't... Listen, if you're crazy, I won't be able to tell people afterwards because I'll be in pieces in bin bags.
I assure you will not regret it.
No, what I'm saying is, if you turn out to be crazy,
I'm not going to tell anyone anything on the phone.
No.
I just want you to come over.
I'm just saying, if you turn out to be crazy,
no, I want you to come. No,
I won't be able to tell anyone because I'll be in pieces in a bin bag, won't I? All right, listen. Okay, well, listen. Thanks for calling in.
No, don't worry. There are other people around. But I just want to show our appreciation. You've done so much for this channel. You are really a lovely human being. I wish I was a woman and I could marry you. I would marry you tomorrow. No, seriously.
I don't do marriage, I'm afraid.
I mean, you have a heart of... No, you have a heart of gold. Look how patiently you listen to me, you listen to other people, you listen to during Corona. Remember the first year? People were panicking and all that, and you said, I'm here for you always, anytime, please. Yeah. And I would like to repay you at least, so you don't say, oh, these wankers, these people from nowhere, they don't even show a bit of hospitality or gratitude. Okay, nice talking to you. I better let you go. Kiss your cat for me, and hopefully see you on 29.
Well, we'll speak a bit nearer the time, all right?
Yep, thank you.
All right, no worries. Thanks for calling in.
Yes, definitely.
All right.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye
Thank you. Nice speaking to you.
And
bye.
Bye-bye. Angela. Go on, Angela. Come on, Angela. Stop faffing about. No. Yeah, no. No. Yeah. Hello, Angie. Hello. Hello. Angela.
Hello.
Hello.
hear me? My speaker was off.
I can hear you.
Oh, God. Leaping lizards and all that.
You all right?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm fine.
Sure. Have you got my pig?
Have I got your pig? Yeah, I've still got it in the... I've still plenty left, but they are going down slowly.
Yeah, well, you better save it.
Well... Depends how long it takes, doesn't it? If you take too long, it's going. It's gone.
Don't even. I expect it to still be there.
Right.
But yeah, I just would like to point out, during that last caller,
Yes.
when he was saying how it was Ukraine did this and Ukraine did that back in the First Iraq War. It wasn't. It was part of the USSR then.
Okay. I don't know. That's beyond me. I don't get involved in that shit. I was never any good at history, and I don't like looking backwards. I like looking forwards. So I don't know.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, you know what? We all need to stop like just looking back on things and pay more attention to what's coming up in the future. Fuck what happened in the past. You can't change it.
Well,
So,
I know they say things go round in circle, don't they? So so what's happened in the past will happen again in the future.
Yeah.
Which I don't disagree with at all. I just find that I mean we speak a lot. You know that I hardly have the time to scratch my arse. Never mind anything else. What with everything that I do on the channel. So for me to spend time researching stuff that's, for me anyway. I'm not saying this is for anybody. This is for me anyway. It's irrelevant to me.
yeah, cool.
And I know that some things probably might be relevant, but I don't see it that way. I see what I do at the moment with regards to the channel as my sole focus. If I was a bit like some of the other channels and I put out less videos and I had more time to do videos and stuff, then fine, I'd look into other stuff and I'd learn new stuff. But I just don't have the time to do it, so I leave other people. I leave other people that do a better job at that than me to do that. But I couldn't respond if to say something if it comes to USSR or Ukraine or whatever, it's out of my sphere of knowledge, and I wouldn't pretend to know anything about it.
Yeah, I understand that. I do, but yeah, I just have to clarify that. Just because Saddam Hussein got me into so much trouble when I was 9 years old.
The what? Sorry.
Saddam Hussein got me into so much trouble when I was like 9 years old. So,
Saddam Hussein got you into trouble when you was 9 years old.
Yeah, he did, straight up. I'm not even lying.
That sounds a bit dodgy. That does.
Well, doesn't it? It sounds a bit like far fetched, but he did. Honestly, my dad went to defence, and so he did the official secret plan. I was a bit big-eared and that heard stuff I shouldn't have heard, and then I went and repeated it at school. And
Are you walking around?
No. Yes.
You are.
Shit now, yeah. No, I know it's really windy in there.
That's because you're the sound is a bit shit. That's all.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to hide in a corner. Right, I'm hidden in a corner. I apologise.
What are you doing out and about anyway? It's cold out, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I'm not street walking or nothing like that. I'm just having to say that. I'm doing street walking. Not anymore.
Must be cold in those stockings and short skirt.
Damn, I told you not to mention that. God, fucking hell. Jesus.
Fucking hell.
But yeah. And I just wanted to say, I think mainly as well on behalf of everyone on the channel, that you're doing an amazing job for us all, bringing it every day and when you can. But don't ever feel pressurised to bring stuff every day. We care about you as a person and we want you to be okay. And yeah, I think that's really what I want to really say.
I'll do what I can. You'd think I'd be better at it after all this time, but I still have my technical hiccups.
You still do it though, and it's like, whether you do one video a week, do you know what, that's just enough. Well, even if or no videos out when you were poorly, everyone was just concerned about how you were, not because obviously we love the videos, but we just care about you.
Oh, I know that. I know that's what's one of the, as I always say, the community. You know, I'm so grateful that we've got a community like we have. Yes, we get the odd person in that's not part of the community, and you know they play up or whatever. But the majority of people that, especially on these live streams that come on, and they are that, you know, reach out to me when I've not been well, or if I've not put a video out on time, I get a message from some people saying, "Are you all right? There's no video from you." And to know people actually go out of their way to contact me to see if I'm okay is it's you know what I mean, it's really nice. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Sorry.
No, go on. Say what you're saying.
Oh no, I'm just saying, yeah, people care and you respected and you thought a lot of. So, yeah.
Okay. Oh, we've got a question here. Caller, can Dan put his policeman's hat on you and handcuff you to his desk? It's not me asking. I'm just questioning the comments. Now, unfortunately, there's nowhere to handcuff anyone on my desk. It's a solid top.
Joking.
Sorry, what was that?
Why would I need handcuffing?
I don't know.
Me
I
neither.
don't know. I think the only place a woman needs handcuffing is at the sink. To the sink.
I do you know what, I fully agree with that. No, I'm not even joking, because I don't actually believe a woman should work. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm joking. I am genuinely joking. I'm just joking about that, because I do work sometimes, but when it's necessary and stuff. But so yeah. But
okay.
I joined quite late this evening. I do apologise. You know. But yeah, so I thought anyway I'll jump on, and I'm sorry, Josie. I do apologise. I'm stood outside a hotel having a cigarette.
How can you see what he's saying if you're on your phone?
I've got one phone, and then I've got the other one.
You've got two phones?
Oh yeah, of course.
Do you know what? You best not get stopped by the police, because you know what they're going to do? Go, two phones. She's either a Tom or she's selling drugs.
What's Tom?
A Tom, yeah.
Okay. What the fuck? No, what do you mean?
A Tom. It's a lady of the night, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Would it not? Okay, I guess so. Are you a drug dealer?
Well, there's not many reasons people have more than one mobile phone.
No, wait, because I wouldn't have, do you know, like, what do you call him?
Hang on. I say there's not many reasons people have more than one mobile phone. I had 3 the other month.
What, that makes you a Tom and a drug dealer?
What, so? And what?
I never said anything.
You got to prove it first.
And I wouldn't be using the phone I've got as a burner phone. It's too expensive.
Yeah. No, that's why I like this. I like me. Well, it's not the phone. I'm still, obviously, the police have still got me my good phone, but I had to get another Samsung, and I've got that. It's got the 2 SIMs in it, so I can use the 2 numbers on that one. But when I get my other one back, I'm selling that one. I'm selling this one, and I'm getting the S22.
Oh, that's fun. Got no idea what it is. I'm sure that'd be lovely.
So, there we go.
I'll let you go anyway. I just thought I'd, just throw a little bit of just
no worries. It's nice to hear from you.
Oh, I'll be hearing. I might be healing, who knows? But I'll be hearing from the police this week, hopefully, about the private prosecution against them from, do you know, how when they were rudely oversold on a drunken police officer.
Yeah.
When he battered me, dickhead. And yeah, so, and then I was found not guilty in court. I was like, yeah. Well, I was found guilty and then it appealed. I was found not guilty and it was overturned. But 10 weeks on tag. 10 weeks on tag. Cheeky bastard.
I'd done 12 weeks on tag for 100 grand's worth of weed.
Are you kidding me?
No.
That it?
Well, no. I got 18 months suspended for 2 years, tag for 12 weeks, and probation for 12 weeks.
I didn't get no probation or nothing. I couldn't even go to my bin. Rude. But yeah, so it's just and they kept me in like custody for just too long.
Yeah.
So, and I've just seen a comment in the chat. I am not anything like that Winkle. Fucking rude.
All right. Well, listen, I'll let you go anyway, so you can get back inside where it's warm, because it must be cold out. I'm gonna bring this live to a close now anyway.
I'm sure I got this one else. I want to come on.
Because I need another coffee and my pizza's gone cold, so I need to go chuck that in the oven for a little bit before I go to bed.
Okie dokie.
So I can eat some more.
Either later or tomorrow, anyway. So.
The what? Sorry.
I'll speak to you either later or tomorrow.
Yeah, no problem.
All right then.
No worries. I'll speak to you soon.
All right, speak to you soon.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Oh, bye, chat. Bye. Bye.
Right. Oh. I'm going to. Gonna have to call it now on the calls. Oh, for goodness. I'll take this one last call. Hello.
Hello, is that Pat?
It's Pap. Who's this?
Oh, well, my name. Well, I'm in the chat. I'm in the chat room, but I don't want to give my chat name away.
Okay.
Because, I want a little bit of, privacy.
Oh, right. Okay.
Just a bit of privacy.
Right.
But my name's Farquhar.
Okay.
I'm going on a couple of other live ones. I just have a general chat. Just have a chat, that's all.
Yeah.
Nothing much. And I just want to say, I'm only ringing. I know you want to go and get that pizza, stick it in the cat, in the oven, and warm it up and, have something to eat. But I just wanted to say, I've really, really enjoyed your chat tonight. Oh, you have been such a darling. You have lifted my spirits so high.
Oh, good.
So high. You really have. Because you've just been wonderful with people. And who was that one that was on just a short time ago, and he talked all like that, and he was talking, and he was going on and on and on like an old fishwife. On and on and on, but he was lovely. And you were just marvellous with him.
Well,
you really were. I mean, honestly, what's your first name? Can I ask, darling? I don't mean to be rude. So I like talking,
right,
on a personal level.
Yeah, I'm Dan.
Oh, Dan, it is Dan. I just wanted to short for Daniel. Oh, that's a lovely name, Dan. Oh, it makes me go all hot and bothered. My ex used to be called Dan, and you know what? He was lovely. He was lovely. He was very, very well endowed. He did make me happy. He really did.
I think he's got something.
Unfortunately, we had to break up. Because we had other things going on in our lives. How busy life gets these days, digital and
I think
sort of thing.
I think the name Dan and being well endowed for some reason seems to go together quite a lot.
Oh, you are dead right, sweetheart. Yeah, I've had a couple of Dans in my time, and they've all been really big boys.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, they've been absolutely fabulous. Oh, I tell you what, ladies, in that chat, let's have a quick look at the chat. Can I just say hello to a couple of people?
Yeah, go for it.
Because I think there's been some lovely people in the chat tonight. Let's have a look. Oh, there's Mickey Mouse. And then Mickey Mouse, 1, 2, 3. You're a right little tinker. You are. Yes, you are. Matt Walker. Oh, he sounds very strong and handsome, doesn't he, Matt Walker? Who else we got? Oh, let's have that. Active Shooter. Oh, I don't like the sound of you. Active Shooter. Oh, sounds a bit aggressive to me, that one. Lisa Stokes. Oh, Lisa's lovely. There are a few rumours about Lisa, but we won't go there tonight. Let's have a look. Oh, hello, Nathan. Nathan Benson. Sweet lad. Sweet lad. Who else we got here? Oh, Princess Angela. Oh, she is gorgeous. Princess Angela, I love you. I think you're so sweet. Right, let's go down the list a little bit, get some of the latest ones on. No, that's all for now. Paddy LVP. Lily Savage. I'll give you Lily fucking... What? Lily Savage, I've got more class on that old trollop. What a fucking cheek. Oh, apologies, I swore then. Well, people really get on my tits. The way they talk, always taking the piss on here. It's all the same, and it all over, all the internet live chats. They're all ripping each other, and you arsehole. They really are. They're out of order.
Yeah.
But anyway, well, I know you're not really interested because you're just thinking of one thing: your belly, Dan. You're thinking of your belly. You want to go and stick the pizza in the oven. You've had enough earache for one night off of all these people, and you just want to go and chill, don't you? Hmm?
Well, I wouldn't mind something to eat, but, you know...
Oh, I bet you would. Did you say to that guy that you like meat? You know, a nice little bit of meat.
Oh, I love meat, yeah. Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, that is nice to know. Maybe we can have a talk about that in more depth. Maybe on our next chat. When I'm here next time?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, lovely. Well, can I just say good night to all your lovely, lovely chat? They've all been absolutely lovely. Oh, we have had a laugh. We've had a laugh in there. You know, but you've just been a superstar, Dan. You are a superstar. In fact, when I go out tomorrow night, I look up at the sky, see the brightest star in the sky, and you know what I think of?
Who?
You.
Oh, it's very kind.
Or you, because you'll be lovely. And you'll be very nice to me. And not laughed or anything, not like some of that one. Who's that one that said I'm Lily Savage? Anyway, I've got my eye on that one. Oh, what an old bitch. A lot of bitches about online. And anyway, I'll let you go. Stuff your pizza in the oven and enjoy every mouthful. Let the cheese drip onto your chin.
Well, it's a meat pizza, so I've got plenty of meat on there. So that's what I'm looking forward to the most.
You do like your meat, don't you? Oh, well, I'll leave it at that. I don't want to get myself too flustered. It's a bit late now. What time are we on? What, 4 minutes past 1 in the United Kingdom. And if you are calling from abroad somewhere, maybe the US or something, you must be thinking, oh, my God, what is this that's been dragged onto the internet right now? You don't have to worry, because I'm going. All right. So night-night, sweethearts. Good night, everybody. I love you, Dan, and I will be watching your every move. Give me a little wink. Give me a little wink when you say good night.
There's a wink for you.
And I know you're winking. I know you will be. I really know you'll be winking at me when you give that little sign-off at the end, when you say good night and a little wink. And you will be winking for me.
Right.
Lovely. Bye-bye, darling.
Bye. Right. I'm sorry, guys. That's me done for the night. Oh, fucking hell. Anyway. What an interesting stream we've had. Oh dear. I don't know what to say. Everyone's laughing their ass off now, look. Oh dear. Of course, some of you have got filthy minds. You do realise that, don't you? Hey, your mind is in the gutter. Many of you, your mind is so far in the gutter, it is unbelievable. But you know what? That's what I like you. This is it. Do you know what, New Turk? I don't care who phones up, okay, and what they want to talk about, all right? Whether it's somebody that wants to phone up and be nice, whether it's somebody that wants to phone up and have a joke, whether it's somebody that wants to phone up and slag me off, I don't care. The lines are open to everybody. It's what makes the live stream interesting, because we never know what we're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates, isn't it? We never know what we're going to get. That was a really bad impression of Forrest Gump. You should see me run though. Yeah, I love doing the call-ins, being really interactive and talking to different people and stuff. Well, to be honest, TC, I was going to get off because I'm feeling a bit tired and I've got to spend the next half hour, 40 minutes warming up a bit of pizza and eating it before I go to bed. Downs Forest. And it is 1:10, so I'm not going to get into bed till about 2 o'clock as it is. TC, is that you trying now, is it? Oh. Is it really that important? Hold on, T. Somebody else is trying to call at the minute. Hang on a minute, TC. Hang on. Hello.
Hello, Dan.
Hello.
Hello. Fuck off the bed, you cunt.
Who's that? That sounds like Lucifer. Right, TC, go on in quickly. Hello.
Just one quick question, Dan. It's quite important.
Go on.
If you was to go camping and in the morning wake up with your boxes around your ankles and a sore ring pain, would you tell anyone?
Well, if it wasn't consensual, then yes.
You want to come camping?
Behave yourself.
You take care of that. Night.
Ta-ra, mate. Right, that's it. Yeah, we're going to knock it on the head. I don't think so, or at least so far there isn't many videos tomorrow. There was 3 that I had earlier. If there's any more by the morning, then obviously I'll do them as well. But for the time being, it doesn't look like tomorrow's going to be too full of videos, which hopefully gives me a bit of time to myself tomorrow. But yeah, I do want to get try and get to bed reasonably soon. But I need to eat something, because that 2 bits of pizza and 2 bits of garlic bread's all I've eaten today, so I need to eat a bit more before I get off to sleep. But I want to thank everybody that's joined us this evening. As always, you're all welcome, and I love the fact that we have a good laugh, and I see lots of you having a laugh in the comments. Very rarely do we have any issues going on in the comments, which is fucking brilliant. Genuinely, I love the way that we can all get on. you know, the calls as well on these live streams, it keeps things interesting because we never know what we're going to talk about. You know, it could go from, you know, somebody being rather nice to me, all the way through to somebody, you know, feeling at their lowest, and that the diversity of calls that we get really, you know, adds to the to what this channel's about. You know, it's about people being treated properly, and if I can, you know, be the type of person that I try to be, and help people, and you know, give everybody the respect that they deserve, it makes me feel good. That's a bit of a selfish thing, but it makes me feel good when I can help people. But again, without you lot as the core community, it would make the channel very boring and a bit shit, because people wouldn't want to get involved in the channel. But you are all absolutely fucking diamonds, and I'm genuinely grateful that we've say it all the time, and I'm not going to stop saying it. I'm so grateful that we've got such a great core community on this channel. I never could have imagined being where we are now 3 years ago when I started the channel. So yeah, so from me to you, I know everybody keeps thanking me, but from me to you guys, I want to thank you all, genuinely, because you do make such a massive difference, and you help the channel in ways that you may not even understand yourself. Bryony, listen, do you need to speak? Do you need to talk, Bryony? Do you need to call me? Right, listen, Bryony, you can either call on here, okay, or you can call me on my mobile in a few minutes. What do you want to do? What do you want to do, Bryony? Do you want to call me on here, or do you want to call me on my mobile in a few minutes? I'll say in a few minutes because I need to shut everything down first and that. It doesn't matter to me either way. It's entirely up to you. If you phone on here, then then obviously the people in the chat, the people watching this, will get to hear. Or if you phone me on the mobile, it's just you and me. So it's entirely what you feel best. So you let me know on here or on my mobile. Right, well, okay, we'll get... What's your last 3 digits of your phone number, Bryony? Just the last 3. Okay. Give us a ring on here then. Give us a ring on there, and I'll answer your call. I won't answer anybody else's at the moment. I'll answer yours. Hiya, Bryony.
Oh, hello.
Hiya.
Hi there. Sorry, I'll just turn the sound down.
No worries.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry. I'm not doing this deliberately.
It's all right. It's all right. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry.
Thank you. I'm not doing this deliberately. I just tuned in. I just saw that you were on here, and I thought, oh, I just thought, oh, shall I say hello? So I just typed hello and whatever.
It's fine. I've told you you're always welcome, so it's not an issue.
I really appreciate it. I know that I really appreciated you and the moderators and standing up for me. It's just I'll be blunt. I'll be sort of it kind of being on my own and not having anyone to turn to and just trying to, I can't find the right words, I'll just really be blunt, just trying to stay just sane, it does something to my head being, well, I'm only human, but being on my own, and it's one of those, it's hell. It's absolute hell though, because obviously, you do this British stiff upper lip thing where you're sort of like trying to appear normal to people all the time.
You can only do it for so long before you can't do it anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And I have to. Do you know something? This is a good way of explaining it. Over a decade ago, I had a few piercings done, and I had my tongue pierced, and my belly button and everything. Oh, I know. I'm terrible, aren't I? I know. And there's a cheeky man who's been doing piercings since the year I was born, and he's from London, and he said to me, he said some naughty things that I won't repeat, but sort of really naughty things. But he also said that the really interesting thing that he said to me was, Bryony, he said, can I ask you a question? As he was piercing I'm embarrassed to say I've had those piercings, but he said, yes, yeah, okay. He said, do you suffer from depression? And I said, how did you know? Because I was so upbeat and, polite and sort of like, he said, because you're unusually upbeat and polite and everything. And that's the first time anyone has ever made an observation like that. But that what I just told you wasn't at the forefront of my head. It just came in because it's
right.
But that just actually says it all, really, because I think it also explains why I did things like get those piercings. But the depression and everything and all of that, it makes you do these stupid things.
Yeah, well, I had at one point I had 13 piercings.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
13?
13
wow.
piercings. We're not going to go into... I know I'm going to start getting asked, but I'm not going into where they were, so don't ask. But I had 13 piercings at one point. But when I went into hospital for my appendix burst, so I ended up in hospital and I had to take them all out. But I ended up with an infection, so I was in hospital for a month or so. And when I came out, I couldn't get the piercings back in, and I just thought, sod it, I'll leave it. But yeah, I was 13 at one point.
Wow. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's awful. I'm not a medical sort of person. I don't understand these things, but that sounds horrible. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all right. It's all right. It's just one of them things. It's one of them things.
Oh, are you okay now? Is it?
Oh God, yeah. Oh, this was a long time ago. This was many years ago. But yeah, it was, as I say, it was just a normal burst appendix as anybody could get. But I ended up with an infection because they said to me it was like a pinprick in my appendix. Okay, normally your appendix would burst and that would flood you with basically poison. My appendix had like a pinprick in, so it was slowly leaking over a period of about 3 or 4 days. And I literally couldn't move for the whole time. And I was still, I could move, but it was in agony, and I was still going into work at the time. And my boss turned around and said, if you don't take yourself to the hospital, then I'm going to sack you, because you can't be in here working like that when you're in so much pain. So I went to the hospital. They said to me that it was swollen intestines. Told me to take some tablets and have a week off work. The following morning, I got taken into hospital because it got worse. At which point they done the appendix test, which is a Vaseline finger up your arsehole.
No.
And said, yeah, your appendix is inflamed. So they had to take me through and chop it out. But because it had been leaking for a few days, I ended up with like loads of poison in my blood, and I wouldn't heal properly. So I was in hospital for about a month or so. But that was, as I say, it was a long time ago. It was in my early 20s. So, you know, it was 20 years ago now.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That sounds really horrible. Oh, you poor thing.
Oh, it's one of them things. You don't have to feel sorry for me or anything. It was just one of them things, as I say. It could happen to anybody. I wouldn't. No, I feel sorry for anyone it does happen to. It's one of the most painful things you can go through. But but you know, that's not what you phoned up for anyway, is it? You didn't phone up to hear about me and an ailment I had 20 years ago. So.
Oh no, but I'm you know, I'm sorry to hear that. Anyway, that sounds really nasty. Oh, I'm very blessed that I haven't had anything like that. Nothing physical or anything. Oh dear. I'm really sorry to hear that.
Oh, don't be. It's fine. Come on, let's talk about you. Come on, that's what we're here for. Let's talk about you.
Well, thank you. No, thank you. No, I just it's really hard because it's like I'm how can I say? It's like I'm waiting for that massive, you know, that sort of that big breakdown thing, you know, because it comes along. It sort of comes for me. It can usually. These days, it's like it comes in massive. I mean, obviously, stressful circumstances don't help, but it'll come in sort of big episodes of sort of big emotional sort of breakdown sort of episodes.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing is, like for example, I don't have anyone to turn to about these things, and I've exhausted all avenues, and I just. And I'm starting to get that feeling. We're all the shame, even though I've had to deal with a lot of nasty people, and bullies. It sort of like it all just starts to sort of how can I explain? Sort of all sort of overwhelm me, and it's wrapping itself up, you know, and. You know, people might think, oh, well, have you rang the Samaritans, you know, the listening bank? And I've even been, but I've several times over the years I've been to these places and whatnot. But like, for example, my lady witness friend, who I don't know how to. I call her my lady witness friend, acquaintance friend.
Yeah.
She's said she would support me since she witnessed what happened in that accommodation. And we also went to the police desk about a couple of weeks ago, and she secretly recorded them at the police desk because, you know, on the 7th of October, I was arrested when I sat down with them, assaulted, just dragged in handcuffs, the same old usual, 24 hours of non-stop torture, just to say, and a threat of prison for saying I would be returning with this witness, this lady witness.
Right.
Because it's all to do with my accommodation and the council and all of that. But she was appalled at how the man that I spoke to on the desk was not very sympathetic, and I said, "Oh, that's nothing compared to everything else that they've put me through." But you see, the thing is, she's still going to an oncologist. I'm not a medical. I feel bad saying this. I don't understand medical stuff. My late mother died of a rare cancer, and it's like talking to me in another language. I don't understand medical things.
Yeah.
I might sound a bit thick, but I'm like that, I'm afraid, with anything physical. But Juliet, she's got problems with her family. I don't want to be personal about her, but she's got her own issues with her mother and her sister, and it kind of sounds similar to what I had with my sisters and everything.
Yeah.
But now I don't have family or friends to turn to. I don't feel like I can just text her and say, well, I've said that I've been having dark thoughts, but if I use the word suicide, or I don't feel like I can say the word cancer, even though obviously I have, because these things have, being suicidal and cancer has affected me and my late mother. So
yeah.
but these are words that but it's that feeling of it's building up, and if I don't say something, it might come out a lot worse if I don't. But so even when I text you how I was feeling, I thought, oh gosh, I don't want to push him away, or because people will often say, how people will say, and I don't mean this, in a funny way. Oh, Brian, if you're feeling bad, text me or let me know. You're actually the only person who's said that to me. But I don't want to. It's a catch-22, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's the negative thought. That's the negative part of your thought process that's telling you that. I've been there myself. Okay, people have said to me, "Give us a ring." It's even the same when I've got the crisis team's phone number. Okay, and they say if you need us, call us. Okay, but then when I need them, I don't want to call them. Because I think to myself, number one, I shouldn't be like this anyway. Number two, I don't want people to think that I'm fucking, that I'm nuts. And number three, I don't want to piss people off. And
I've already done all of that.
These are the things that go through your head, and it's not you thinking clearly. That's the problem. It's not you thinking clearly. If you was thinking clearly, you'd say exactly the same to somebody else. But because it's happening to you, that negativeness, that negative thoughts overpower the positive thoughts. Okay, and it drowns out the positive voices saying, "Give him a ring, give him a ring."
Oh gosh, yes. I can't. I'm trying hard to. When they say, "Oh, do you do such and such to help relax yourself?" I've done everything. I'm always playing the sounds of water. It's the only way. I'm trying absolutely everything to help myself sleep. But what do you do to help yourself relax? I do absolutely everything that I can. But I'm like an old lady right now. I am. It's all. It's like every voice that has ever talked down to me and bullied me is standing over me.
Right.
And it's just making me feel horrible. They made me feel so ashamed.
You've got nothing to be ashamed of. Do you know, let me just say one thing, is people say about relaxing, okay? People go, oh, you need to relax. Oh, have you tried meditating and this, that and the other? Personally, I don't think that works. I think that's a load of bullshit, Okay.
So do I.
What I think you need to do is what I do. Okay. You need to give your mind something to concentrate on. Now, whether that's excuse me, whether that's going out for a walk somewhere new, somewhere you haven't been for a while, it's just somewhere where it's different and you're looking around and going, oh, I haven't seen that for a while, or oh, I didn't know that was there. It's keeping your brain occupied. I do what I do on YouTube, okay, because it keeps me occupied. Otherwise I sit there relaxing and then I start having these dark thoughts creep in, okay, and I don't like that. So I try to spend as much of my time doing what I can, which is generally in front of the computer screen, because then I've got no time to think about that negative stuff. Okay, and if you found yourself feeling low and you've spent quite a bit of time trying to relax, trying to meditate and all that stuff, then try and find a connection. Maybe that's a connection there. Maybe you should try doing something differently. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes. For me, I agree with you. Obviously, circumstances are obviously not helping.
Yeah.
But for me, I'm starting to feel so much anxiety and there is this fear because a lot of people don't understand me, and I know that might sound well, anything I say to do with mental health is going to be, oh, that's a cliche. Everybody says that.
Yeah.
But I really, I don't know how many times I've had to tell people I don't have anyone to turn to, and I like a lot of things I talk about. I'm obsessed with everything to do with the darkness and everything satanic because my head is in a dark place. So of course I'm focusing on the dark stuff, and I'm become actually quite obsessed with it. But I wouldn't say it's so much of an obsession, more of trying to make sense of everything. But then you don't know where, like, because when you're so vulnerable, you don't know. It doesn't matter how intelligent you are. I'm in that place of, I don't know what's what anymore. Everything was starting to make sense. You know, and the thing is, there are things that are really upsetting me, and I'm sorry. I feel bad. Like, I have to say it though, because I'm going to go mad if I don't.
Well, say what you need to say. It's fine.
Because obviously, I feel like, you know, I don't want to come bringing. What I don't want to do is bring all my problems. Like, here you are, Dan. Here are all my problems, and all your viewers can listen. It's not like that. It really is. I mean this, absolutely. I put my life on this, and I mean this. I put my life on it. I'm going absolutely out of my mind because, you know, when I use the phrase targeted individual.
Yeah.
I know, you know, I use strong words for a lot of things. It doesn't mean I necessarily mean, you know, I'm just using the word loosely to describe my hell and what, you know, like, why won't anyone help me? Why this and why that? Why have I gone down every avenue? Why have the police done what they've done to me? Why have people lied? People in positions of power, why are they all lying? I'm going to go crazy. And I'm trying not to, obviously, but I need to say this. I went up to Beachy Head suicidal a few times. Excuse me, pardon me, and I left a note. On one or two occasions, I left notes up there saying, you know, to the average person, this is not normal behaviour. But then they haven't got the circumstances that I've got, so they wouldn't understand. If you're on your own and you know, you're desperate and you've tried everything, and I'd written a note with my late mother's best friend's name and the phone numbers, that because I've been so crippled by anxiety. I'm one of these people who can be very confident on the rare occasion. You know, it's one of those things that you have to force yourself to be. I think this is why people don't know how to take me, because I do have a confident side.
Yeah.
But I also have, there are always two extremes with me. I can be extremely anxious and scared, and yet when I lose it, I might scare other people. But this note that I left on Beachy Head some time ago with my late mother's best friend's details, I put her name, her age, her date of birth. I think I know her date of birth, but she's in her late 80s, and I went on Facebook to look her up because I did message one or two of my late mother's friends, and it looks like she's blocked me, and I don't want it to be because of me. I want it to be because of my horrible, estranged siblings, my two sisters.
Right.
But I just because they're not your average sisters. Well, none of us are average, and the middle one is living as a man. So we're quite screwed up, really. But I'm the only one who's admitting it. I'm the black sheep, and I think this is why I'm hated. I'm trying to. I keep having to tell myself to snap out of it. Like, it's not you. It's them. People are jealous. People are why. What have I done to deserve all of this? Apart from asking for help and support, and I just had a lifetime of bullying, and I don't really want to see my birthday in a week's time. Life begins at 40. Well, I feel like an old lady. I just feel drained, like just emotionally. I'm able-bodied. I've got a physical body that's able. I'm able-bodied like that, but mentally, if you could take my head off and see what's going on inside it. I hope I'm making some sort of sense to you. I mean, I've been to the. I got the Beachy Head chaplains to sign something for me, and the police were bullying me one time, saying, "Oh, they're not paid to listen to your problems." I tell you, I was just looking for someone to do a good deed, because I could pay the Salvation Army to find, but now I've gone on Facebook and it looks like she's blocked me, and I don't trust Sussex police because my estranged father, who was a violent person, he was violent to my mother and to my eldest sister, and that's one of the reasons why she got divorced. She was afraid for our lives. Right. I paid the Salvation Army to find him. I found him on Facebook 5 years ago, and I was told, "Oh, he'll screw you up." My middle sister had said that. But it's like I need help. I need some kind of mediation. And he said, "Oh, Sussex police contacted me." This is what it said on Facebook. Is this attention seeking? But they had reported me missing in the local Herald, dragged me in handcuffs backwards back to the psychiatric unit, bruised me, and then for all I know, they might have said, "Oh, she's an attention seeker. She's." I'm trying hard not to let the demons come out of me, because I know I've got to be careful what I say, but this is why that criminal at the Saffron said, it's nice people like you that end up killing people. Without actually saying anything that will get my, I feel scared to do. I know it sounds stupid, but I feel scared to do anything. I feel like, yeah. Do you know? Am I making any sense?
Yeah, it seems to me all these people that you are perhaps looking to for some kind of support, it seems that these people don't understand what you're going through. Okay, they don't understand like mental health as a whole. Okay, if you've got mental health, or if somebody's got mental health, you can't deal with people like that like you would deal with a normal person. Okay.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that many people now, especially the people that are in positions that are supposed to be there to help us, don't understand mental health anymore. They don't understand how to. I mean, I saw an article yesterday whilst I was looking for some stuff for tomorrow's videos, saying that I think it's South Wales Police, I think it is, are getting somebody in to teach them about mental health, so they can deal with people better. Now, I'm not being funny, but the police are almost always the first people to be called to a mental health episode. Not every time, but almost always. They're the police, and they've been that like that for a long time. And now all of a sudden they're going, maybe we should get somebody in to teach them how to deal with mental health people. Why leave it so long? Why have you left it so many years? You've been the first port of call for many people, okay, that are having a mental health episode. Okay, you're almost always called if somebody's had an overdose, because they've got to go and in most cases break in. Somebody wants to toss himself over a bridge, they're the first people that are called. The police are the first people that are called in almost every situation of a mental health episode. But yet they are only just now, and this is only one police force, by the way, they're only just now turning around and saying we're going to get somebody in to teach us how to deal with mental health issues better. And it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a complete and utter letdown on everybody.
Yes.
As soon any other job,
Sorry.
it's just fine. Any other job, if you start doing something that you don't normally do, and somebody, let's say you make things, okay, and somebody comes to your place of work and says, right, I need you to make something, and they go, oh, we've never made that before. You don't pretend you can do it and fuck it up every time. You go and learn what you need to do in order to do that job properly.
Exactly. I know. I just, but as you know, do you know? But this is just what I'm saying, and this is going to sound awful, but I know you'll know what I mean when I say it. I get a strange sense of comfort from seeing all these absolutely horrific, upsetting things that you put on your thing, because it makes me realise it's not me. I know it's not me, but I need that affirmation all the time, and it's like, is that actually helping? Because all I'm hearing about now is all these police officers that are being I mean, you couldn't make it up, that are coming out as that are being exposed for paedophile stuff and rapists, and they're getting a slap on the wrist. Yeah. You couldn't make it up. Yet me, a law-abiding citizen who is enough to make, how I haven't gone mad already. Well, that's debatable, but I couldn't. It was genuinely frightening. I mean, the first time that I was ever put in the police cell, I thought, what have I done wrong? It's not a crime to. It's not a crime. Well, it's not a crime anymore to take your own life. But when I was up on Beachy Head, whilst I was in so-called supported accommodation, and I got like, what the F were you doing up on Beachy Head drunk, by a so-called support worker who knew that I didn't have a drink problem. Right. And it doesn't take an idiot to work that out. But as you say, you just said it, and I just like the fact that you tell it how it is, because there are few people out there. I feel like there's so many heads I could shake out there. I just think come on, people, what planet are you on? All this stuff is going on and right under your nose.
Yeah.
But it was very frightening, and that's why I really pat myself on the back. I only got as far as making a call to report the solicitor to the SRA because she said I'd acted in self-defence, and yet she wanted me to plead guilty. She suggested I plead guilty to all the times though I've had bruises on me and been dragged around like a. I wouldn't do to a doll what they've done to me.
Yeah.
It's shocking. Sorry, there's something wrong with my. I've lost my internet connection and I can't see you. Sorry.
I can still hear you.
But oh well, never mind. See, I'm not joking. I get paranoid that it's being done to me deliberately. That's what I mean. That's how my mind can go in that direction. Like, where does it begin and end? Because we do know that there are. I've been told about. That's a government agent, or that's this, that, and the other. But anyway, getting back to the, what I know is real. It just. But the thing is, on top of that. My partner, you see, he 5 years ago, he took this caring role through Care for the Carers because it was suggested to him by Caroline Ansell MP, who is still to this day, they're like lying and fobbing me off. I've really got to ring this man at the who said they were supposed to be treating me as an urgent situation, and he never got back to me. It's my fault that I didn't chase it up.
Right.
But it's sorry, I'm jumping from one thing to the next. Sorry, but basically, getting back to my partner, the caring role thing. It's interesting because you hear different opinions from different people. Because what I said about what his father said to me, and you said, that's not a nice thing to say.
Right.
But I was so confused because I'm confused. I'm more upset with the fact he actually said he was confused, and my partner has said to me that he wasn't emotionally. Well, a lot of people have said to me that he was abusing me. I'm in that situation where I don't want to believe he's been abusing me, but then we got into some fights. It's been a mixture of everything. It's been like an early midlife crisis. 25 years I've been trying to get help with my mental health, and since I was at school. And my GP would sit with me and my mother and say, look, I'm sending her to these people. Why is no one helping her? And it's like I'm looking back on the earliest years of my life, like the beginning of my life, when my mother told me things, and I'm thinking, crumbs, why did nobody take? I'm thinking things about my late mother that I don't want to think. Obviously she's not here, and I don't want to think these things. And why wasn't this taken more seriously instead of saying to people, "Oh, Bryony's the one that's okay"? Well, no, but because the NSPCC website says that even if a child witnesses violence, that's a form of child abuse. It's before a certain age, it's going to affect them, and. And of course, obviously, if you're growing up without a father, once they've divorced from when I was 4, it's no wonder that I had these very, very crippling attachments to my mother and my adoptive grandmother. And when she died when I was 8, and then the dog was given away, and I'm sort of like losing every sort of love that I've ever known. sorry. I'm trying not to get emotional.
It's fine. Scott's just said in the comments, Scott Andrew Horn has just said, let Bryony know that he's rang and left a message for Stephen Holt.
Oh, thank you so much. That's really nice to know that someone has done that for me, because that fills me with, like, do you know what I mean? Someone actually cares. It's you know, that someone is doing what my sisters should do, but I've got really horrible sisters. I'm sorry. I take it. I just want to pass on a big thank you to. They just don't care. They like. Do you know, I watched a recording of Councillor Stephen Holt on Facebook, and I tell you what, these people could bring out the absolute beast in me. They really could. They bring out the devil in me, I tell you, because I consider myself to be a nice. Well, you know, we've all got our demons. I've been a monster before, but I'm always that's only because of, you know, stress and everything. It will build up over a lifetime, and I'm not a monster. I'm not. I feel lied to by my partner's family, parents. Oh, you could have a nice life with Darren, and then I never saw them again, and they didn't know. Oh, but they don't know how to handle mental health. I wasn't invited to the wedding. I've been forced to sleep rough. Who was there for me then? I just think to myself, where's the love, you know? And my middle sister, I see, this is where I get paranoid. I don't know where paranoia begins and ends, because when I took the overdose, I took an overdose of olanzapine, which is meant to be for schizophrenics, and I wasn't diagnosed with schizophrenia. Right. But that's when I was in supported accommodation by this corrupt social worker landlord. He just said, "Here, I came out of the police cell." He said, "Well, they weren't properly prescribed." He said, "We give these to schizophrenics," and I never took them. But it was when I went into a private rented flat. My mother had died, and I also had domestic violence from someone I'd met in the comedy club. He was physically and emotionally, and no one was supporting me. I couldn't eat, I couldn't cope after my mother died, and I found these pills in all my clutter, and I just took them all. And my godmother's she rang me out of the blue last year when I was in that hellhole. I just didn't, I couldn't talk, I couldn't say to her, "Do you know, I've had my bedroom window smashed down with these nutcases who are bullying me, stealing, doing all these awful things," and all I got from her was, in the end, she wasn't making any sense. She said, "There's a big deadly killer out there." We're talking about the C word. Yeah. Which I couldn't really give a monkey's about. We've all got to die from something anyway. I've just been, whilst I've been going through all this hell, the world, to me, it just looks like people are like zombies on their phones wearing mouth masks and not actually doing the things that really need doing, which is, there's a homeless crisis. There are people on the streets, particularly in this town. I mean, I know it's like this everywhere, but I've slept rough, and you couldn't get anyone to do something basic about, bed bugs crawling on you and things like that. And they're typing up these fraudulent Section 184s. And I've just realised that I've just gone off on a I started to say something about Councillor Alan Shuttleworth, and then I went off on something else. I'm sorry. It's just it's all coming out like a bit like verbal diarrhea. Sorry.
Let me ask a question. Are you still with your partner?
People have asked me that question, and I don't know. We have these massive fallouts. He went away, came back for a week. I'm in a different hotel room. because I've been self-funding this hotel for 5 months now, but I had to go away for the weekend of 18th to the 21st because the hotel was fully booked up, and I'm in a different room now. He came back for a week, and you're going to think this is, see, I'm being very, very protective of him as if he's my child, but he's a lot older than me, and I realise this has got to stop because his behaviour towards me is actually it's emotionally, it's actually, he's screaming and shouting at me. When it's done as aggressively as he does it, it's a form of verbal violence, and he knows that by doing that and walking out the door, he knows that is a trigger for me to go into a suicidal, like, oh, I've got to go and kill myself. Right. I haven't done that this time, perhaps because I'm getting used to it. But in the early...
Sorry, I was going to say, do you know what that sounds like to me, right? That sounds like he, you know, I don't know the guy, okay? So I'm not basing this on anything other than what you've told me, okay? So I can't be horrible to him because I don't know him, and I can't be nice to him because I don't know him. I've just got to tell you what I think, all right? Yeah. And it sounds to me that he does that because that's a power thing over you, okay? He has the power. When he walks out, he has the power. He takes that power away from you, okay? Which is where controlling, as active shooters just put, which is why you're the one that needs to have the power. Now, if you have the power and you tell him to go, okay, and he goes, okay. I'm trying to put this in a way that you understand. I don't mean to talk down to you or anything like that. It's just sometimes I get a bit confused in my head as well. But if right, let's put it this way: you're not sure where you stand with him at the moment. You're not sure if you're still together or not, right? Is that fair to say?
This is how I would put it. I don't have the same answer that other women have. I'm like, I actually cannot cope with rejection. I really have put, it's like, I know there are probably going to be people who will be angry when they hear this, but I feel like and I feel strange saying it to someone else, but this is the truth of the matter is this is what is in my head. This is how it is for me, the reality. I can't live without him, and it's like, I've got to be very careful what I say. I know because this is on YouTube and everything, but I always have that suicide plan in my head, if that makes any sense. Right. Like my get out thing, like that's it. I mean, I genuinely don't want to see my 40s. I mean, I am a bit like a child, okay? I wanted to have a big party, balloons, but I don't have any friends or family or anyone to invite anyway. But I'm someone who likes a lot of, who needs a lot of attention and love. And I haven't been getting what I haven't been. He doesn't do Valentine cards, although I did get one at the start of the relationship. Just that was just for one time only.
So why cling on? Okay, see if you can answer this question. I don't mean to be horrible. I'm just being straight with you. All right, why cling on to somebody who's not who you're and I use the word wasting. Okay, I don't mean it horribly, but you're wasting time hoping that somebody shows you love and respect, okay, that you deserve, when you could be spending that time loving and respecting yourself for the time being. Okay, you've got no time to learn to love yourself because you're with somebody and your attention is focused on getting them to love and respect you the way that you want them to. And if they're not doing that, why have them in your life? Is my question. When you could be spending that time better spent, that time could be better spent getting back to loving yourself. I
know. I absolutely, believe it or not, I know this is where people aren't going to understand me. I completely agree with you, and I absolutely agree with you, because if I saw this happening to someone else, I'd say the same thing. That the first time that this happened to me in the most appalling way was after my mother died. It was physical, emotional, name calling it, and it just suddenly come from nowhere. It's like this individual had completely deceived me. My partner now he's never name called. He's never physically hurt me. It's the emotional abuse that's the most dangerous. That people can't see it because he's so sweet and loving, and you say, oh, it's because I'm not well, Brian. You know, there's always an excuse for bullying and abuse. But the thing is, when I first met my partner, well, I already knew him to say hello to anyway, but sort of, in the town. But I when we first started sort of as a friend, and then progressed very quickly from friend to more than friends, it then was full on. But I've never felt anything. I've never felt the way I feel about Darren, the way I felt about anyone else. Like there's something very special with our relationship, spiritually, all of that.
Could you not be? Sorry to interrupt you. Could you not
sorry,
be?
no, it's
Could
okay.
you not be confusing that specialness with your neediness?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, because the thing is, I don't want to believe that Darren could be what I've accused him of being, a sociopath. I don't, because it's like even his mum said to me, oh, it's like he was sent to you. You know, he's a very intelligent man. He knows so much about the Hebrew, Aramaic scriptures. There's something something I changed when he came along. He didn't force it on me. He didn't bully me into giving things up. I wasn't, into anything dodgy, but I gave up things that weren't good for me.
Right.
And I've changed. I just feel like I sort of calmed down a bit in that sense. But he literally, I can't see. The thing is, I can't see the wood through the trees, because we are complex. We're unusual people. And we're also, can I just say, we're also very, very similar emotionally. And I can't see the wood through the trees, because I feel I had to put on my airs and graces like when I met his family. But I thought, what would they think of me if they saw, because I don't like to be fake. But I had how can I say, he walked into my problems. He literally just walked in. I'm trying to, I want to be brutally honest, but at the same time I'm protecting him, if you know what I mean. But I need to say it as well, because the thing is, I've lost all my dignity. I've aired all my dirty laundry in public, and as it is, so many people know about me and Darren, because it got to that point where I just thought, oh, F-U-C-K it, I just thought, I'm just going to tell people I'm done with looking like playing this character and playing that character. I'm going to completely be brutally honest with people, and Darren, I don't know. We were both. I think we're both sort of, I hate to say it, but lonely sort of people. We don't do well with relations. I don't want to be too personal about him, but this is really hard for me to say. he's a lot older than me. You know, he's 13 years older than me, and but he told me that he hadn't had a proper relationship. But oh God, maybe I should really be saying this, but it's very, very hard because it's so complex, because he's been like a parent figure and like an older brother, but he's also in need of, and we're sort of feeding off each other. We're giving each other something, if that makes sense. We're trying to feed off the same things that we both need. But I'm like, but I'll be like, you've got two parents that are still alive. They're in their late 70s and everything, but you've got two parents that love you that are still alive. I've got no one, and I'm like a child. It's really we really are. What would you call us? Something really unusual, rare.
I'll tell you what it sounds. It sounds to me like you are in the wrong kind of relationship, and what I mean by that, okay, is I don't mean you shouldn't be in a relationship with him, but I think you're in the wrong kind of relationship with him. Okay, it sounds to me like you would probably be better off if the two of you were friends rather than a couple. All right. It sounds like he gives you something that he does give you something that you say that you need, and I don't know whether, I've not spoken to him, I don't know him, I don't know what he gets out of the relationship, but from your point of view, it sounds to me like he's the sort of person that would be more beneficial if you saw him now and again as a friend, and you had your discussions and you had a laugh and you had a chat and you spoke about the problems and whatnot, and then he goes home, you go home, and there's none of that intimacy, because I think that's what clouds the issue a little bit.
I know. But this is where it's. I don't want to get emotional saying it, but it is so pain. I can't begin to describe how painful it is. When something's so emotionally painful that it almost makes you physically ache. Yeah. I know we're all human, but for me and Darren, I can't speak for Darren. I want him to feel. I want to believe what he's saying to me, because I was thinking that I was starting to understand and feel love, actually, what love actually is. But I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. I mean, I never wanted it to be codependency. Oh my gosh, no, that's the last thing that I would ever need. But he took this caring role, and I didn't need a boyfriend who's a carer. I need a caring boyfriend. Someone else can do the psychological caring, but the mental health side of, he's got his mental health issues that he wouldn't properly talk. He wouldn't sort of. He's a very sensitive, private person, but I am. I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve and everything. But this is where we're so similar. But it really is. I just can't function when he's not there. I can't. But the thing is, I'm needing him even more when he's left me, because all the confidence that I was starting to build up has been chipped away by the very people who are paid to help and protect: the police, Sussex Partnership, you know, those people. And so when Darren was in, you know, he had his arms up in the air and said, "Why is no one helping Bryony?" The people that they could have supported both of us, but they were traumatizing me. They banned him from visiting me. and made out it was for my own benefit. But they themselves, I'm talking about in the psychiatric unit, they themselves were physically and emotionally abusive. So then I would go to Darren. I went to Darren in tears. I said, I was at his door, and I said, they've bullied me. And he held his arms out to me, and I fell into his arms like as if he was like a parent. So, you know, it's so hard because I've got no one to turn to, and this is why I feel so bad texting you, because I shouldn't be having to go to other people with my problems. I'm not. I've been treated as if I'm asking for things that are too big, when all it is just perhaps a bit of moral support, or I'm not. Honestly, the people that I've had to deal with, they've gone out of their way. This is not just, I've got a stressful job, I've got other clients. Me and Darren, both of us, I promise you, Dan, I put my life on this. We have gone to people, I'm talking about really horrible, just vile people who I mean, I could use so many words to describe them, but I'm also at the same time speechless because I just can't understand how human beings could treat another. But it's not just me, because as I said, if you go on Trustpilot, my poor review of Sussex Partnership is up there, 100% bad. And there's another website, Indeed.com, Sussex Partnership, and even in admin, there's bullying and gossip. These are people who work in mental health. So I have to read this for therapy, because I am so messed up in my head right now, so messed up. Even though I know I'm an intelligent person and I know what I know, this is how the power of these narcissists, where they get inside your head and they've psychologically, it's like mind control or something, I don't know, where they've got inside your head and made you believe it's me, there's something wrong with me, it's Bryony, because I've had a lot of people say, you know, it's you, and I'm sorry, it's just I had it early on in my life, at the start of my life, and it's like it's inside me, and I couldn't be anywhere without my mother. I'm so scared of. I don't know how to describe it, because obviously I'm not stupid. I know I'm not a stupid person, and I do have a level of intelligence. But it's this thing of there is this fear inside me, and I don't want to get old. How the hell can I go into old age if I'm struggling like this? This is why I feel I'm in hell, because I've got this catch-22 situation where it's like. You know, you do the British stiff upper lip. Don't talk about your problems. Don't put all. If you send Dan one text, then you're going to send him a million text messages, and then he'll get angry, and you don't want that to happen, and then you'll feel bad, and then blah blah blah. You don't. But I shouldn't be having to text. It shouldn't. Well, it shouldn't have to be. It shouldn't have to be like this. This is why it was so important that I'm glad that I've rung you, or I rang you to speak to you, because
It's all right. Take time.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Just don't say so. Stop saying sorry. Otherwise,
then I go down that sorry route where I keep saying sorry,
you're not sorry. Okay, that again.
I'm not sorry.
You're not sorry. You okay because you needed to reach out and speak to somebody, so you're not sorry for that at all. That is that's part of the mental health issue that we all deal with that makes us feel bad for contacting or speaking to other people. So you're not actually sorry. So you need to stop saying sorry. Okay. One thing I want to point out that you said, and you say every time we've spoke, you said the same thing. Okay, every time you've said about your partner, about how he has like this sort of this role, which is almost like a parental role. Okay, like you said, he opened his arms, and and you fell into his arms almost like a parent, consoling a child. Okay, that alone I don't think is healthy. Okay, in my opinion, I do not think that's healthy for somebody that is supposed to be your partner. Okay, for them to almost, even if it's not their fault, if you start thinking that they are, as you've said, becoming this parental role, if you like, that's a bad thing. Okay, because you have to. There's got to be limits how far each person in each relationship you've got in your life. There's a limit as to they're in a little compartment. Okay, so a best friend, there's certain things they'll do, certain things they can't do. Boyfriend, certain things they do, certain things they can't do. Parent, again, certain things they can do, certain things they can't do, and everybody's got their own place in your life. And when one person starts spilling over into those other areas, okay, it makes a proper relationship very difficult.
Yes.
Okay, so it could be that you, and again, I don't know because I don't, this is just a hypothetical, if you like. It could be that you see him sometimes as this potential parental role, which means that you can't fully be the girlfriend. Does that make sense? Okay, you can't be a girlfriend. You can't be a girlfriend to somebody who you look at as being a parental role.
I don't want you to think that I haven't. I have done my best, as in, I tried to, do cooking for us, and I've been trying to learn how to cook and stuff, and I think I've. For me, I think I've done well. Excuse me, and I've tried. Obviously, I'm trying to impress him as well. But if I get a criticism or something, then that's not going to be good. Yeah, but he's always eaten everything that I gave when I did. But now I'm in a position where I haven't been able to cook. I have gone backwards. His dad said to me, "You'll only go backwards." Now I have gone backwards, and Darren said to me, "But that's not your fault, Bryony. That's other people who have forced you backwards." But my head is in such a dark place. I'm thinking he's done all these bad things. He's been lying to me. He's been emotionally controlling. I can never, ever move on. I will always be, and I don't want this because it's killing me. I keep reminding him of all the times he called the police when we had an argument and I was arrested, and he said, "I never asked them to arrest you." And I'd say, "Well, why did you call the police?" He said, "Because we've got these stressful circumstances." He'd say to me, "I've tried to get them to help you. I thought the caring role would help." And so I want to believe, because obviously, the person that I love, my partner, I want to believe what he's telling me is true. Because how could he'd have to be the most evil person in the world to have been lying to me all this time?
Well, look, listen, there are people out there. I'm not suggesting he is one of them, by the way, but there are people out there that genuinely are the devil. Okay, by which I mean they are manipulative and they're bloody good at it, and they can make people, you know, they can pull the wool over people's eyes for months, even years. Okay. And again, I'm not suggesting that's what he's doing, so do not take that the wrong way, all right? But there are people out there that can do that, okay? So there are some very, very evil people out there. But I genuinely think, I don't think necessarily that he is one of those people, okay? But I do think that you're in the wrong kind of relationship with him. Now, I understand how difficult it would be to be on your own, but do you know what? You may as well be on your own at the moment, from what you've been telling me. Okay, and you're still here, and you're still fighting. Okay, you even say you can't function, or you find it difficult to function now that your mum's gone, but you're still pushing on every day. You're still here. You're still fighting on a daily basis.
But do you know why? Because I want to. The only reason why I force myself, and believe me, I am forcing myself beyond any stretch of the imagination. It's a miracle that I've forced myself to survive as long as I have. I'm hanging on to, but I feel like I'm hanging on to lies. I don't want to be hanging on to lies, though. I have to what I've had to do is program my mind to. Even if it means, you can call it what you like, disassociation is a good word, to just make myself believe something, even if it's not real, that, because I can't, I know what you're saying, and I'm not, you're not the first person to have actually said that to me, but I just feel that I can't not, this is a really difficult one because I've got all the knowledge under my belt about narcissism and narcissistic relationships. I know all. I'm so clued up on all of that, and I know I read it. I heard, well, it was on YouTube about a sociopath who was in love with his wife. And he treated her well, but they were both in love, but she had no idea that he hated prostitutes and that he'd been a serial killer throughout their marriage, killing, murdering. But obviously I would, I can't allow myself to have those thoughts about my partner, because if I start sort of, do you know what I mean? I will just, I don't want to be arrested anymore and handcuffed. I just want to leave. I really just want to leave this evil world. But I'm just trying to force myself. I'm literally in hellfire inside my head. I am hanging on to my partner, but I want to believe. I know. Obviously, I'm trying to be sort of, what's the word? I'm trying to be sensible about it. I'm trying to just, because obviously, it's. I've got to have space, and I've got to just not sort of, you're right with what you're saying, but I still, I personally cannot live without that love. I've already had several bereavements. I'm struggling to, I'm able-bodied, but there's something that is the only reason why I'm forcing myself to keep going. I just feel like I'm never going to see my sisters again. I'm never going to see my partner.
I've lost you, Bryony.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah,
sorry.
I can now. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
No, I was just saying. I'm sorry. I was just saying that I don't feel like I'm ever going to see my sisters again, or my estranged father, or anyone ever again. I feel dead, and I'm just but I want to just it's like praying and just forcing myself to pray and forcing myself to because what else am I supposed to do?
But you shouldn't have to force yourself. This is the thing. This is the thing. You shouldn't have to force yourself. If you feel that you're forcing yourself to do certain things, okay, then it's not the right thing to do. Okay?
Oh no, sorry. No, I'm sorry. What I meant is that's the only way I'm going to get up in the get up. I'm struggling with that's why I'm coming awake at night time.
Right.
I haven't been seeing. I hardly see any daylight, and I've got to get out of this hotel, and I can't. I just cannot. This is what I mean. I want to believe what Darren's telling me because he was saying everything that I was saying. Why won't if Darren hadn't come in when he did, I don't know what would have happened because all these years since my mother died 12 years ago in 2009, I was already struggling before she died. I couldn't maintain, even in supported accommodation, they weren't supporting me.
Okay.
What I don't want to happen is to totally and utterly lose my head, and I don't want people to think, what does she mean by that? Because that could mean anything. But what I'm trying to say is, there's only so much that you can do to keep up this. How are you, Bryony? I'm fine, thanks. But actually, behind closed doors, I'm just
falling apart.
I've said that. I've said that to people when I've been wanting to go to the shops to buy something to try and kill myself, to put something round my neck. And I've said, how are you, Bryony? Fine, thank you. That fake thing that we do, sort of thing. Because but you feel like screaming and shouting. No one's effing helping me. And it did get to that point while I was in a relationship with Darren, and I don't know if maybe I scared him. He had to have stitches where his tendons are from where he snatched a knife from me, because in one of these hotels I'd stabbed myself, and prior to that I kept buying these knives, and I don't like to say it because it makes me cringe. I can't even look at a knife. I get these dreams where I had one last night about a really long knife, and I hope I'm making sense. I hope I make sense to myself, obviously, but I hope I'm making sense. I know I can't make people understand me, but with Darren, he came to me as a really, and I don't mean this in a sort of patronising way about him, but a sweet boy, despite his age, which does not say he's a boy at all. His innocence and his sweetness, but it became so volatile. I want to believe that it's mostly because of stress and not because of us. Do you know what I hope that makes sense. Because we are. I hope I'm not giving you the impression that when we're together we're moody, sort of unpleasant people. We've been brought up, we're polite people. Well, I know I am anyway. Before he stormed out of here, what had happened was he'd been on the way to. He'd gone away and come back. He'd gone to a barber's to get a haircut, but he'd been running so fast that he fell over, and he had grazes on his arms and legs.
Right.
I was I can be a bit mean, maybe. I did joke about it, and he was able to laugh about it a bit. But I did also sort of, comfort him and said, "Oh, you poor thing," and I put some ointment on his sores. And then he just needed to lie down because his arm was aching, and we both get very tired. We just drained, mental health, but I kept badgering him about bringing some clean clothes here. It was getting very late, and I said, "You are going to," but it turned into an argument, and I said, "Oh, there's no need to be rude to me, blah, 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 blah." But then it escalated and ended up in him screaming and shouting at me, and then I it might look comical to someone else, but it's not nice when you're screaming and shouting and look here, if I cared I wouldn't put this ointment on you, and then I showed him the text messages that I'd sent his parents, because I secretly took the phone numbers of his parents without him knowing the last time he stormed out and left me for a month. And
Right.
I'm let me tell you something. When he storms out of that door, it's like I've been winded. It's like
Yes, do you know why that's because he's taking the power away from you. Okay, by him walking out. This is why sometimes a lot of the time you have an argument with a woman, okay, as a bloke has an argument with a woman. If a bloke turns around and walks out, the woman goes fucking mental because it takes the power away from her. Okay.
Yeah.
But flip it around. If the woman walks out, all right, a bloke will go and sit down and put the telly on. Right.
Oh, don't.
Okay.
That sounds horrible.
No, I know it sounds. No, I'm just a bit, exaggerating a bit. But normally, if you're having an argument with a woman,
that annoys me actually.
And the
It
woman,
annoys me hearing that.
and the woman turns around and goes, "Right, bollocks to you. I'm not getting in an argument. I'm going." And you go, "See you later then. I'll go and put some fucking chips in the oven while I'm waiting for you to come back." But the other way round, okay, it takes the power away from a woman. I don't mean that horrible to women, okay. It's just the way that the wiring is different. But they will.
Right.
But a woman, when that power gets taken away from them, in that moment, it's like, fuck. What do I do? And it riles you up even more. But the thing is, I genuinely think, and I don't know the guy, so I can't say he's a horrible person. I can only go on what you've told me. Okay, I genuinely think that you're in a wrong kind of relationship. That's my honest opinion. Okay, as much as you might not want to hear that. Okay, and I might be wrong. Absolutely, I might be wrong. But from my opinion, from what I'm seeing, from what I'm hearing, is I think you're in the wrong kind of relationship with him. Some people come into your life. What's that saying? Some people come into your life for a reason, a season, and a lesson. Okay. I never used to believe that. Okay, never used to believe that until about 10 years ago. I used to hear it all the time. I used to go, "Fuck off! It's all shit." No, shut up. It's being a soft ass. But then I've kind of realised as time's gone on over the past 10 years or so, and I've looked back at things in my life, and I've thought to myself, well, hang on, I was in a situation when I met that person, and when I was with that person, I managed to fix that problem, even though we're not together anymore. So I actually gained something out of that, even though I'm not with them anymore. I actually gained something out of that relationship. So I thank that person. Well, I might not like them anymore, but I thank them for the fact that I've learned something from that, and I've come out of that as a bit of a better person. Sometimes you could be with somebody and you fix a problem, and then if you're around them for too much longer, a new problem occurs. Okay, and some people are only meant to be in your life for a short period of time, and I know that's horrible to hear, and I know that's probably a scary thought. I don't like being on my own. Okay, although I am on my own, and I'm on my own all the time, I hate it. I fucking hate it. Okay, which is why I do. Again, this is one of the reasons why I'm on the computer all the time, because I find a bit of solace in the fact that I've got lots of people that I can talk to online. Okay, but I genuinely miss having a girlfriend. Absolutely, I miss having a girlfriend. I miss sitting down at the end of the day, cuddling up on a sofa, watching a box set. Do you know what I mean? Making a nice dinner for the two of us and sitting down together and eating. I miss all of that stuff. Do you know what I mean? I live for that stuff, right? But I've not got, I haven't got that, and I haven't for a while. And the last few relationships I've had have been shit, and they've turned into fucking nightmares. But as much as I want that, I want myself to be. What's the word? I need myself to be in the right place. I need my head to be in the right place. I need my thoughts to be in the right place. And it would be wrong of me to be with somebody now while my head's up my arse. I mean, I could meet somebody that helps me, okay, and gets me out of this, okay. But I won't know, But until somebody comes along that is like that, I'm staying on my own. Even though I hate it, and it is, you get into a king size bed on your own every night for several years, and you feel like a fucking lonely old twat. You do. You feel like you've failed. All your friends and that are married or got girlfriends and families and all that stuff, and here I am on my own with a fucking cat. I mean, I won't be. I'm not going to any school reunions telling people that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
But we have to, sometimes we have to say to ourselves, right, fuck it. I've tried this and it's not fucking worked. Now I need to try something else. Okay? And again, as horrible as it is, sometimes you've got to make a tough decision. But remember, there are people around that want to help you. Tina, although Tina's in hospital at the moment.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. I only found out today. Apparently, she's got an issue regulating her body temperature at the moment. So she's had to go into hospital. She's getting fevers and chills. So that's all I know at the moment. I don't know anymore. But Tina is there to help you. I don't know because Tina doesn't talk to me. Once I pass somebody on to Tina, she doesn't tell me what goes on because it's none of my business. It's private between that person and Tina. So I don't know what, I don't know if you've spoken to Tina recently, if you're sorting things out with Tina. I do know a few people.
Yes, sorry to interrupt.
No.
I just wanted to say, yes, sorry. That's actually something I'm very desperate to do, but I'm procrastinating, and I really do need to email the email address that she gave me. But I'm sorry to hear that she's in hospital though. I'm sorry.
I'm sure she'll be fine. I'm sure she'll be fine. She's a tough cookie, she is. But she's also very intelligent, and she knows a lot of stuff. And if anybody can help you, then she can. Which is why you must, stay in contact with her. But not just that. You've got a lot of people in the chat who, like me, they're willing to be a shoulder to cry on, so to speak, or an ear to bend is probably the best word. Happy to be an ear to bend when you need to vent. There's people in the chat now, Brian for one, who comes onto your live streams. I unfortunately I wish I had enough time in the day to go on everybody's channel and watch everybody's videos. And I feel bad that I can't, because I miss things. I miss things when people are in need and need to speak to somebody, and I don't see that all the time. But I know that there are people here in the chat now, even though there's only 54 people watching and maybe half a dozen people commenting. I know that there are people on this channel who have gone over to your channel to sub, okay, who are more than happy and then be more than happy to be an ear to bend when you need it.
They've been, thank you. They've been very kind, the ones who have showing me support. I've got some notifications I haven't read, and they've been very, and it was very kind of you for them to be moderators. I really do appreciate it. It just, I'm just so, I don't, it does, it is sort of, it just feels very strange, because I don't I don't feel very human. I'm thinking I'm waiting for the world to end, basically. I'm not joking either. No, I'm not.
Well, if the mainstream media have got anything to do with it, they'll make it sound like it's happening this week.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, the mainstream media. That's why I just can't look at it. I look at the laptop sometimes, and it just overwhelms me. And obviously, being homeless and not knowing what's going to happen, I am struggling to pray and hold it together. I am just struggling to hold it together, and obviously my sleep's not good, and I've got to check out of here. I've managed to book him for one more week, but I think that's the only reason why I'm not thinking of suicide or anything, because I've got to focus on just surviving and sorting myself out and getting the help. But I feel like an old lady, and I was sleeping earlier today, but I could feel it literally all closing in on me. I just felt like I've been to all these people in the town, and they do not care. They're just so evil. I don't use the word evil because obviously evil has got to be something off the scale, the word evil, to use the word evil. But these people just don't care. You're just trying to get them to do basic stuff. You can't even get them to do that. And all these people that work in mental health and everything, a cup of tea and a chat is good. But it's the people that actually... That's why I really like the sound of Tina, because she sounds like a no-nonsense lady.
Yeah.
Believe me, this council needs someone like that. They're so corrupt at Eastbourne. But I just... When it comes to my partner, I'm having to carry on without him. But it's I know you are right. It's very difficult. It's very, very, very difficult, obviously, to talk about emotions, especially when you don't want to air your dirty laundry. But I'm not the average human being. I'm sorry. I know I sound like I'm alienating myself from the rest of the human race, but I do feel very different. I feel like nobody understands me, and yes, that everybody says that, I know, but I really am not your. The things I say, people don't understand, and if they suffer from mental health, they and I don't mean this rudely to you, by the way. I hope you don't think I mean this rudely with what I'm about to say. But when people say, and again, I don't mean this rudely, because other people will say what you say when they say, look, why are you in a relationship with someone who it took a lot of, even after being physically, well, I wasn't beaten up or anything, but there was physical, emotional abuse with the one after my mother's death, and but I mean, if someone else was to tell me, I'd be like, well, why are you going back to someone who does that to you? What's wrong with you? It was insecurity and everything and pain and just but with my current partner, as I said, it's not as clear cut as that. It's I don't know. I really can't. I don't know if I'm making excuses for him or if I have. My people might think, oh, what is wrong with you? Come on, where's your common sense gone? You're just emotionally. It's a power thing. There's definitely a power thing, though. And I think I've made excuses for him because I'm similar to him, because I would storm off and want him to come after me. Maybe that's what he wants me to do, but I think when men start doing things like that, it's not done in the same. I don't know if I'm being. I don't know if gender has anything to do with it, but it seems to be a control thing when a man does it. I don't know. And as you said, though, a woman will go completely mad when a man does it. But as you said, when a woman does it, they just sit down and watch TV. But because whenever Darren would run away from, start storming off and going in another direction, I was starting to behave in a way that I've never behaved before. I threw my bag at him one time, ran after him and threw my bags at him, and then went and walked into the middle of the road, in a busy road, and knelt down because I wanted, and that's not normal. That's very dangerous, sort of emotional thing, because then I realised I didn't have the guts to let a car hit me. So I don't know. I stormed off towards down to Holywell, and that is when Darren came after me with a traffic ward, one of those people that not a PCSO. I don't know what they are. And I thought I just ignored it. I flipped the birdie at him, and I thought, yeah, you can come after me now when you've just. And then the police were called, which is they just make me more suicidal, and then they're carrying me into a police van.
The police don't know how to make a situation better. They're supposed to be trained in techniques to calm situations down and things like that. And now all they do is make things worse, and it's almost like they do it purposely. And once you realise that, okay, it stops pissing you off. To be honest, once you realise that is their job now, is to piss people off, it stops you from getting wound up because you expect it. You expect them to fuck things up.
Exactly. I mean, do you know? I've described the police cars of I've got a phobia of maybugs and wasps, and every time a police car drives past, I almost react as if a wasp is coming near me. Oh my gosh, it's a police car! Oh, you know, but you know, even that solicitor though that I reported, who wanted me to plead guilty to what they did to me, she said to me, PC Franklin Lester can be a bully. He was downstairs in reception a couple of nights ago, and I just thought, oh, just don't look. He's the one who arrested me 3 hours after I recorded that woman on that raging alcoholic on a tag, threatening to beat me up. And I was at 3 o'clock in the morning that I'd rung 999, and he turns up to say we have a warrant for your arrest. And I had been endlessly emailing, phoning the police, being hung up on by 101 call handlers, you name it. And you know, if I tell you what, I need a badge of honour for surviving their bullying, because if I do survive it, that is, because I just feel I'm hanging on by just I don't know what I am. I'm just hanging on by a thread.
I'll tell you what you are. You're stronger than you think you are. That's what you are. Because even with everything that's going on, even with the amount of negative things that are going through your head, you're still here every day, and that says something about you. Okay.
Thank you.
Honestly, it says something about you. Yes. Okay. Things are difficult. Things are tough. Things can be absolute wank. Excuse my terminology. Okay, life can be a biggest pile of shit. Okay, but you're still showing up every day. Okay, and you're still living each day. Although you may not feel like it's living, you're still alive each day. Okay, and you're still pushing forward. and that says a lot about how strong you actually are, because there are lots of people out there that haven't had the strength to do that, unfortunately. Okay. So the fact that you're still getting up every day, and okay, the fact that you're calling me because you need to talk to somebody, the fact that you're brave enough to speak out, okay, proves how strong you actually are. You may not believe it, and that negative voice in your head is going to tell you he's talking shit, don't listen to him, you're fucking weak. But that voice means nothing. Okay, when you can actions speak louder than words. So that little voice in your head that tells you you're useless, you're worthless, you're this, that, and the other. Okay, you're showing it every day that you're not, by getting up and still living your life.
Thank you. I do appreciate it. I just starting to feel like an old lady. I just, well, actually, I say starting. I've been feeling like this like for the past few years, but really, oh God, I force myself to get up. But when I sort of like have to look all try to look glamorous on the outside. I mean, in my videos, I was that tired that some of them I'm speaking with a dressing gown on. But I just didn't care. I just thought I've just got to document this, because if anything happens to me, at least it's on my channel. I've said my piece and I've spoken out. But I'm just sort of like, I'm sorry to be so personal here. This is really hard for me to say, but even though I say it a lot, I do feel like a child, and the pain that I'm carrying, that I'm trying to hide from people. I feel like at some point soon it's going to overwhelm me. I do have a problem. I do have. This is what takes over the whole of me. Well, I mean, no, I get on with every day. You know, I force myself to keep going, but it is. I do have a dependency problem because I was dependent on my late mother. So, with or without my partner, this is a huge problem for me. It is a huge problem. But obviously people have put so much shame on me, these lovely people from Sussex Partnership, telling me to take responsibility for myself and putting me down. And when it's not, I just had a breakdown. I'd done the right thing. I politely asked for help. And then one day, while I was during my relationship with Darren, near the start of our relationship, I completely broke down. I don't know if I scared him, or if part of me wants to believe that I have scared him, actually, just so that I can find a reason for why he's being what I take as emotional abuse. Because if he's never had a relationship before and suddenly he's dealing with me, I have to say, if putting myself in his position, maybe I'd be a little bit scared of me. I'm not trying to make excuses for his what I deem to be emotional abuse, but I kind of want it to be like that, because I cannot bear the thought of him emotionally abusing me. The thought of that. I completely see what you said. You know, I'm not saying you're wrong. I think, but the problem for me is I can't handle it. You know, when you said because you're not the first person who said you need to go back to being friends. That's a sensible thing. But I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry if I'm talking about heavy things. I'm sorry. I'm still going to start saying sorry.
Do you know, it's difficult. It's difficult to think about starting again, especially on your own. It's difficult. Okay, I've in my lifetime, I've rarely been the one to end a relationship. Okay, and that is partly because of I have a kind of dependency in a way. Okay, I hate being on my own. Okay, when I'm with somebody, I'm so much better. Okay, but a lot of people
yes, me too.
A lot of people go, oh, I understand you've got these mental health issues, and I can help you, but then when it comes to it, they don't understand. Okay, and I try and hold on as much as I can, and then they're the ones that go, no, enough's enough, see you later, and it fucking ruins me, pulls my insides out. Okay, but you know what? After a while, as horrible as it is, and as hurtful as it is when that happens, okay, after a while, you feel better for it. You think to yourself, actually, do you know what? And you can start seeing it for what it is. You see it from the outside, because when you're in a relationship, your view of that relationship is completely different than if you was looking at it from the outside. Okay, which is why you're always good. Everybody's good at giving other people relationship advice, but we're shit ourselves at taking relationship advice because we can't see it because we're in it.
Yes. That's what I say.
And it's difficult to understand that. It's difficult to say to yourself, actually, yeah, I might be in a shitty place, but if I do this, that, and the other, and I might be on my own. It might be upsetting to start. It might be scary to start with. But you know what? Everybody I've ever told that to, when they've split up with the person, a few months later, they're fucking happy as Larry. But we don't see it. We don't see it ourselves because we're the ones that are in that situation. And we've also, when you've got mental health, you've got that negative voice in your head as well that tries to make you do the things that you shouldn't be doing.
Yes. Yeah. I just don't know really. I just don't know. It's such a, for me, this is such an overwhelming problem. But as you said, you said you're better when you're in a relationship with someone. Well, me too. I talk with such excitement.
But being better.
When I'm in that relationship, because you've got something to live for. You've got someone to live for, someone to share excitement with.
True, but it doesn't mean that it's a good thing to. It doesn't mean that it's good for you. Just because you function better as a pair, it doesn't mean that it's good for you. All right, and I'm not trying. Again, I'm not trying to be down. I'm not trying to speak down to you or say anything to upset you purposely or anything like that. I've just got to say what I say. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes it upsets people, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I'm wrong. But the fact is, just because you're in a relationship and you function better, okay, it doesn't mean the relationship is any good. Okay, and it doesn't mean that other person functions as well as you think you function in that relationship. Okay, which is why a lot of relationships will fail, especially when it comes to people with mental health, because there are people out there that think they understand it, but they don't. I was with a girl that was studying psychology. She was studying psychology, okay? And yet even she turned round. She told me she understood and all the rest of it, and then even she turned round and fucking fucked me off. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, that's so many. I'm not being funny, but I find that the people, and people won't like me for saying this, some people might not, but I find that the people who've gone to university and all of that, they're the worst ones because, in my experience anyway, because I need to speak to someone who's actually had experience of mental health. They're the ones that understand better, because a textbook isn't telling you, because everyone's different anyway. You might have the same label as someone, but not everyone's everyone's different, got a different personality, and we were all. You're, as my partner himself said, we're all in a different place. And I'd just like to add, that's another reason why our relationship, can I just add, because I didn't think to say this before, even though it's screamingly obvious to me. One of the big things with our relationship is we understand, we've got a mutual understand. We agree on a lot of things anyway, but we've got a deep understanding, very deep people, and emotionally we understand things. We've got a mutual understanding. We're so alike. It's just obviously it's a shame that it has to. I suppose that's why they say opposites attract, because perhaps you clash if you're so like someone. But we were always complaining about the same things. That I'm not saying that our relationship is built on, having a moan about the same things. We both wanted to be in a better place. Well, I know I do. But we were always complaining about people in the mental health services. People, someone who was too busy chewing on a pen. I turned it into something comical because I'm talking to this person at St Mary's House about serious mental health issues, and he's chewing on. I'm not joking. I'm not making this up. This is all. Everything I say is absolutely 100% true. And he was chewing on it so much that even the cartridge fell out of his pen, fell onto the floor. Right. So he picked that up and he started chewing on it. And I'm not joking. And I was looking at him thinking, you're like a little boy. And I felt like nudging Darren and saying, look at what he's doing, because Darren had his head down. I looked at Darren and I thought, this guy is so busy chewing his pen, just had it in his mouth, even the cartridge. So the things that they come out with, oh my gosh, I've heard it. I think I've heard it all. I've talked to Darren about making a black comedy, like a Ricky Gervais style comedy, just for the sake of sanity. If no one else laughs at it, I know I will, because I've been there. They're the best comedies, are the ones where you can relate to the nonsense. But the things that they come out with, even the phrases, to the point where it made me go mad. I still to this day think that government agents are onto me. But they like these phrases, we're going round in circles and hanging up on me. The police have done it. They've used that phrase and then hung up on me. I've had the local government ombudsman did it. And the number of times I've had someone say, if I had a magic wand, I'd tell them where to shove it for a start. Those patronising phrases, how can anyone not have any idea? Or do they hear what they're actually saying when they say these things? I mean, I'm not being funny, but me personally, I spoke to someone at the urgent care lounge who used the magic wand. I think it was either, I can't remember. I think it was the magic wand phrase, and I said no, don't like this. And she said, right, okay, I'll have to make a mental note not to say that phrase. It's a bit of a trigger for you. It's so infuriating, not just patronising. It's given my experiences. I'm not joking when I say this. I really do think that I'm a targeted individual. Well, calling a spade, I'm a targeted individual, given what I've been through. But I'm taking it to part of my brain is now taking it to the next level, thinking, they've been doing this, has all been set up. Why would all these 101 call handlers hang up on me? I mean, I've said to people, is it just me? Or is this happening to other people? I've had so many call handlers say, look, the obnoxious call handlers. I know Darren's had it, but sorry, I've gone slightly off topic to what you were saying, but
listen, the call handlers, the same with ambulance, the same with fire and all the rest of it. Okay, the people that get the call, okay, it goes on the system. Okay, if somebody calls them up regularly, or if somebody calls them up and is abusive to somebody, all of these things go on notes. Okay, so the next time somebody answers a call, it's all on a computer screen. Okay, so the next time that person's number comes up, notes about that person pops up on the screen as well. Okay,
right, that's. Yeah, but I've never been. I promise you. I mean, I'm sure I don't have to make you believe that I've never been abusive, because I actually used my dictaphone to record 101 call handlers. Because one of them, that's it. Because of everything that was going on at the property, they were shutting me down. Every time I rang 101, and I'd get hung up on. I had BHT. I could be here forever telling you this. But then I had PCSOs visit me one time. I'd already had one set of PCSOs say, "Do you feel safe here?" I said, "No, I'm scared for my life." Right, well, we'll do the same. We'll do this and that, and they never do anything. I was told that the neighbourhood policing team, the NPT would be out to me within 2 consecutive days of my bedroom window being smashed, and they never did. Yeah. And I had PCSOs turn up to say, "You've been making malicious phone calls." I said, "This is what I mean. They could these. There's no words for it. They could drive a vulnerable woman like me to complete and utter insanity. I recorded antisocial everything. I recorded the neighbours, and then I had someone from the council actually came out to me to serve me a section 43 or something. I think it was 43. I've got a hoarding and clutter problem. I can't find all the paperwork. I've made so many notes. I've got notes. People will say to me, "Make notes." I said, I can't find pieces. I'm writing so much stuff. This is why I feel so tired. That's why I'm thinking Tina Chave. Tina is she's my last, I've tried every avenue with everything. But, sorry, I didn't finish what I was saying. This person had come out from the council to serve me a section 43. I think it was 43. And I said, "Oh, thank goodness, someone from the council." But part of my brain was saying, "Brian, it's not to help you. Come on. Nobody likes you." Well, guess what? He sat with me in the kitchen with a PCSO saying, "This is an antisocial order," some sort of a thing, because I had gone to the building very calmly to not screaming and shouting like these nutcases. I mean, it's like what you were saying though. What do you have to do to get through to these bloody people to say, what is wrong with a human being? How demented do you have to be to see when someone if you're a human being, you've got the capacity to know, or you should have it, to look at another human being and to judge whether that person is having a mental breakdown or they're being antisocial. I mean, for me to be on the street in my dressing gown, that is how I got Juliet. That is how I gained a friend that I am putting. I feel like I'm putting my life on. I'm such an intense person, but I'm that vulnerable that Juliet is more to me than just an acquaintance friend. She's a witness. She's my head has been in this is how my head is operating. I'm thinking like this: if anything happens to me, I mean, this is how my head. This is what I'm like. I'll write. I hope Juliet isn't watching this, because I don't want to make her ill, but because I did tell her about you and police abusing powers, but But if things were to get so bad, I would write what might be deemed a suicide note, and I'd be like, "This is for Juliet, signed, my name signed below. Should anything happen to me, because I'm literally this is how my head is thinking. I'm so overwhelmed. I'm thinking, my godmother said life's a bitch, and she hung up on me. I don't know what all this narcissism. My sisters, my horrible sisters, my mother's best friend. I'm thinking, right, before the police come and take me away, handcuff me, lock me away, forcibly inject me, do whatever things that they do to vulnerable people, because I'm not having it. I'm thinking that is where my head sometimes. I know how I sound to other people. I probably sound mad, but I'm not mad. I'm not deluded. I'm just unwell and bereaved, feeling trapped. I'm not mad. I'm just a human being who's thinking, right, worst comes to worst. People think they can do whatever they like with Bryony. Bryony's been honest. Bryony's told it how it is. And what I don't want to happen is for Bryony to get to that point where she's got people grabbing her again, because if they do, she's going to absolutely flip out and whoa, you know, and then they might actually send me to prison, because I don't know. I just, do you know what I mean? I don't want to get to that point. It's just, oh God, I'm sorry. I'm just full of so much anger about so much, and you know, I really do appreciate you listening to me, because I needed that. I just feel so angry about people, because you know, we've still got this thing, apparently, well, from what I hear and what I read about women not reporting rape, and I had attempted rape. It was called indecent assault, where I put someone on a sex offenders register and 2 years in prison, and that was I was really proud of myself for I didn't get support with it.
Right.
And I managed to even laugh about it. It's not at the forefront of my mind, but for all the criticism that I've had for the things that I did need help with, this is what gets me. The things that I did ask for help with, they put so much shame on me. And when I had my mental breakdowns, and the psychiatric unit didn't like me, they didn't like me standing up for myself, they didn't like me telling the truth, because I could be a tough nut when I tell it how it is. I really do get very passionate. But when the police are doing what they like with me, they've left me now in a constant state of, in my head, I've got this constant feeling of I'm trapped. It is like trauma-based mind control. Well, in my opinion, I'm just calling a spade, because this, I can't explain everything that's going on inside my head, and I can't find the words for it because it's so dark. Sorry, I just hope I'm making sense, because it's so difficult to. Sorry, it's very difficult to. I'm just saying where my head is, because people, even people who understand mental health, if I was to say to them what I'm saying to you.
I've lost you again.
Hello?
Hello, now you're back.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry about that. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know at what point you lost me, but I was just saying that I don't know what point you lost me, but I was just saying that it's very difficult to explain everything that's going, obviously, on inside my head because it's that dark. But it's even people who suffer from mental health won't understand when I talk about a suicide note or a suicide plan, and I've had people say what you have said, which is, why would you kill yourself? Why would you shorten your life because of someone else? It's like the police have helped make me suicidal, but it's my partner. It's my partner that's the one that's really, because he's the one who's supposed to protect me, not trigger me, so to speak. He's supposed to protect me from those B words. But I'm sorry. I feel a little, part of me, I really appreciate you listening to me, but part of me is also feeling, because of how we're programmed in society, we're not supposed to talk about, you're supposed to do this British stiff upper lip, but we're not meant to talk about our issues. I really just don't know. I'm one of these people who needs that parent kind of. I've been accused of killing my mother by, or you killed her with stress. That's nice, but she's not. I don't think she's entirely wrong though, because. But I think this is where, without wanting to criticise my late mother, I think she should have really pushed for help. For more, well, maybe I think she did everything she could though, because she wrote letters and stuff. I mean, she got me a front page headline on the front of the local Gazette, saying my daughter was nearly driven to suicide because of bullies at my school, because there'd been a bullying problem even after I left the school. But there was to this day though. I'm sorry. I'm starting to feel a little bit embarrassed because I hate this feeling. You know, that feeling of embarrassment and shame. But I really do appreciate you listening to me, because sorry, I don't expect anyone to have any answer for me. I just appreciate you listening. I feel bad because I'm not expecting. I hope you don't think I'm looking for an answer to my problems or any. I know everyone else has got their issues as well, and I just appreciate you listening to me.
You're welcome. Let me just stop you for 1 second.
Yeah.
Right, people in the chat, listen, behave yourselves, please. Right, I don't care who started what and who's saying what. Okay, all I know is that you're getting into a point where you're starting to argue against each other. There's no need for it. Paddy, if Scott has beliefs, don't knock them, same as yours. I don't expect anybody to knock anybody's beliefs, all right, whether you agree with them or not. Scott, you need to chill for a minute, mate. All right, I know you get upset, and I know you're a very religious person. Unfortunately, not everybody's the same. Although I respect your beliefs, as you know I do. I don't believe anybody should be knocking anybody over their religious beliefs. So I would prefer if the argument got knocked on the head in the comments. Brian is on the phone. She's going through a lot at the moment, and the last thing I want to do is be distracted by what's going on in the comments. So please, folks, knock it off. Sorry, Bryony.
Oh no, it's okay. Sorry, I was starting to get a little bit sort of concerned that maybe I was when I start to get tongue tied see, I wouldn't be doing. I just want you to know, I wouldn't be doing this if I got the help I needed. But it's embarrassing because you know, I don't want people to get annoyed that, oh, she's talking about mental health. She's not talking about anything to do with the police, which is what you're about. But I've got all these issues that I'm sort of carrying like a burden on my back, and I don't have a sort of but at least, you know, there are things that you really do understand, which obviously, and that gives me comfort knowing that the police have obviously added to this suicide ideation, which is what they label it as. I just call it just trying not to kill yourself. But yeah, no, I just really appreciate you listening to me. I really do. It is, you know, obviously I don't expect anyone, I'm not trying to make anyone understand me. I just find it very frightening sometimes that I think, how am I going to get through a lifetime when I'm like this now, and I'm struggling at a basic level, which is exactly what my partner says. He says, look, I'm struggling at a basic level. But then I'll say to him, yeah, but you've got a family. You've got 2 parents who are still alive that love you. Oh, but they're not going to be here forever. And it's that sort of thing that gets me angry, because I think, you know, you don't know what you've got till it's gone, because you know, my mother, I was so dependent on my mother. I'd follow her into the bathroom. I'd talk while she was in the bath, and I'd just follow her everywhere. And she didn't have any privacy with me. But then I went into a system that I thought had a duty of care to me. And it's very frightening, because it's just like domestic abuse and all of that. You don't want to believe that it's like evil. You don't want to believe that there's, you know. I'm sorry. I know I'm just waffling a bit now, but I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. I'm struggling to put it into words.
Just say it as it is in your head. Say it as it is in your head. Once it's out, you can always say, well, actually, no, I need to rearrange the words. But once it's out, it's out. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure that we'll understand what you're trying to say. If not, then we'll ask you what you mean. But just say it as it is in your head.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's because it feels weird, because I'm on my own all the time, and I haven't had any contact with human beings apart from obviously the people that work in the hotel. But it's all very, you know, stiff upper lip, and you know, can't wait to get back to my room. I don't like being around people. I just can't wait to get back to the room and shut the world out. But that's not healthy. I hope now you could, maybe you've got, like, I hope that maybe you and anyone hearing me has got a better understanding of me in that respect now, because and why me and my partner, well, I need him. I hope, I'd like to think he needs me as much as I need him, but because we are so similar, we're so alike, we really are. Do you know what PC Mark Vittler, he said 5 years ago, he said it perfectly. He said, you two, when you're together, when it's good, it's good. It's, you know, it's good, but when it's bad, that's when it gets all volatile. And because my partner described our relationship as bliss. I know you probably think, oh, well, all relationships are like that at the start, the honeymoon period. Yeah. But this is so much more intense. There is this. I'd be afraid to just be friends, and the thought of him looking for another female or something like that,
would be upsetting to start with.
No, I couldn't handle it. I would literally go and kill myself. I know I don't want to I don't want to cause any, I don't want to alarm anyone saying that. That's how my brain operates.
Listen, you've managed, and I'm not suggesting you should. I'll just tell you what I think. As we talk. Now, you've dealt without him before. You've managed to go through life without him, up until you met him, didn't you?
I was forcing I had the issues that I had, the hoarding and the clutter, which is acute, and he sort of he came in, and I think it overwhelmed him because I've been hiding it from obviously from members of the public. Not that I had any friends anyway, but I wasn't being signposted to people that knew how to deal with this mental health issue. Excuse me. And then I was sorry. I know I'm being very personal about all these things, but I was evicted, and I had problems in the flat. But he was walking. He wasn't. The thing is, I hope what people aren't imagining is a normal setting. You have to remember that I had to keep explaining to people. Please, I'd say to people, please, people in the psychiatric unit and all the people that we were speaking to, I'd say, please understand, you're not dealing with the average relationship here. Darren has walked into my problems and my clutter. He hasn't walked into a normal flat. I'm not a normal. I mean to say I'm not a normal woman.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But yeah, and it took a great. I hated having to be that honest, but I had to be. I really had to be. It's sort of like I've lost all my dignity now. I've got nothing to lose. I've had, and if anything, more evil has been done to me from being more honest. And this is what I find just so, this is what is driving me mad, is why are people doing this to me? I've taken, you need to take responsibility for yourself. That's what the senior psychologist said. I said, I think I was so shocked at the time. I don't think I would have said it to her face, but the anger has come out since then, because how can I really do tear into myself. I've been so brutally honest. I mean, I know St Mary's House has got a terrible reputation, but I recently looked at my middle sister's. She's had a sex change and she's got a new name. But I knew she'd worked for Southdown. Perhaps I need to be careful what I say because I know people can hear me. But she works for the very people, the very supported accommodation people organisation, and that's at St Mary's House. It actually said St Mary's House because she doesn't live in Eastbourne. But I didn't realise that she had worked for those people. She worked for people with severe learning disabilities and acute, like mentally handicapped. I don't know the PC word now.
Right.
But, severely, sort of, I don't know what the word is. I don't know what the word is now.
That's all right.
But
carry on.
Yeah. And I don't know if the thing is, when I took that overdose, I cannot believe my own horrible sisters could say this. But even then, I didn't say anything to them. Because I've never said how I feel to them, because they're bullies. But I'm being honest now, because I'm saying so that other people can hear. I'm actually saying they're bullies. they've always been bullies. People are scared of my eldest sister. They're not. They're the kind. Oh, but they said when I took the overdose and I was in Brighton Hospital. I don't remember anything. My godmother. They came over, took me back, and I hadn't told them that I'd taken an overdose, so they were on the receiving end of that. But they told Brighton Hospital, oh, she does this all the time, which is a disgusting thing to say, and it's not actually true, because it took an awful lot of guts. Let me tell you, it took guts to take that overdose. I think it takes guts to attempt suicide. Even an overdose, and that will have had a detrimental effect, because you know, this lovely lady Juliet, I've got to get her to tell Steve who took my stuff from the police from the hotel where I stabbed myself with a 6-inch knife. He said to Darren that I'm playing him. But in my mind, because I don't know who to believe, I said to Darren, you've lied, haven't you? You've been telling people that... He said, I never said anything, so it causes arguments. He said, I'm not responsible for what Steve thinks. I said, well, he's supposed to be a Christian. Now, I've got to go with my lady friend to the food bank, because she's a witness to the terrorism in my shared accommodation that I'm staying away from, just so that she can say I'm a witness, because I'm so upset. These people are supposed to be Christians, and well, you know, in my experience, a lot of people who've called themselves Christians are not always the, you know, in the same way that people who've been to university and studied psychology don't always understand mental health. But these people, I feel so much anger and hurt and confusion that in a suicide note I'd be writing, right, Steve, and do, and for all these other people, I've got this one lady. It's so extreme, my state of mental health, but I mean it. I'm being absolutely deadly serious. It is this is why I want to believe it's because part of me wants to think it's me and not Darren that's the problem, because I can't handle the thought that I'm being emotionally abused. I want to believe it's because no one has helped me, and my mental health has affected Darren. I want it to be something like that.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean?
Even when we are normal, as in not feeling depressed, even if we're not suffering from mental health problems, we think that way anyway. Okay, so that's a natural way of thinking that's the person that you put all your time and effort and love into. Okay, it's natural to think to yourself, they can't be doing something that bad to me. They can't be doing something horrible to me. Do you know what I mean? And we fight that
Yeah.
thought all the time. And it doesn't matter what kind of relationship you're in. You think about your partner that way, okay? Because nobody can think that their partner is doing something bad to them. But the problem is, in some cases, they genuinely are. But people are fighting that thought, frightened of thinking that way. Okay, so they put it off, and they make excuses for it, you know. And it's what I was saying about maybe you're in the wrong kind of relationship with him. Okay, and it's not, you know. Again, I don't say it to be horrible. I don't say it to upset you. I say it because it's what I think. And so, as I say, sometimes people in a relationship with somebody, and to use your words, you can't see the wood for the trees. Okay, you don't want to believe that, or rather you want to believe that this is the person that loves you as much as you love them, and all of the rest of it. But in a lot of cases, it's not true. It doesn't work out that way, and unfortunately, it is part of life to have to go through that. as horrible as it is. Again, I've been with with my kid's mum, my eldest boy's mum, for example. She's the only person I've ever considered marrying ever in my life, and that was 21 years ago. Okay, and I've had relationships since then, and I couldn't even consider getting married to somebody else. That was the only person, and the reason I wanted to marry her at the time was because she was pregnant with my boy. I wanted to do the right thing. I loved her. I wanted to do the right thing. I wanted us to be a family because I come from a broken family. I didn't want my son to be born into a family where mum and boyfriend. I was quite old-fashioned in that way. I wanted us to be, an actual family. And then it got to the point where, she come from a very, very rich family, and her dad used to buy her cars and stuff. And it got to a point where she said, "Dad, I need a new car so I can put a pram in the boot." Her dad turned around and said, "Well, get your boyfriend to pay for it then." So she come to me. I was working at the time. I was a chef, but I was only on 13 grand a year at the time as a commie chef. And she said to me, "I need a new car." I said, "Well, what are you asking me for? I can't afford it. I'm on 13 grand a year." Do you know what I mean? So she ended up going. She ended up going to find somebody that could afford it. Okay.
That's terrible.
But again, same thing as you. You don't want to believe that. You don't want to believe that that's going to happen. You don't want to believe that that's how things are turning out. You don't want to believe that your partner would do something like that. And when we split up, I was fucking devastated to the point where, and as bad as this sounds, but to the point where I used to just so I could be near me after my son was born, just so I could be near him, I used to go and sit at the end of their road of a night time, just so I could be near him. Didn't see him, obviously, but I wanted to be near him. But but it fucked me up. It proper killed me. You know what I mean? But I got over it, and we all do. We all get over it. As hard as and scary as it sounds, okay, we get over it. I didn't have anybody to help me get over it, okay, but a lot of people now if I'm in a situation like that, I've got people that I can speak to that'll help me. I didn't have that back then, and I had to get over it on my own. And it was hard, and it was frightening, and it made me sick, and it made me even more depressed than I was, and it was horrible. But again, we can get through it. I mean, the simple fact that you're here talking to me now, okay, when you've been through so much, shows that you are stronger than you think you are, okay? Plus, as I've said to you, you've not only got me, okay, you've got my phone number, you've got my personal phone number, right? So I've told you before, if you're in a position where you feel that you need to speak to somebody because things are, things are getting hard, things are getting a bit much for you, okay, you text me and I'll phone you back. Okay, there's also people in the comments that want to help you. You've got Tina that wants to help you. Do you know what I mean? So you're not.
I really do appreciate.
So you're not alone, and you need to understand that you're not alone. And when you feel bad, when you not bad, but when you feel depressed, when you feel down, what you need to do is you need to get into a habit of picking the phone up. Rather than sitting there in silence and mulling it over in your head and getting yourself more worked up, you need to pick the phone up, even if you speak to somebody for 15-20 minutes, take your mind off of what's going on, okay, and then get back on with doing what you're doing. But when those thoughts start flooding in, you need to pick your phone up and you need to contact somebody and speak to them. Not one of these. I'm not talking about the mental health crisis teams and stuff like that, although they can help in some situations. But if you feel they're not helping, then you need to phone somebody that you think will help you take your mind off of it. Whether it's me, whether it's Tina, whether it's somebody that you've made contact with in the comments, whatever. We wouldn't offer our time if we didn't mean it.
I really do appreciate it. I just I feel embarrassed to admit, but how acute this is for me. I mean, I really do feel like a child, mentally, emotionally. I just try to hide it from people as best as I can. But with my partner, I felt comfortable, more comfortable with him than I've felt with anyone. I've told him everything about myself, really, and I really have opened myself up like a wound, emotion, just really in every way, and I feel like I'm sharing my soul. I've really given myself to him more than I couldn't do it with anyone else. It's too, and it really. He said at the start of the relationship, he said he saw me as like a wife, and something clicked. I thought, no, I take that really seriously, and I thought we're supposed to be together. It's just supposed to be. We're supposed to be. It's meant to be that way. But the fact that I haven't heard from his parents and even my late mother's best friend, I don't understand what's happened there and why my godmother said that she had cancer, and she was sort of going back on something that she said a few years ago. She rang me up she left a voice message saying that she wants to see me, and now she's changed it to she's got cancer. Oh, but that was years ago. It was only 3 years ago that she said that, and or left a voice message saying that. So I'm feeling very, very, very the people that are the very people that are supposed to love me and give me a reason to keep going. I don't know. This is really hard to say, but even my late mother cried for me because she said to people, Bryony's got no one, and one of her friends said, who was an executor of her will, said, you can't be Superwoman, and she was right, but in the end she couldn't cope because she was being bullied by my eldest sister who wrote her a letter, and my sisters are a lot older than me, and they're more capable than I am. The eldest one is a landlady, and she's a tyrant, as someone said, someone from New Haven. People are intimidated by her, but this is why I just can't face them. I feel so sort of all the confidence that I've been building up over the years has just been chipped away at, and this is why I don't like being around people. I'm hiding myself away.
Right.
I do know how to enjoy myself on my own. If there's an activity that I would enjoy, I can enjoy my own company. I'm not, obviously, because I wouldn't be here otherwise. There's no way I would have survived this long if there wasn't an outlet for me. But it is very frightening, sort of just. I'm just in a state. The only way the reason why I sound like I'm okay speaking is because I'm disassociating from that. I'm just pretending like it's that thing of, come on, you gotta keep going. Come on, we don't want the stress of and if I haven't got long here, I've got to get everything packed up, and that's going to be tiring. So come on, that's a kick up the backside. There's the one good thing about being in a place like this is one of those things that to motivate you. That you've got a time limit for things, and but it's I'm so worn down, and emotionally, I just know that it's going to hit me. It's going to hit me so hard.
Yeah, of course it will. Of course it will. The thing is, you've got to stop being frightened of it. You've got to stop being frightened of what might happen. Okay, you are still here after everything you've been through, after several attempts that you've made, to do things, silly things we'll call them. Same as me. I've done it as well, right? But I'm still here, and so are you. Which proves that you're stronger than you think you are, which proves that you can deal with far more than you think you can. If you can deal with a situation where you've thought of killing yourself and you haven't, and you're still here, you can deal with anything. You just need to stop being scared of it.
Thank you. I appreciate your and your encouragement as well. Thank you. I know the fear is often worse than the actual. I'm just. It's because so much is. It's also the fact that so much has happened over the last 5 years. I'm in a loop, and it really makes me angry when people say to me, "Oh, it really gets me." It's just so simplistic. They've got no idea. Anyone can say, "Oh, leave it in the past." Well, trauma is trauma, isn't it? But they haven't been in those positions where they're not me for a start, and they haven't had those things happen to them, and they haven't been dragged around in handcuffs, and the mental, the damage that it has done to me, even I don't. We don't, as human beings, we don't know the long-lasting impact. I mean, at some point, I could suddenly get, I don't know, Alzheimer's or a dementia and start lashing out at people, get memory loss, or just suddenly I don't know, flip out and just. It has been in the back of my mind where I thought, but because I pray, I have to keep praying. I can tell myself to keep praying because that's the only thing that there is. There's nothing else for me. I could just flip out. I could. I don't want those thoughts because if I go down that dark, those bastards. I could kill them. I'm gonna get, because if I let them do everything that they've done to me, and I suddenly think, do you know what, I'm not going to take this shit, I might actually, and I mean actually, beat a police officer, not Bryony McCarthy of Belmore Road, as they put in the Herald, whilst I was self-funding this hotel for my safety. They went and put it in the Herald that I beat the police. Well, they won't know what's hit them if I do actually. They took me to a police cell, threw me on the floor, stripped me half naked. They took the top half off, and they've still got my bloody clothes. Excuse my French. Sorry, I'm just angry. They've still got my clothes, and I did email the IOPC. I've done everything the right way. I've done the right thing, the polite thing, gone down the procedures, and I just feel like there's always I don't know.
Listen, you say that. You've got pray, which is all. You say that's all you've got, but it's not. Okay, what you need. The other thing you need to do, as I keep saying, is you need to have some belief in yourself. Okay, and you need to stop that negative words. Okay, praying is not the only thing that's going to silence that negative thought in your head. Belief in yourself. Okay, you need to ridicule that voice in your head until it fucks off. Okay, and you need to prove that it's wrong. So when that voice in your head says, I'm gonna make you fucking stay in bed all day today and fucking feel sorry for yourself and keep the curtains closed and all the rest of it. What you got to do is you got to go fuck you, and you got to get up. And I know it's difficult, right? And I know it's easier said than done. I know that for a fact because I've been there. But you need to push yourself to get up and do that. If you can push yourself to still be here after everything you've been through, okay, then you can push yourself through that little wanky voice in your head. Trying to bring you down, Okay, and once you've done that a few times and you've shown it up and you've said and you get up and you say to yourself, no, fuck you, windows open, curtains open, bit of sunlight on my face rather than sitting in the dark all day. Go for a walk round the block, whatever it might be, even though that voice is going, no, don't go out because people will be looking at you, and you know what I mean, you might bump into someone and have to talk to them. Fuck it, put a hat on so you don't give anybody eye contact, to go for a walk round the fucking block. Okay, just look down at the floor. Don't look at people's faces. You don't have to. You just have to, small steps to prove that negative voice in your head, to prove it wrong. Small steps, even if you only do one thing per day to start with. Okay, and start building your self-confidence in yourself. Start building the belief in yourself that you can do it, because you can, because you're still here. If you weren't strong enough to do it, then you wouldn't be here now.
Thank you. I think it's that fear of getting to. Yeah, I know the fear is worse than. I do have a sort of like some. I don't know how to explain it, but when I go out and about, I think I just go into that sort of like disassociation thing. That's how I manage to get out and about, and why I don't suffer from agoraphobia, the one where you're afraid to go out.
Agoraphobia,
because I've actually had people say to me when I used to go into the pub on my own, they'd say I had older men old enough to be my father saying to me, I've never known a woman to sit in a pub by herself. And I said, well, I do it all the time. If I didn't, I'd be just too scared to do anything. I said, I come in the pub for cups of tea. I don't drink, you know. And that's how I do it. I do, you know, you have to sort of disassociate. But I am very extremely conscious of the fact that people will look at me like, oh, it's her. She's the one that's always on her own, because I'm never with anyone. I'm a loner. I'm always on my own. And it might look strange, but you know, but that's how I do it. I just go into my own little headspace and my own little sort of like, I just had to deal with some very nasty people, and the horrible landlord that I had that tried to sort of get money out of me and to pay for leaks. And again, if it wasn't for this ex-army Jehovah's Witness who had taken me under his wing, and he was like, look, mate, she ain't stupid. She's just, and he knew how to square up to people, sort of, you know, stand up to people. And he'd say, look, he thinks you're stupid. And when I was being evicted, his partner came screaming up the stairs at me. Horrible. She was like, she reminded me of like a Cat Slater from EastEnders.
Right.
But worse. Come screaming up the stairs, kept screaming at me to get out. And it's things like that. I have seen them in the town recently, and I thought, why don't you go? And I thought, no, probably best I don't anyway, because I look at her, she's very intimidating to look at. And the thing is, I've had this all my life. I've had this problem with people, and I had it in Greg's the cafe the other day when I was sitting with two older men, who are extremely vulnerable and have mental health issues, and they got me to sit with them. And this woman, I didn't know who she was. She said, mind my coat with your tea. And I said, oh, yeah, okay. He said, don't put it on the floor, put it on the table, be a tripping hazard. I said, oh, all right, okay. And I thought, oh, she's a funny one. And then she said, she said about the mental health services being very good and everything. And then I thought, I gave my opinion, and that's when I knew something wasn't right, really wasn't right, because she said, no, you've had it easy, you have. I know because I worked upstairs at the in Worthing at the that psychiatric unit, and I didn't go into anything. I just said, excuse me, I think we'll agree to disagree there. This is after the police had beaten me on Beachy Head. Nursing assistants on the section 136 pinned me down. And then I'd had that nurse say, I've got witnesses to say that you said my children should be aborted. That was my treatment. There are some demented people in there, and just because I said to this woman, this is in Greg's, I said we'll agree to disagree. I put my hand up and I turned away, and she said, you started it. I said, no, I didn't. I thought I thought to myself, you're mad. And she went up to the desk to complain about me, and then I had the manageress arguing with me, and I thought, what is happening? There is a smear campaign going on because two of the members of staff. There were two members of staff in there, Connor and another girl who's no longer there, who used to give me free cakes and things. And I said, won't you say anything? He said, I'm not getting involved. And then security were called. And funnily enough, one of the security men was actually called Dan. And I spoke to him on the quiet. And I said, I explained what happened. I said, what is wrong with, why are there so many demented people? She's meant to be a mental health nurse. Well, she said she worked upstairs. He said the way they reacted was as if I had come at them with a knife or something. And as I said, they didn't do anything about young people with knives in the other day in the shopping centre. There's just I have to keep telling myself, I have to keep pumping it into my head. She's apparently a regular customer, so other pish people must know what she's like. But I have to keep telling myself, Bryony, you know it's not you. You know what Eastbourne is like. You know the reputation for rudeness and people with mental health problems. It's a thing in Eastbourne. But it's now starting to attack what has already been there for so long, which is my issues. And it's starting to say, it's like a demon. It's saying it's you. But as you said, it is something that I've got to, keep fighting.
We've all at some point or another, we all have to have that fight. At some point or another, it doesn't matter who you are. At some point in life, every single one of us has to have that fight with those negative voices. Some people are better at it than others. Some people they get the voice, they go piss off, done, job's over, right? And some people can't. Some people find it much harder, like yourself, like me, like some of the people in the chat. We find it far harder to ignore that voice or to try and drown that voice out with more positive things. Which, again, one of the reasons why I love doing what I do on this channel, because it gives me, it doesn't give me time to think about all of that shit. Yeah. When I was off for a year for having a stroke, I was with somebody at the time. So I kind of had her to help me take my mind off of things, but we weren't together all the time. So when I was here without her, and I used to hate being on my own, because I've been with her for the day, for example, and I come here every night time and I'm on my own. I used to fucking hate it, and it was in those times that the voices used to start nibbling away at me again. Okay, but we all have to learn how to deal with that. We may not be able to just brush it off and go fuck off, shut up, and I'm better than that, I can cope. Yeah, some of us can't do that, so we have to find other things. We have to try and find other ways of drowning that voice out. For me, as I keep saying, it's this channel. Okay, it's doing my videos daily, it's looking for stuff up on the internet, and it's keeping my mind occupied all the time.
Yeah.
When I'm not doing that is when I start getting low.
Me too.
And it's what you need to do. You need to not use your fella as your time filler. Okay, so don't use him as the person that's gonna keep your mind occupied, okay? Because just being with him, you still have, you still seeing issues, okay? Spending time with him, spend time with him by all means, but don't use that as your getaway from the negative voices. Find something else to do.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, I didn't. I hope you don't think that being with my partner is a way of keeping away the demons at bay.
No, that's not what I meant. It's not what I meant.
Oh, sorry.
What I mean is, we need to find a way to keep our brains occupied. Okay. Now,
yes.
What I'm saying is, you need to find something that you can do. Okay, on your own, preferably, but something that you can do that keeps your mind occupied. Okay, go and do that. Okay, and then when you spend time with your fella, okay, you've got something to talk about. You've got something to look forward to as well. Yeah, it's not a cycle of the same thing all the time. It's not a cycle of spending this much time on your own, or spending certain times of the day on your own, and then spending some time with him, and then spending time on your own, and then spending time with him. Because what you're doing is you're going from, well, potentially you're going from being up high by being with him, okay, and then taking a big dive when you end up having an argument, or when he goes home, and being in that low place again, and then again big high when you see him again, and a big drop again. And you need to find something to try and stop that from happening. So it sounds really stupid, and I hate saying it, because this is what the therapist said to me before. Get yourself a hobby. I fucking hate that word. Absolutely hate it when they say that. So I don't see this as a hobby, what I do. I don't see it as a hobby, okay?
It sounds patronising when they say it like that. I know they don't mean it.
Yeah.
But
you just need to find something that you can do, okay, that you enjoy doing. I'll tell you what, even if going to a local bookshop and going and sitting in the bookshop on your own for a little while and reading a book, something, anything that you can do on your own, where you can block out the negative thoughts because your brain's too busy dealing with something else.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I do actually want to. I love my nature and everything, and I do actually. Again, it's something I wanted to do with my partner. I want to do lots of things with him, but I don't drive anyway. I don't, so I have to walk everywhere anyway. But which is a good thing. But I would be getting out more. But because of, I know my circumstances are causing me an awful lot of anxiety right now. Obviously, because and my stuff being in that room and everything. Obviously that. Once that's lifted, that will be a huge weight gone. But I am struggling to get out of the door. But there is this as I said, I really do appreciate you listening to me, because it is hard to talk in the first place, let alone to get anyone understanding. I feel I say I have no friends. I don't have friends. I have an acquaintance who, people often refer to themselves as friends, but a friend is someone that is always going to be there for you. So that's why I never like to use, it's one of those, people say, oh, your friend so-and-so, but a friend is someone that's actually there as a friend. I have an acquaintance who she's got a very good heart, but she doesn't understand my Iranian lady friend acquaintance. I sort of don't know. I like to tell it how it is. So I sort of say, as with Juliet, my lady acquaintance. She's got a very good heart, but she works very hard, and she gets very tired, and she doesn't really understand. And she said, "Oh, get the council to get you a house near me." I thought, crumbs, they've been making me street homeless from temporary accommodations. A house, blimey, But she doesn't really have an understanding of mental health. She understands what stress is, obviously, and she's tired all the time, and she's had problems with people, but she's not a good listener. She doesn't. And she looks at does that thing that people do where they look at their mobile phone, their smartphone, and I think, oh no, you're not listening. But it's hard. It's hard as it is to get someone to actually understand, and maybe people will, and I have to know. I understand that people will never understand. That's a realization I've got to, a reality I have to face, which also scares me, because they don't, you know, people will say, oh, I feel sorry for you, or you the odd person might say that, you're on your own, oh, poor Bryony, but this is so deep though, because as I said, when my mother died, there was no one else to cling to, so to speak, no family member, no one, no support, and I don't know how to live on my own. I never learnt how to sort of pay bills. You know, this was something I was supposed to get support with, and it's the shame and embarrassment of something that I could never admit in the first place, which was I don't know how to I don't know how to live, I don't know how to look after myself, which is embarrassing for an adult. So I'm having to sort of start from scratch again. It's start all over again, and the shame is stopping me from. Not just the fact that nobody actually wants to help me. It was hard enough asking for help, but yeah, I mean, it's so. This is so painful. I can't tell you. It was like a physical pain. Because when I first met Darren's family, I had one Christmas with them at the start of the relationship, and I feel that they've lied to me, because his mum said, oh, you could have a good life with Darren, and we nearly moved in together, but then it didn't happen. I feel that they've lied to me. I had one Christmas with them, and I thought, at last I've got a family, you know, and then I never heard I haven't been hearing anything, and Darren kept saying to me, Mum, my mum wants to see you. You know, I'm taking this very, very seriously. But I think maybe they haven't responded to my text messages. Obviously, it's very awkward. I want to make myself believe that, oh, it's because it's awkward. Because I cannot cope with the reality of it being something more upsetting or sinister, or even, well, I say sinister is a strong word. But when someone has said to you, oh, my son was sent to you and you can have a nice life together, I thought, yes, I've got a peg in the ground now. This is real. You know, I can't cope with if they were lying, honestly, I really do mean this hand on heart. If Darren and his parents were lying to me, I wouldn't want to get to know anyone ever again. I just think I've had enough of just so many people that were supposed to care about me, and they don't care anymore. I just saw a different side to people after my mother died. So, yeah, it's.
I think you're selling yourself short. I've told you that before. You say that you couldn't deal with certain situations. I think you can't deal with the thought of certain situations. I think that if a situation arose, I think you'd find it within yourself to be able to deal with it, because you are stronger than you think you are. Okay, and as upsetting as any situation that you find yourself in might be, okay, we all find the strength. Okay, I say we all find the strength. There is, the fact that you have found the strength in so far in all of your situations that you've had to face, to be here today, to talk to me tonight. Okay, the same as me, the stuff that I've been through, which may or may not be as bad as somebody else's. The fact that I'm still here after putting my life in danger myself by doing stupid things, and I'm still here because I pushed through and I fought on, okay, says a lot for who we are. There's a lot of people that haven't managed to get this far, but we have, and you need to give yourself credit for that, and you need to stop fucking feeling sorry about what could be or what may be or what might be. You need to start patting yourself on the back for the fact that you've got this far in life and you're still here, okay, and you can overcome obstacles and you can overcome situations. No matter, so I bet you some of the situations that you've overcome, before they happened, you sat there and thought to yourself, I couldn't survive if that happened to me. But it happened.
Funnily enough, yes, these were my worst childhood fears. That's why after my mother died, and then the domestic abuse, I couldn't physically eat for a time, and I started to go funny in the head. I thought I was going mad. I thought I was experiencing some sort of insanity. I don't know how to explain it, but I know I went to my eldest sister, which she showed how much she cared. I was on the doorstep saying I need air inside my head, and I was very distressed. And she just humiliated me in front of her friends and said, "Oh look, I'll get you a jacket potato, and then I'll drive you to the doctor." She talked to me like I'm a child. You got me a jacket potato, and she started embarrassing me, saying, "Come on, I used to do this when you were a child. Come on, open your mouth. Come on, chew, chew, chew. Come on, open your mouth." This is how she was talking to me. So embarrassing for someone in their late 20s, and then she tried to get me to hit her. She's a big woman as well, shaking me, saying, "Hit me, Bridie," but I wouldn't, because I knew that's what she wanted, and it would have made her look good. And her husband, well, he was a fiance at that point, tried to pull her back, and he knows what she's like, and he said, "I think you better go, Bryony," because I think he could see that she was, I don't know, starting to behave, I don't know, but she was telling me to just shut up about, I'll drive you home, this sort of controlling, it's just more controlling behaviour. But I was putting my arms out saying, "I help." As soon as I turned up, she said, "What are you doing here? You're not meant to come here without texting me first." It's been spoken to like a child all my life by all these narcissists and put down. They know that I'm good-natured and honest, and they just But I never felt that way about. There was one point when I did ignore a red flag with Darren, and it was something. And I've teased him since then. It was something to do with, well, you can't argue with the Bible, and he closed the door on my. And he came after me. This is the irony: is he came after me.
Yeah.
And he said, "Brian," he admitted to me, he said, "Look, I'm learning." I said, "Okay, but you can't keep doing this." And then he did it again. And then in the end, a few years later, it's just, without me even, because of all the chaos and homelessness and the police arresting me, I couldn't see all this madness has suddenly just happened from nowhere. And he's running away. He's storming off. That triggers me then into this mad state of, as I said, when I threw my bags at him and then I went and knelt in the middle of the road. I'd never done anything like that before.
Yeah.
but I had told myself I will never ever allow any man to do this. No one will do this to me again. I will make sure, and I will look for the red flags. But with my current partner, with my partner now, I've deliberately I ignored those red flags because I hate to use this phrase because because it's one of those phrases about only seeing the good in people, but I don't know how to explain it, and I know it might sound silly saying this, but I really do mean this. Darren's very special, but he's showing me a monster side to him that's becoming a little bit too more often than it should, and and that's where I need to draw a line but it's so hard. It's so hard because I'm making excuses for it. It's like, oh, poor Darren. Well, Darren did have to. But then I'd already said to him, look, you took the caring role for me. You didn't have to take it. If you had mental health issues and you're ill and you're signed off since having a caring role for me, then why did you take it? Oh, because I thought it would. They were throwing the help at me when they should have been. And that's where Care for the Carers treated me badly when I went down there. They treated me as if I was a violent person that needed to be escorted. I spoke to someone about my concerns about my partner. Why is there care for the carers, but no care for? There is something inherently wrong in this town, though. If people's mental health is being failed, but they're saying to the partner, it does seem to be more often men than women, they're giving caring roles to the men for the. And there's just something not right about that, because don't ask me where I found this out, but some years ago I heard that Sussex had the highest level of statistically domestic abuse problems. But if you're going to give a caring role to a partner, especially if they've got mental health issues themselves, and they're not going to be sort of monitored or no one was asking me. They banned him from visiting me in the psychiatric unit, but they only allowed him in the council on my behalf. Given what they've been done to me, that is the council and adult social care also being abusive. So it's the abuse is not just coming from a partner; it's coming from the local support services. And I'm sorry, I know I keep saying the same things. It's just I just I really do appreciate you listening to me. Just say it. I'm just concerned that I tend to be someone who sends a lot of text messages, and it was so bad. It was so embarrassing that at one point with a housing officer I sent an awful lot of text messages, like it's just like even my partner said, oh, you use it to sort of like aim and fire at me, all these, because I would text him, but that's only because I was hurt. I sent him loads of text messages saying this and that. But when you're doing it with a housing officer, and by the way, when I say I text a housing officer, I don't mean I text him personal, sort of rude, nasty. What I mean is I'm that isolated. That there really is something wrong, though, particularly in Eastbourne, with the mental health services system. I don't know where I get my information from. I just, these are things that I've heard and then I repeat them, and it makes an awful lot of sense. It has been said that, I don't know who said this to me, that there's an awful lot of people working in mental health down here in this part of the down here in East Sussex. Yeah. But up in London there are less people. But again, I don't know the sources where I got this. It's one of those things. I know a lot of I've got a lot of information in my head, and but people do actually get the help in London. There are less people working in mental health up there, but they get the job done, so to speak. But down here, it's a nightmare. That's why Sussex Partnership are responsible for so many failings and suicides, including one murder, and it was the family of not the murdered victim. Sorry, it was the family of the murdered victim that got angry that the murderer was let down by the mental health services, which just goes to show Darren was right, though. It is all about fear and control, and we've been on the same wavelength throughout our relationship. It's just I just wish to goodness he'd never had that caring role. I just think that it's just been such a disaster. It really has. We could have. I believe that people could have helped both of us, even if Darren has been emotionally. I don't want to say it, but I do say it. I have to say it, emotionally abusive. Even if he has been, I think that there are people that could have helped us. We weren't asking for big things at all. Because what they do is they do this thing where they drive you mad. They put you through this entire system of paperwork. It's rubbish, and messing around and care plans where they lie and stuff. We weren't asking for it. We were just treated like like dirt, like something off the back of your shoe. Even if all they had, Darren and I said exactly the same things. Just a bit of courtesy can go a long way. We weren't asking for huge. And then they say, well, what help do you want? You sit there for hours telling people what your issues are, what you need support with. They don't write much down. And they just... I'm sorry, I've just had a vent.
One thing, I'm going to have to wrap this up, I'm afraid, Brian. I feel bad, but it's...
No, it's okay.
Half past 4 now.
Oh my gosh, it's not.
And,
oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I didn't even know what time it was.
No, it's fine. Listen, I'll let people talk as long as I can. And I've said this before.
I'm so sorry.
Don't keep saying sorry. I've said this before. If somebody needs to talk, I'll give them as much time as I can. But sometimes it gets to a point where I literally have to say I've got to go, because otherwise it
no, of course.
If I don't get my sleep, I feel like shit, etc., and all the rest of it. So I have to make sure that I'm okay, as well as trying to help other people. I think one thing to remember as well is that, as you've just said about your partner, you don't like to say it, and I'll use your words. You don't like to say it, but he's been mentally abusive, is what you said, isn't it?
I use the word emotional.
Emotionally, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah,
emotional.
Same sort of.
Now, what you've got to understand is that you can't fix that for him. Okay, so if he's that way towards you, you can't fix that. Okay, that's not your fault. It's not down to you. It's not because of the way you are. Okay, it's nothing to do with you, and you can't fix that as well as fix yourself. Okay, and again, as you know, however that sounds, okay, I don't mean it to be horrible. I'm just trying to be honest with you. You have to think about yourself, and if you feel that somebody is being a detriment to you, to your situation, to your mental health, then sometimes we have to take ourselves out of that situation for a while. Okay, I'm not saying, you know, even if you just have a break, and I'm not telling you to. I'm just saying to you, even if you just had a break, and you spent some time on your own, okay, knowing that it's still there, okay, but you just need a bit of time on your own, okay, but knowing that it's still there is enough for you to not start panicking and thinking that you're not together, etc. You just need to get your head straight. You just need to spend a little bit of time on your own, dealing with your issues, not worrying about what might happen when he comes round. You don't want to fall out, you don't want to have an argument and all that kind of stuff. You don't need all of that to worry about, as well as everything else that you're going through. You need to concentrate on yourself. Again, even if it means finding yourself that bloody word, a hobby, to get yourself away from him, and to get, not in a horrible way, but to get yourself away from him, and to get yourself away from sitting at home thinking about all the negative stuff. You need to find something that you can go and do that takes your mind off of everything for a little while, even if it's only half an hour a day to start with. It will help you to feel a little bit better.
Yeah. I mean the one of the good things I find I'm getting. I don't mean this in a nasty. And at least I can then turn around and say to, if I ever see his parents, I can say, well, I've been doing this. I've been getting his solicitors. I've been doing X, Y, Z. Well, I'm not saying that they would come and attack me, so to speak, but in case anyone was to criticise me, because I've even said it to Darren, I've said, if your parents are gonna, if they're gonna just if anyone criticises me, I can say, excuse me, you weren't there. Who was there for me? I've been doing this hard work. So, as you say, yes, I've been doing what you say, because he's still there in the background, and I think there's a part of me that is annoyed that I've got things in his flat that belong to me, some precious, a lot of items, because I don't want him to think that he can perhaps use that as emotional control. I don't know, but because obviously he knows that because he's got things of mine, maybe he perhaps feels he can have I don't know, some sort of a hold. I mean, I don't want to allude to anything that might or might not be, but the main thing is that I'm doing what I need to do. It's just that fear and that not feeling loved, basically, not feeling sort of, you know, I don't get the I love you words, I don't get cards or anything, or flowers or anything, and I don't get Valentine's, or I don't get anything, and I need to obviously feel loved, but it you know, but it's one of those. Yeah, I know it's very difficult to, because no one's got an answer for that. There's nothing that anyone can do about that. But it's, you know, but at the very least, I really appreciate so much of your time listening to me, and
you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so sorry. I didn't realise what the time was again. I know last I even said to my partner that you listened to me for 4 hours one time, but that's more than what any of the mental health people have ever,
I believe just talking helps take some of the weight off your shoulders. Okay, whether you get answers or not, I think that just the act of talking and getting stuff out, stuff that you bottle up, okay, which is one of the reasons why they say to write stuff down. Personally, I think that writing stuff, they say go and write something down, go home and write it down. You don't do it because your mental health says to you, what's the fucking point? But when you're talking to somebody, you're engaged in a conversation and things just flow and you just start talking and it all comes out and it takes some weight off your shoulders. It might not take it all off you, and I wish I could, but I can't. But it can go some way to helping, and that's why I let people talk. You know, I don't do an Alex Belfield and cut people off. Okay.
Does he do that?
Oh yeah. He'll talk to someone. If he doesn't like what they've got to say, he'll just hang up on them.
What?
I won't do that. Sometimes I know I get moaned at in the comments. Sometimes people go, "Oh fucking hell, is this person still talking?" and all this stuff like that. I'll time them out.
But they do that with me.
No, I've not had anyone tonight do that, to be honest. But I can't do that myself. It's just not who I am. Do you know what I mean? And I believe that if you allow somebody to talk, in some way, it helps them. Okay, it won't fix their issues, it won't fix their problems, but that stuff that they've bottled up and they've not told to anybody else, okay, that's eating away at them inside. Once they get it out, it alleviates some of that stress. So that's why I let people talk, and as I've said before, I let people talk as long as they need to, or as long as I can, sort of give them my time before I've got to go. And as I say, if I could give you some more time tonight, then I would do. But what, three and a quarter hours we've been talking.
Oh my gosh, I'm so. Oh gosh, I really appreciate it. I mean, I know it must be very draining for you, because if I'm not the only person you're doing that with as well. But I really do appreciate it, because the anxiety, because I thought to myself, I could see what tends to happen is if I send one text message to you, believe me, you'll get you'll be bombarded with them, and then I feel bad because I don't want to put my stress, especially if you're feeling suicidal, that can then, I don't think, oh gosh, I don't want to cause anxiety to that person if I say I'm feeling suicidal. I just don't trust anyone else. I really need that. I'm one of these people who, when they get suicidal, it really grabs a hold, and there's so that's why I just don't text or talk to anyone, because it's and because obviously the very people that were meant to help me with that have helped make me suicidal. So when I went down to the urgent care lounge, my teeth are gritted because of these people. And you just think, I'd rather just kill. I thought to myself, I'd rather kill myself than go to those people. Thankfully, there is one. Well, there's a couple of people that are all right that gave me cups of tea. But then they'd be sending me back to that dangerous place. So it has been circumstances being unsafe in a homeless or temporary accommodation is not good. But anyway, I really appreciate you listening to my emotional issues. It really, just having someone listen to it is something. It's just. I just feel like I'm going to get one day, at some point soon. I feel like I might crash, and so it's good. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you so much,
Okay.
and I had no idea that I'd been speaking for 3 hours.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't say the S word. Do not say the S word. Listen, I've told you before, right? You say about if you send me a text, you're going to bombard me with texts, blah, and all that stuff. Listen, all you need to do is to text and say, Dan, can you phone me? That's it. That's all you need. Okay, and I will phone you at the earliest chance that I have to phone you. I will phone you. Okay.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. I should do that then. I know you said it before, and that's why it's sort of like it's all coming out. Sort of that this is what tends to happen. I've sort of might bottle it up a little bit, but I will try and if when I get to breaking point, I will send you a text message. I will try and do that then, and I really do appreciate you listening to me.
Well, you're welcome. Just remember, you haven't got to sit there and if you're feeling at breaking point, you haven't got to sit there and type out a massive long message, because that's just hassle for anybody that's in that situation. So all you need to do, as I say, and promise you'll do this, you just send a text message saying, Dan, can you phone me? That's all you need to do.
I really do. Thank you. I really do. I really do appreciate it. I really do. It's I think I'm sort of like, perhaps I feel like I have to be like my late mother's sort of generation, where but then if I had sisters that, or someone that because they're the ones that should be doing that, but thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
The world's changed since your late mother, since her era, shall we say? Okay, the world has changed, and people can't be like that anymore. Okay, so we have to adapt and change as well, and we have to, we are who we are, and we've got to. We've got to approach people differently now to how we used to years ago. Yes, years ago, people would go, "Oh, fucking snap out of it," and it was easier.
Yeah.
It was easier to back then. But these.
But they're sorry to.
No, I was just going to say things have changed so much, and there's so much more shit going on in the world. It is not as easy just to snap yourself out of it anymore. Okay, and it's not our fault. It's society's fault as a whole, and the fucking government's fault.
Yes, and on top of it, there's this spiritual, psychological warfare that's going on everywhere, and I get comfort. I get comfort, which sounds terrible. I get comfort from the fact that it's knowing this, in that it's not just me. I'm not just going mad on my own. It's happening everywhere. So, yeah, it's everywhere in the world. This psychological warfare, and
yeah,
so no one can call me mad, that's for sure. But no, I really do appreciate. I really.
Fine.
I can never find the right words. I just say sorry or thank you.
Just say
repetitively.
Thanks is fine. Don't keep saying sorry. Don't need to say sorry.
Oh, so thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem
Thank
at all.
you.
Listen, I've got to wrap this up now, as I say.
Of course.
But I will. My phone is always on. Sometimes it's on silent, so I don't hear it straight away. But it's literally. I check my phone after every time I've recorded a video, and I check my phone to see if I've missed anything. So I check it all day long. If you need me, you text me, and as soon as I can, I will call you.
Oh, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I hope I can't see I haven't got an internet connection for some reason right now, but
right.
I hope I haven't annoyed anyone who didn't want to sort of hear any of that.
No, there's lots of people saying they wish you well, and to say they're thinking of you and stuff like that. But we've also we've got a few people arguing amongst themselves as well. But
I hope it's
nothing
not
to
because
do
of
with
me.
you. Nothing to do with you.
Oh, thank you, thank you. No, I really do. I'm so glad that I rang in when I did, because I think actually it helped the fact that there were people listening, because I think I was worrying about ringing you anyway to be a burden. But when I see that other people are, and obviously when you have that thing that says call me on this number, it sort of makes me feel less like oh well, it's an invite, so go on, but I hope you understand what I'm saying, because it feels strange talking to someone. It actually feels strange talking to another human being, because I'm so on my own in this madness, that it really means so much to me. So so thank you again, and
you're welcome.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen, try and get yourself some sleep. I know you're a bit of a night owl, but try and get yourself some sleep and chill out for a bit, and just relax.
Yeah. Okay. Well. I'll try and do that. And Okay.
Right.
Well. Thank you very much. And I hope you have a. Well, I know there's not much of the night left, but I hope you have a good sleep, a good rest, and thank you.
All right, no worries.
All right.
I'll speak to you soon, all right?
All right, thank you, Dan. Thank you so much.
All
I
right.
really do appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Bye. Oh. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whoever's left in the chat, oh my goodness. Whoa. Thank you all for bearing with us on that one, and I know that a lot of you, like Grizzle Chops have said, you're concerned, as a lot of people are. So I appreciate you. I appreciate people commenting as well. Saying what you've said. Not just you, Grizzle Chops. There's a few others that have said some nice things in the comments as well. So thank you to you guys. I know that some of you have been having a few words, in the comments. I did put a message in the comments earlier saying just there's no need to get into it with each other if you've got different opinions and they clash and you can't come to common ground, just ignore each other. Just it doesn't matter what people have got to say after that. If you can't come to neutral ground and understand each other, and it gets to a point where you're, should we say, arguing against each other for whatever reason, whoever started it, that's the point when you need to say, right, block, and then move on, because otherwise you're going to wind yourself up over somebody that has got no bearing on your life at all, apart from in the comments. And why would you let somebody upset you in a comment? So right, well, I'm calling this a day. Hello, Bastian. Yeah, it's still up, not for long. Going to bed now. But I'm calling it a day or a night, shutting this off so that the people that don't want to block each other in the comments can't talk to each other in the comments anymore. On this live stream anyway, because there ain't no need for it. But there we go. Anyway, guys, thank you all again. I appreciate every single one of you. And some of you guys I haven't seen before. Grizzle Chops, I don't think I've seen you before in the comments. I might be wrong, but if I haven't and this is your first time here, thank you for coming on, and for the rest of the people whose first time on a stream, if it is your first time on a stream, But I really need to go because I'm going to start rambling and talking shit now because I am very tired. So I'm off. But thanks again, everybody, and I will see you. Well, in the comments of my next video, I suppose. So, good night, all.